We look forward to continuing on our process of revising our science standards. To get started, I am just going to go ahead and take roll call to establish a quorum. Leslie Clifton.
Here.
Joe Deweese.
Here.
Jennifer Hamblin.
Here.
Heather Herman.
Here.
Amy Massengill.
Here.
Nisha Powers.
Here.
Jody Rump.
Here.
Michael Steele.
Here.
Chair, you have 8 members present and we have a quorum.
Thank you.
And with that, I turn it over to you.
Very good. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We made some good progress yesterday. We got a little ways to go today, and we'll get ready to get started here. As we get started, I want to go back to 2 points from yesterday from 6th grade before we move into 7th grade.
Hey, Joe, I have a question real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
I might be skipping ahead, but just in time constraints.
Yes.
When we submit an executive summary for suggestions for the forthcoming evaluations, do we need to do that at the end, or how do we need to submit that? And are we gonna do it ourselves? How would you like that formatted?
So typically a chair would draft that, and then we can, if we have time, we can do it today, or the other option is we can have the chair draft it and do a email consensus on approval so that we don't have to gather back together. So you guys can think about it and see how you feel and how we're doing on timing.
Okay, and I have one more question. Concerning the Scantron information between the first and the second round, and I was reading the comments from first round to second round, and I'm still a little perplexed on how 622 higher education employees responded the first time and 0 responded the second time. I mean, if I was a higher education employee like Joe or somebody else that's teaching, I think most of them, if they submitted it the first time, they would want to figure out what the changes were made. I mean, how do we track that data for next time? What was done in the years past, the last time they did these standards, or maybe for math? What was done to ensure that every person that responded the first time was included in the second time?
So we always communicate through the exact same avenues of communication every survey that we put out. And so ostensibly those individuals, if they knew about it the first time, they would have been able to find out through the same avenue the second time. Once again, to some extent, we do rely on the news being willing to pick it up. For example, superintendents, we send it out to superintendents. We do rely then on superintendents passing it on to their districts. But because we do not collect personal identifying information, there's no way that we could personally send it out to everyone who completed it the first time.
If we don't collect personal information, how do you know what category they fall into?
Well, the one piece of personal information is, but we don't collect personal identifying information of their name, their email, address, that type of thing.
So another question is, if you guys got to the finished of the to the bottom of the second survey and had 0 higher education or community member response, would you seek out responses from those people to make it a better? The first one has obviously a really good mix of statistical data, and then the second one seems that it's not that I think it should be. It's about the same for teachers, which is excellent, but I think that we're lacking in community members and higher education employees. Would that be something that would be beneficial to make sure that is included before the survey is concluded, to make sure that the data and the feedback is consistent between the first and the second round?
That is definitely something that can be considered. Something for your information on the timeline that we were originally working off is we were anticipating this group originally meeting in early April, on April 9th and 10th. And in order for Scantron to be able to fully analyze all of the data and have these reports ready for you of our anticipated meeting on June 9th and 10th, or not June, April 9th and 10th, we had to we had it open for the 4 weeks, which is standard, but there wouldn't have been time for us to do personal outreach, get responses, and Scantron to still have time to analyze all the information before our anticipated April meeting. Unfortunately, part of the reality of this process is there are a lot of steps that are mandated by state statute that have to happen in an under 1 year period, so that then the following groups like the textbook commission can do their jobs. And so at some point there unfortunately just is some time constraints on what we can and can't do. So like further outreach for surveys would be something that would really slow down the process of trying to make sure everything's ready in time.
Yes.
If that helps answer some of your questions. I understand your concerns.
Right.
But we
I just
also
think for
have-
consistency, it would be beneficial to have the same, I mean, you're not always going to have the same responses. I totally understand that. But I just think to go from 622 to 0 is a drastic difference, you know.
Agreed. Go ahead, Nisha.
Okay,
Oh.
so, okay. So I think there are definitely concerns about one, schedule of the information, and I think I communicated that in emails prior, just the fact that we're still digesting as we're working, and that's a very difficult thing to do for people who are private sector and not in education. So I just have a couple of recommendations, Mr. Chair, that we might, in trying to do this document, as we go through it, one suggestion is that we need to be using track changes, which is what I usually do when I'm taking a original document and start editing it for purposes like this.
Right.
So I think at least maybe go back and do 6 through 8, and I'll say why. It's because that's where, when we looked at that bell curve of responses, it was insane difference between 6 and say K through 5.
Right.
So if we go back and at least start doing track changes from that to keep the integrity of the document
Yes.
intact, would be helpful. And is that something that Andrea and Kelly can do? Okay, super.
Yeah, we can definitely just turn on track changes.
And then I know you mentioned that you can compare the documents, so I think the same thing needs to happen with K through 5 as well, but I just know that we can't do it today.
I can go back this coming week and create a full document with all track changes represented.
Okay. And to kind of use the executive summary, I feel like we need to have a preface document before this document. And I'm just thinking about reports and things that I put together for work, and this is kind of how my brain works through that. So there should be something that's sort of introductory from us that says, you know, this is what we've done, and this is our work product to you all. Mm-hmm. But I think, to Jody's point and to others' concerns that have been raised, including mine, on the timeline, one suggestion I have is that we include something like a chronological order of when we were appointed, like I was appointed February, I think, or at least when appointments were made, and then when we got the second round of survey, when we got the 133-page document, and then when we actually met to deliberate. And I think that should be sort of an alert or a forewarning for next time that this needs to be done very differently, and that was a concern for those on this board.
Yeah, I do want to just, I know I've kind of alluded to this before, but I do just want it on the record. The state board originally submitted the request for appointments to this board in September 2021. We received the governor's appointments finalized in February 2022, and we received the lieutenant governor's and the speaker of the house's appointments in late May 2022.
And that's...
So I just, I do just want that on the record that unfortunately, like, I understand everyone's concerns, but that was something that was out of the control of the State Board of Education. But we have to maintain our timelines as dictated by the numerous other groups that have to meet after us to have these be able to be implemented in the 2024-2025 school year.
And I think you said, let me just make a quick correction. Did you say September 2022 is when you got?
That is, we submitted our
Okay,
request.
I just want to make sure that the dates were for the record correctly.
We submitted our request for appointments in September 2021.
And then you had the governor's appointments
In February 2022.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever the staff issues are related to that is less concerning to us. So I think we just document what parts we
Yeah.
were involved in. But for this meeting record,
Yeah.
I respectfully submit that that information. But for our documentation purposes, I think it is appropriate for us to say, this is the schedule we were given, and it's unreasonable to expect a full and thorough review of this information in this timeline. And so we respectfully ask that that be considered in the following year process. That's just my suggestion. And then I think we talk about, there were several recommendations that we discussed that I kind of jotted down yesterday as we were talking about things that need to be sort of mentioned, like making sure that there's appropriate coordination between textbook committee and standards committee, because that's a real, I mean, that is in every page of these documents that you flip through. So we can cite some of those when we get to this point. And then I think that's kind of like the executive summary opening remarks kind of from us. And then we include this document that we're intending to submit. And then I think we should include the first round of survey and the second round of survey and the transcript so that it is a complete document that has everything that we have deliberated over and used for our information, so that if anybody ever needs to go back and revisit it, it's not in 10 places and we get it emailed and it's flying all over the place. I just like for things to be documented, because if somebody ever asks me, why did you make that decision? Then I can say, well, if you flip to the appendices where the survey is, this person said, this. So the integrity of this process is just really important to me. And I just, as I was thinking about this last night, I just felt like very strongly that there are things that are concerning that need to be reflected in the executive summary that's going to help improve the next process, and that everything that we have deliberated should be included as one complete document.
I'd agree with that. I think we can pull those things together. I think we would, in the report, the original standards, the first survey, the revisions in the interim, the second survey, and then our revisions, I think all need to be in that together. So it's going to be massive.
And the executive summary or the,
That's right.
yeah.
That's right. So yes, that's no problem.
Let me make sure. Oh, and the transcript of our meeting.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, may I have the floor?
please.
I am so happy, whichever one. I might not want a single one after y'all hear what I have to say. So I am so glad you ladies brought this up, because I didn't sleep last night. And here's why. Please, respectfully, don't kill me. I thought yesterday was a wash. And here's why. I didn't accept the election to serve on this committee to rubber stamp anything. We have over 1,700 schools in our state. We have almost 1 million students, if the data is still kind of correct. Our top 10 schools in the state, 8 of them are elementary schools. And yet we went through standards yesterday on elementary schools with data given to us that I just don't feel is complete. Not anything on you ladies. And I can tell you further, when you say you put this out there and you didn't hear from them back in time to create a better timeline for us, this should be so serious. And I think it's just been, oh my gosh, we've got a deadline. We've got to get this done and go. No. We're passing the buck so quickly on what should be so important. If you think standards and curriculum don't align with each other, you're crazy. So respectfully, not passing the buck on them. I didn't sit with them every day and hold their hand, so I can't answer for Lieutenant Governor and Speaker Sexton why their nominations came in later. But if you guys knew what, this was the toughest session on the Hill probably in a decade. A lot of things coming at them from the education, a lot of things coming at them that resulted from the pandemic. And legislators, ladies, gentlemen, who come to that Hill, unfortunately, a lot of them have no education acumen. They learn, oh, what do we need to know about the Tennessee education while we're campaigning so we can get elected? What do we need to know? What's going on? They don't know what's going on. Our teachers it is pathetic that they aren't set up for success. They aren't given the tools they needed. They are paid pathetically in the state of Tennessee when we're the wealthiest state in the nation. And our teachers are kicked to the curb. So I want that on record knowing. Some of the teachers that can't go by these standards because they haven't had new science books in a decade. I have proof of that. They're still working off of science books that this book is up with new data, and they're still behind because they haven't had the latest tool for what they need to know. The fact that these surveys, again, are so pathetic, that we have almost 1 million students that we're serving, and we can't even get 500 to answer a survey. I reached out to 3 different school districts yesterday, ladies, and they said they weren't given the opportunity to take this survey. Why? So you don't have to answer that right yet. So you're asking us to make decisions and to look at standards based upon a small portion of people who are even putting their eyes on our science standards. And I think we went way too quick yesterday because we weren't given all the information. When I got back home and reflected, I said we weren't giving enough information other than your experience and what you've done in the past. And, oh, yeah, this is what probably would fit. Well, I'm not one who thinks the sky's a pretty blue because you told me it was a pretty blue. I need to know why it's a pretty blue. I need to know why that's the best color for the sky. Not mocking God at all. So I just don't think we did justice. I mean, we went through and we worked hard, but did we really give? I don't think I gave my best because I didn't have enough information. Pretty much before we got done yesterday, I'll admit I checked out. If any of you else of you can say you checked out, because I think it was some of the things we were doing redundant. Some of the things we were doing were over our head because we weren't given the information you needed up front to maybe make that decision we needed to make. You say go back and get the review ready. I think we're so far from giving a review. Can any of you say that you 100% unequivocally think you gave your best yesterday on grades 1 through 5? And if you can, great. I'm just not there. You know, this is so important because over and over and over again, I stood and talked with you, some of you yesterday after this was over. Oh, it's the standards. We got to do it. It's the standards. It's the standards. Doesn't matter what the curriculum is. Doesn't matter what the textbook is. The law says it's the standards, and we've got to go by that. I have candidates running for office right now for State House who are going to vote on the laws that we have to do for this. They're like, Jennifer, what's going on in Tennessee education? What do I need to be campaigning about? I said, you need to go home and pull out of the race. Because if you don't know any more than that, what are you going to bring to the table when you get to the Hill? It don't matter then. I'm elected. And I get to make decisions. Of the House and Senate leaders who are elected to determine what happens to you, and to our students in our schools, are y'all happy with the answers you got on the survey? You think that's enough? Do you think they care? Well, I say this committee stands back and says the buck stops here. No more. Oh, Michael said yesterday, what's the rush? You just made the comment. Other committees have got to make their decisions, so we got to go, go, go. Is that the best we can give our students and teachers in Tennessee? And I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you all. In thinking about the process, I think we would all agree that, A, we want more feedback from those involved, teachers, parents, higher education representatives. We want more time for the process, which understandably is not always under our control based upon those appointments. But these are things we can't express. We can't change them today, but these are certainly things that we can express and put in our report. And also, I think we need to make sure that goes back to our speaker, our lieutenant governor, and the governor as well, that they all hear from us about this.
So I have a question, Joe. Who's going to change them? If we don't stand up and say we'll be the change, we're gonna pass the buck to the next committee or the next group or the next legislators. Where does it stop? And in the meantime, our students suffer.
Yeah.
So, the time constraint, why can't we be the group if everybody thought the way, I'm not asking you to say what I'm saying or think what I'm thinking, but why? Where does it stop? Why are we at a point that, think about this, we're having to sit in front of committees on the Hill and go, okay, well, you were born with this birth certificate, you're going to that bathroom, you're a girl, you're going to the boys, you're a boy, you're not going to have porn in schools, you're going to be focused in reading, writing, everything that we need. Where does it stop? Who decides, okay, well, we're going to push back. We're going to create a set of standards, not just based on well, here were the past standards, so let's change these because teachers in comments didn't like it. Really? That's what our foundation to base on this is on? I'm probably going to have to go get a value.
So, but what do we do today? We can't not finish this work today.
You,
Yes, we can.
technically, you can say you do have the authority as a public committee to say, no, we're not going to do it.
So I would just say,
Not that we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
We need more time.
so I appreciate exactly what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying. As someone who has worked on curriculum development through the Vanderbilt Genetic Counseling Program that was established, we just had our second class graduate, and then we have continued to revise courses and the standards over the last 5 years. We started with something, and we've continued to evaluate and change that. And I think ultimately what happens when we change that is there are those downstream impacts, right, that are super important for the people who are teaching those courses, the students who are graduating with that knowledge. And I think that is where, obviously, this work that we're doing ultimately is so important for our kids, our state, our world. But I also think that the groundwork that has been laid is not all for nothing. And I think it's really important that we take what has been delivered here and evaluate it carefully, thoughtfully, and with the recognition that there are some great things that are working well. And there may be these little places that we want to spend a little more time on, but let's look at where those are and give them the magnifying glass instead of thinking about, the whole process is not necessarily helpful. Yes, more time, more attention to certain things, but I do think the process in its overarching way could be a fair process. And I just think that's important to recognize.
May I offer up an option?
Please.
Due to the fact that we had to push this meeting back from April to June already, the Textbook Commission has already pushed back their timeline for reviewing textbooks and materials. One option is we often have special called meetings, particularly due to needs for rulemaking hearings and things like that related to TISA, which was passed this year in the state legislature. So we do have multiple upcoming meetings, more than our standard for a year. So if it would be helpful to this committee, you guys can choose to not have this presented at the July meeting. We can push it to a future meeting this year, allowing you guys to have time after you can work through today, have some time to digest what you guys have done, and then bring us back together for another meeting, whether in person or online, depending on people's schedules, to reevaluate what has been done, and after you guys have had time to digest the information.
Can I just clarify? What are the groups of people who created and presented the 133-page document? So it's an educator.
It's the educator advisory teams,
Okay.
which are 3 teams divided by grade bands, so K5, 6, 8, 9, 12.
Okay.
Each of those teams has 6 current K-12 educators that can include like department chairs,
Okay.
but who hold active teaching licenses in K-12 in the state of Tennessee, as well as a higher ed representative per grade band.
Okay.
Who chooses the EAT?
We accept nominations from across the state from various organizations and districts. They then complete a intense application where we look at their content knowledge, their experience and expertise. We evaluate how they think through standards, everything like that.
Are they compensated? The EAT?
Excuse me.
Are they
Are
compensated?
they compensated? Are
Oh,
they
Yes,
Yeah.
they are compensated.
Okay.
Um,
And they answer philosophical questions.
correct.
Right.
And
Okay.
those applicants are then reviewed by multiple people on the state board staff, as well as content experts like Brian at the Department of Education, and we narrow down our selections.
Okay.
So they focus in on their specific grade bands. Then a subsect of those, so 2 K-12 educators from each grade band, so 2 of the K-12 educators from K-5, 2 from 6-8, 2 from 9-12, as well as 2 higher ed representatives come together as a standards development committee and take their intense knowledge of what they've done in their grade bands to ensure cohesiveness across all grade levels and courses.
Okay.
That standards, it was in an Excel format at the time, but those standards then is what gets put into the next public feedback survey.
Okay.
And the 133-page document is created based on what the Standards Development Committee has approved.
Okay, so they met again following the survey results that they have seen, that we have seen.
The 2
Yes.
chairs
Okay.
compile the document.
Great.
Yes.
Have you seen the first round data, how it was presented in the standards? Like, it was all backwards, misnumbered, have you seen all that? In the first round that I have, it's like, I don't know, the title of the standard may be down here, but then the standards that go underneath that are like above it. It was a clerical disaster. I mean, I see patients all day long for a living, which is I'm a complete non-educator in elementary education. And going through that, in preparation to compare that with the first round, I don't know who put that together, but I would expect at this level of process that it would be done a little bit more, it would have been presented a little bit tighter.
I do not have a copy of that report, a physical copy of that report on me. They are at my office. But, okay, the first round of feedback was identical to this one, just with the first round data versus the second round. So I don't think in the actual, there may have been something may have gotten transferred incorrectly when I sent them to you, but in this document that our educator teams received, all the standards are in the correct order.
I have the first round right here. And I've got everything listed except for in high school. I mean, when I was reading it, I was like, well, what is the name of the standard? And then people actually, it was very backwards, and it's not, I don't know if it didn't transfer correctly or who put the data together, if it's a clerical issue, but it wasn't the clearest. And there's, I'm just making that point, like it'd be helpful if it was if the presentation of information was consistent. And then when I was comparing the first round to the second round, obviously the information is different, but the first round to the 133 consolidated document, the standards are not even listed in the same order. So when you're trying to figure out, like, well, why did they drop this and all that other stuff, you're flipping 15 different pages to find this information. And I mean, and I understand it's a lot, but it might be helpful, and this might be something that we should put in our, Mr. Terra, our executive summary, that, you know, maybe the way that this information is compiled is great, and that's the way that it needs to be for the board, et cetera, but maybe have a standard listed and then have everything, you know, this is what was in the first round, this is what was in the second round, because we're asking these questions as of
Yeah.
yesterday, and we're all flipping back and forth. We have to have several people read different levels of comments, and it's,
Yeah.
you know.
So, Leslie actually can speak to this because this is how we did it for math. Was we had the giant Excel sheet that they were working off of, and I had received feedback that it was confusing to the math members when they were working through that, trying to read that entire Excel sheet. Leslie hadn't specifically provided that feedback, but I had heard from others. So that is why this time the state board chose to present the documents in the final version of how it will then eventually be presented to the state board. So that was actually a change we made based on feedback from the math standards recommendation committee.
I would love to hear from Leslie just a little bit about that. if
But
you-
before we do that, so one recommendation I would make, I don't mind seeing it in the Word format, but I think what would have helped us, and this goes back to Jody's comment earlier, is, and Nisha as well, if the format that we're seeing, this 133-page document, could have been track changes from the previous standards. Does that make
Well,
sense?
so,
So we
and-
could see what had been deleted,
yeah,
added.
well, I
edited.
can share
Yeah.
why that's not how it happens.
Sure.
Is so our educators teams are actually doing this in Excel files.
Right, understand.
And that is because they have the original standard, then they list out all of their thinking and rationale, then they list out their recommended standards for the educator advisory teams, then the standards development committee lists their further revisions, and it would be almost impossible to understand what group was making all of those track changes, and I
Gotcha.
think it would become a very convoluted
Gotcha.
document based on how many times these standards are touched between the two, the educator advisory team and the standards development committee. I am not an expert
Yeah,
in
that's
track
fine. No, that's-
changes,
yeah.
but yeah.
I see what you're saying. So Leslie, go ahead.
Yes. I will say, you ladies have done a wonderful job. Thank you, Catherine, Andrea, and Kelly. You've done a wonderful job as an educator 4 years ago when the standards came out with cross-cutting SEPs, and you're like, I've been teaching for a lot of years and I don't understand all the acronyms. I think that's where they are all coming from. Maybe, Mike, you can help me speak to the idea of, that lingo was new and you did a fantastic job of working us through it. I think in hindsight, it might have been better to have some of that prior to us meeting. Yes, or even famous.
I mean, there were words I was,
Yes,
there were discussional
yeah,
patterns. I'm
yes.
like,
So,
that's not what it means.
bottom line, thank you. You've done a wonderful job. I know that because I know but I also know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Maybe just as a future, and maybe not even, this would have probably been helpful if the document would have been like this, but like 400 pages, but if at some point we could have listed in words the name of the standard on what the standard actually said, where the comments are. And that way they see that standard and they can look and say, okay, it says you took the standard that was specific and now you've said, replaced it with blah, blah, and they could look and say, okay, I see what they're talking about. Versus, I'm just trying to think from their point of view.
Is that what this is?
Well, yeah, yeah. So just to have that as a overarching heading maybe or something, that would have probably been really good. I'm just trying to think like they are.
Yeah.
And like I was 4
That's
years
why I
ago,
scanned
so,
on.
yes, yeah. And that's nothing against anything. I think you all have done a fantastic job. Thank you. And you've done a wonderful job of listening, and we appreciate that too. I do know that a lot of teachers, a lot of educators have vetted this document, y'all. They have looked. I personally know 2 of the people from the state, the teacher-wise, who have looked at these standards and said, This is the best that we think we can do. So I think our eyes are coming forth with our outside knowledge, having nothing in the game other than we want to do what's best for the kids in Tennessee. And we want to provide our teachers with the best knowledge so that they can go in the classroom and they can be the leaders. And they can help create those leaders for our state. And I think that we need to kind of look back at what the teachers and the committees have presented in this and see, okay, yes, we're just the last set of eyes that are agreeing or not or adding to make it clearer. So.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up? Oh, I'm sorry.
Was it
Go ahead,
Michael
Mike.
and then Nisha?
Yes.
Thank you. I echo and ditto the job you've done. I don't feel personally that you listen to me very much, but it's okay. I understand. So let's try to get better at that. So yesterday was troubling for me because I initially and still to this point I don't have faith I don't have confidence in the survey. We're one of the largest districts in Tennessee, and I checked with our science person. I checked with some of my science teachers. They don't know anything about the survey, and they're pretty adamant about these surveys, and I'm very adamant that we get ours done quickly, and so I don't have a lot of confidence in the survey. So from that point, pushing forward makes everything. You got to consider everything. So I'm sitting here, and I was going to say this yesterday, but Nisha. That's why she makes more money than I do. She said it first, and an executive summary explaining concerns, explaining future suggestions, because if without that, we either table today, all of today, or we meet but table everything that we're doing and try to figure out schedules where we can actually get back together and take our time, or what we're doing is really not that valuable if we don't express our concerns up front and then make recommendations for the future. Because let's just be honest, this has been kind of thrown upon us to be done in 2 days. And yesterday was kind of rushed, and we did kind of breeze through kindergarten, those kind of things. So we need to stay focused on what happens in schools. When I started seeing this, I started thinking first and foremost, how are my teachers going to respond to this? Not just from what they have to teach, but did they trust the process? What did I do to advocate for them? And I'm trying to advocate, like we all are, for every teacher across the state that teaches science. Every principal that has to have science results at the end of the year, and teachers and counselors and all the things that happen in K-12. And so from that standpoint, there's a lack of confidence. I'm going to try to get more while we work today. But there's a lack of confidence for me moving forward with this because we're kind of operating in an area that we really don't know what we're doing. Perhaps we shouldn't even look at the data or the survey and the remarks, and perhaps we should just look at the standards and have those in the room that are experts on standards make recommendations and then compare it to the data that was received. Maybe we should be doing that because, like I said yesterday, if we're going to look at the data and look at comments and say, hey, well, this teacher didn't like that, 80% want to keep the standard. Who are we to change 80%? And you say, we're the committee. We've got work to do. Well, okay, let's do the work. But if we're talking the difference between circuits in 5th grade and circuits in 6th grade, I really don't have a dog in that fight. I want to do what the teachers want and need. And if 80%, so maybe we're looking at this a little bit, maybe we should look at it a little different way. Maybe we shouldn't look at and be swayed by the data in the survey. Because what's the point of having this committee? If they've already got an 80 percentile approval, anybody would take 80 percentile approval. Maybe we're being swayed by the data and we're not really looking at the standard to really address the standards.
Okay. Other comments? Nisha?
So, survey. Let me just mention what everybody's saying about that. Talked to several teachers. I'm not in the education field, so I had to reach out to a lot of friends and friends' friends. And the prep time for this meeting, I can't even tell you how many hours all of us have probably contributed to it coming to today. So hours of talking to teachers, not one of them knew anything about this survey. And I feel like the response that we just got to Jody's question was such a legitimate and kind of obvious, smack you in the head kind of question. You had what was it, 622 in one and 0 in the other. That should be a big red flag that goes, whoa, people, something went wrong with this process, because it feels like otherwise we're just checking a box to say we did a survey. And that's not the point of this. And the only thing I would defer from with Mike on is that I am driven on feedback, because so many of the projects that we work on are public projects. And so the information we get in does fold into, obviously, like when we're working in engineering, the technical part has to be done, just like the standards have to be done. But then how the user experience is affected by that is coming through this feedback. And just because 80% said keep it, maybe they're not impacted by it, but the 20% are, we should try to address it. That's probably the only place on the survey issue that I would defer from Mike. But one thing I do want to raise on this schedule issue is, Catherine, I sent, I don't know, half a dozen emails. I mean, as I would get something, I would sit at my desk, put aside my work, my livelihood, and look at the stuff you sent me, try to review it, and say, I need this, I need this. And I remember in those emails saying, shouldn't we have had a prep meeting with all this information so that, see, we're doing this backwards, because we're saying we're at the final meeting where we have to make a decision, and then we're all going, wait, this is really not working really well. Now let's go back and extend it and try to do special call meetings, when in fact, the respectful thing, I believe, to do would have been for you to respond to one of my emails and say, here are the reasons why we could not do that. Or here's how I think we could pursue this going forward, is let's think about a virtual meeting and maybe try to address that, because you have 8 people who are fully committed to this process, sitting at the table, giving you time, who have not been prepped properly. And I do think it's disrespectful when you have this kind of volunteer committee. None of us are getting paid for this. All of us are giving up time with our families and our livelihoods to do it, to not respond to an email with specific requests for information. I know you were sending information to everybody, but I never got an email response that said, thank you, Ms. Powers, for your thorough review, and I appreciate what you've provided, and here's my response. Should have been what happened. As far as the appointments go.
I'm sorry.
To me?
Well, I can't speak to you, but I thought she replied to everyone.
Well, she provided the information, but yeah, let's.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back here in just a few minutes. All right.
I received an email from my science chairperson
as we get in and get settled, let me just make the observation that clearly emotions are high and we're passionate about this. We're passionate about it because many of us are parents or we're educators or grandparents or in other ways involved and invested in this, and I respect that, and I pray that we all respect each other and have some calm and just reflect for a moment that we're really trying to be on each other's team here. This is not an us versus them. Okay, we're working through this together. As chair, I felt like yesterday, yes, some things we moved through quickly, but I thought we worked through them thoughtfully and carefully. Leslie mentioned, Amy mentioned earlier how much she learned, and I relate to that. I walked away feeling like I could communicate better around how standards work, how they're developed, the structure, the framework, things like that. So I definitely learned from that. So I would like to take that and move forward today. I'm going to get a little more information. Catherine's working on getting me a little more information on the surveys. I think it's clear that we're not pleased with the response we got to the surveys. It's sad, but we have what we have, and we're going to work with it, and we're going to do the best job we can for our children to look at these thoughtfully and carefully and to continue moving forward. I'd like to restrict any further comments for maybe just for let's give it about 3 or 4 minutes, and then I would like for us to move on into our business. And so Nisha has asked to make a comment, and then Jennifer.
So I just want to make sure that this is clear. None of what I'm saying is personal. This is a difficult process. I probably didn't realize how difficult until I walked in here. So know that this isn't personal. I was doing this as I do my job and with the same care, and it was to provide feedback and say, this is what would have been helpful to me and what would be beneficial. But I was being honest in just the place that I was coming from. And every single person in this room is trying to do the same thing, which is serve our students. So I just want to acknowledge that that's how it was meant and nothing at all to be personal. The other thing I was just going to ask as a follow-up to some of the track changes we talked about earlier, Joe, is that I'm clearly still struggling to try to understand how all this works, but when we go from the first round, is there and Jody called it the 133 pages. It's like the 133 document. I can't call it that. The 133, is there a 130, like an interim 133 between feedback 1 or feedback 2? Yeah, first round and second round.
Not in a Word document version. I have individual Excel sheets for each grade band. Once again, they are slightly convoluted because of how many different people touch these, but I am happy to download them and share them with you if that you would find that helpful.
No, I'm actually just thinking about how to improve. I mean, that's kind of where my brain is right now, is like, how do we make this not so challenging? So if we were to have a 133 between 1 and 2, and then it even becomes easier after the 2 where you're editing the document and you have track changes.
I mean,
is that doable?
So in some sense, the 133 page document, like other than grammar, and like fixing punctuation and spelling, nothing has changed. Like the 133 page document is what came out of the Standards Development Committee.
After the first round, or like before the first round, or after the first round? Okay, so
yeah,
then
Looking at that, what they produce.
from the first round.
After the first round of revisions,
Mhm.
after the first
So
survey
I don't,
and
I
revision.
guess, are you asking if there's a document between the educator advisory team and the standards development committee?
Well, maybe give me the sequence of
Yeah,
educate
so
that,
We
yeah,
have the original standards that are still currently being taught.
okay,
Those then go to public feedback.
okay,
We have the Scantron produces the same reports, which I do believe I shared electronically, although it sounds like maybe those files got mixed up a little bit somehow. So I can try to find the originals of those. Then the educator advisory teams meet and take their feedback from their own experience, from their colleagues' experience, and from the public feedback survey and make changes to the standards. The Standards Development Committee, which is a subset of the Educator Advisory Team, meets and they further refine the work of the Educator Advisory Team. The standards, as they come out of the Standards Development Committee, go into the second public feedback survey and get formatted into the 133-page document that you have.
so there has been a revision of the standards after the first feedback by the Standards Development Committee.
Correct. So the first public feedback survey is based on the standards as they are currently taught. The second public feedback survey is on the standards as they came out of the Standards Development Committee.
Okay. So I think what I'm saying is the revised standards that came after the SDC,
That's what the 133-page.
that's what we're
document is.
looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Jennifer, briefly, and then we're gonna move in.
Yeah, I don't do anything briefly. Okay, if my comments started all this, just let me from the bottom of my heart profusely apologize to everyone. I am very passionate when it comes to the education of our kids. I've been fighting for our teacher and kids for 20 years on the Hill. I know drama from the Hill you guys don't want to know. Yeah, for the record, whoever saw this. So, real quick, I agree. We're all after the same thing, and we're all very passionate. I was never adding. If anyone took the perception I was attacking, that was not my intent. Forgive my passion and maybe communication for not putting it out that way. I understand now, so for the record of the higher-ups that watch this video later on, you can't give these people a survey in May and expect them to have it ready for the standards and all the committees for school in August. So kudos to you for trying to jump through hoops because people on the Hill didn't do their job the best they could to help you. I understand a little bit more now, guys, that our data we're getting come from the survey in May. Teachers don't have time to do surveys in May. They've got
correction.
finals. They've got getting out of. I'm sorry.
Correction, the second survey was in January to February.
It was open January 31st to March 2nd.
Okay, sorry. I thought you said May. Okay.
That's when we got the report.
That's when you got the report back. Okay, so give the survey to them earlier so they're not getting it back in May, so they've got time to get it ready. So, bottom line, there's been so many hiccups that could have made this better. There is no way I'm going to challenge the educators who put the Bible, the 133-page together. I trust their value, their instinct, what they've done. They went to school to get educated for this. Who am I to question them what they do? My question has been, I was so concerned there was such a small survey, but now that we know the dynamics of that survey and how it was out there, I'm past that now. You know, if knowing the groups of people who put this together, who are we to question that they know what's happening? Now, sometimes another set of eyes helps something word a little better, flow a little better. That's us. That's to make sure that, hey, we're another set of eyes. We're here with our expertise and our background to help you. I'm not here to rewrite this, but I want my name tagged to work that we have been able to do, able to get through, and it's everybody's passionate about this. So I'm going to stand with everyone in here on their convictions. I am no one to tell you you're wrong or right. You have the right to your own. But at the same time, for future reference, for you guys that are electing people to serve on committees, answer them in a timely manner, make this a priority. Education in Tennessee is one of the lowest in the entire country. And it is not because we don't have good people working in the schools, it's because those directing our processes can't get their acts together. So,
Thank you. All right. That being said, please make these notes, write these down, and we'll come back to this. What I'd like to do is get into our standards discussion for today.
I promise I'll be brief. I
Okay,
promise.
very brief.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Because I see your flip, and I appreciate Jennifer's
Yes.
not flip, but I see your change of. I want to make sure we're all on the same page, or there's no point in us doing this, because I'm hearing I trust this, and I'm also hearing I don't trust the data, and then I'm hearing 80% of the teachers said to keep the standard, but I don't trust the survey.
Right.
Let me see if I'm understanding kind of the consensus in the room. This is what I think, and I'm hoping this is where everybody is. I saw my role, because I am not an educator, some of you are, also, I'm not an educator, I'm a higher educator. I saw my role as, this was written by people who know a lot more than I do, because I walked in this room not knowing what an SBE was, now I do. I saw my role as, this is very, 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 very good. I've got comments from people, mostly teachers, some of which I'm taking with a grain of salt because they don't understand what y'all have done. And that's why so many times I looked over and said, I think that this comment doesn't apply, am I correct? And you would say, you're right, here's why. And I'd say, okay, on we go. And then there were some comments that were absolutely legitimate. I saw my role as there were 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 places where the science didn't make sense to me. The wording didn't make sense to me. I think we can word this better. Is that where we are? I just want to make sure
Yes.
that's where we all
I
are.
think that's where we
I'm
are,
good.
and I think our goal here is to look at the revisions that have been put before us, look at the comments and the feedback, and decide, do we agree or disagree? Is this a good direction to go? And there's obviously been some points where I think our educator team would agree. We've helped clarify some things and dig through some of those things that that needed to. So, and I think we continue to do that. So I think we're in a good place. Knowing the limitations we have, knowing the survey is not optimal in terms of we don't know that we got the greatest breadth of feedback we could, but we've been placed here for this moment, right, to do this job, and we're going to do the best job we can. And I'm proud of what we did yesterday, which I think was careful work. It was not, to the points made earlier, it would have been better to know about SEPs and cross-cutting and some of these things ahead of time. Yes, all right, so we know that. Next time we know. That would be a helpful thing to lead with before we get in. So some of those calls we had, we could have covered some of that, and I think that would have been helpful to give us that concept for how these are structured. But here's where we are. We had 2 standards from 6th grade that were kind of left hanging. And so if you go in the 133-page document to page 51, 6.ps2.1 and 6.ls2.4 were at hand at question. So I have those marked. 6.ps2.1 and 6.ls2.4. Those are both on page 51.
And can we add another one? I'm sorry, I just have done some research
Previous to that?
to add to that list.
Okay.
6.ps3.2.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so first let's look at 6.ps2.1, which had to do with stability or instability. And I have a couple proposed revisions, yet in brief discussion beforehand, there's a possibility that this standard may not be necessary. And so I'd like to get feedback from our educator experts. It sounds like that may be something that could be dropped altogether and not lose any content, not lose any major major ground there. So go ahead, Adriana.
Well, after your
Andrea,
y'all's
sorry.
had such a good discussion around this yesterday and kind of what the meaning of this is, and we just really resonated on some of that discussion and felt like this is probably a cross-cutting concept of systems that we're trying to make, or that the committee was trying to make into a standard, and just to make sure that that concept is covered, when really that concept is probably covered throughout some of the other standards there that talk about systems and talk about stability. So, we felt like it probably is a little bit forced with the content.
So the possibility is that it's redundant and not needed in the sense that there's already things like homeostasis and stability discussed in other contexts, and so we could drop it altogether. Does anybody have a major opposition to dropping K.PS2.1?
6.PS2.
I'm sorry, 6. Yes, not K. Yes.
I'm in agreement.
Okay.
I feel like
I
this.
was just gonna say, I heard a lot of
This-
I thinks. I'd
Yes.
love an I know.
I
I know that this is somewhere else.
do
I was
see
being kind.
this,
All right.
We know that
I'd
this
love
is.
it. I'd love an I know. That's fantastic. All right.
this standard can be addressed in 6.PS3.2 as
But it's
changing in a
I have it
system
somewhere if you want.
of law of conservation of energy. So that can be addressed in that. So
Any objections to that? Okay, so we're gonna recommend that 6.PS2.1 be removed.
Can I just make one statement?
Please go
If we
ahead.
look back at page 12,
Yes.
the discipline physical sciences,
Okay.
removing 6.PS2.1 will turn that block black.
Okay.
And I see that other blocks are black, and that seems to be okay. I just wanted to bring that to awareness, that it
Yeah.
would impact that as well.
Yeah.
And make sure we recognize that that PS 2.1 is then listed above in the 8, as well as in 2 other places as well.
So it is still being addressed. So it's addressed in 8th grade. We're just saying it's not going to be addressed in 6th grade. Okay. So it's not being dropped altogether. So stability and instability is addressed in 2nd grade, 5th grade, and this is the only point that was being addressed specifically in 6th
So
grade.
this is currently a gap in the standards too, so we're not creating a gap that wasn't already there anyway. Yeah, we just feel like this is a cross-cutting concept without there's not really a DCI in the standard, and so it's just kind of dangling a little bit, so it would need a significant rewrite and we're not sure that adding content to 6th grade would really be necessary.
All right. Any objections to that? Okay. So I was going to go to 6.ls2, but Leslie's brought up 6.ps3.2. So go ahead, Leslie.
and yesterday I asked if we could add sound to PS 3.1. We had a discussion and I just decided, okay, we won't. After doing some research in this NSTA Atlas of the 3 dimensions, sound is mentioned 4 different times with the other energies: kinetic, potential, elastic, gravitational, chemical, sound, and thermal. So I feel like if it's mentioned several times here, that adding it would be okay. I know I teach it as a teacher in the classroom on that same standard. I would like to have that added if we
So
could.
we're actually looking at what is on here, 6.ps3.1. Our document,
Yes.
it's 2 and 3. But
Oh,
but
yes,
there it's one.
that's right. We had
Yeah.
a numbering. Thank you.
And so what you're recommending is in that first one, kinetic, potential, sound, and/or thermal
Yes.
energy?
Well, actually, if we could just do kinetic potential, leave the parentheses with
Yeah.
the 3 different kinds of potential,
Yeah.
put sound and or thermal or however you choose after that.
Okay.
It talks about, and you all decide, in that same standard, I teach along with that, energy is conserved. The word conserved, I use the law of conservation of energy.
Yes.
That is mentioned several times in this document from NSTA. NSTA is the National Science Teachers Association. So they have taken all the standards and broken them up along with this book of the framework, okay? Similar, very similar. I know that when I see conserved, that I need to teach that law of conservation of energy. Energy is neither created or destroyed. I don't know if you all feel like that needs to be added in, or we just know that that's an implication or implied to teachers that they should teach that. I'll leave that up to you all to discuss.
I think it's redundant to put it in.
I do too. When I think of energy as conserved, that's what I think of.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
but that's from science. I don't know.
Just that I'm not seeing the track changes. I don't,
No, can you track that, what we just added there, please? Oh, no.
I wonder if it's not letting you because you're displaying it or something.
No.
I will ensure if it's not working
Well-
because it's being displayed,
That's fine.
we will ensure that there is a fully tracked change document sent to you as soon as possible.
There it is.
Yes.
Boom. Look at that.
So it's just a matter of that all marked up. Or
Yes, all markup. Yeah, you got to have all markup on. Okay. Yeah, and I did a little work. So chemical potential energy or chemical energy are synonyms. So whether you think of it as potential as in the bonds or not. So yeah, I felt good about that wording. So I feel like that's exhaustive. Okay, so we'll go down just a little bit further, 6.ls2.4. This is one, construct an explanation that describes the differences in biodiversity patterns in Earth's terrestrial and oceanic ecosystems, and use data about completeness or integrity of an ecosystem's biodiversity to measure its health. This was one that just was flagged, I think, several times, and I believe it was reworded in the process. Is that correct? So this is a rewording from the original.
Could you scroll back down? So what's the first, remind me,
This is the old thing.
the old standard? And then what's a number?
We
Sorry.
talked about
So
briefly
the top
splitting it.
one is the old standard. Thank you. 4 is current. What's in the 133 document?
Yes.
Right.
And then blue is what you ladies came up with when we asked you to come up with something new?
Yes.
Is that
Reword.
reword, not new?
Yeah.
Right. Reworded.
So in this instance, it looks like they have
Thank you.
added abiotic, and they've listed specifics, examples for the teachers. And then they've done biotic, which includes biodiversity, number of organisms in both terrestrial and aquatic. So they got rid of oceanic and added aquatic, which leads
Which would be
freshwater and saltwater.
That'd be broader.
So-
Yes.
Leslie, if you're teaching number 4, do they run together, or do you need to add another 5 and then 6? Because we talked about splitting it up yesterday, but
I think we'd be okay. I know myself.
Do you like the new wording?
I do like the new wording. I think it was great to add abiotic and biotic. I like being able to know the tundra, the different biomes. I feel like I know them, but I'm an experienced teacher. There may be teachers that might need those biomes listed. So maybe we need to add in parentheses the biomes.
Good point.
So
Where would you put that after aquatic ecosystems?
After terrestrial?
yes, after terrestrial, and then you could add, or after the whole ecosystems word, maybe. What
Oh,
do you
yeah,
all
since
think?
you have marine and freshwater in there, yes.
Terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems.
Does that work? I think that would be good. Thank you, Mike, for mentioning that.
Earned your
we
key.
can give our best yesterday.
All right. Any further discussion on the edit as we have it on the screen?
That's really good, ladies.
I feel like that addresses some of the concerns. It gives enough information so it's not as vague as it was, but also gets to the points that were needed in the standards. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes. Go ahead.
a quick
Nisha.
question,
Please.
and as a non-educator, I'll just preface it again by saying that caveat. But understanding that everything says in these comments, we don't have enough time to do this, or we don't have, that has just been bugging me. So is it valuable? Is it even feasible with the teacher groups that are here to look at these and kind of just do like a, even if you're just doing a check mark by, in your mind, by each one to say, is there sufficient time? I just want us to have thought about that as we do it, so that when teachers are thinking about this and see the process that we've been through, that they know that we're thoughtful about the time that it takes for them to teach it. Is that insanely arduous, unrealistic? And any of those are fine if you say, Nisha, that's ridiculous, we can't do that. But I just need to ask.
That's a fair question.
It's not ridiculous. The scope and sequence for teachers is going to be determined mostly by the districts that they're in, but they're going to have a window to get through X, Y, and Z. So they can spend as much time as they want on this and as little time on other things, but as long as they're covering the standard. But it's mostly up to the teacher to follow scope and sequence.
Within that window.
Yes, I know we have a calendar. I would imagine all school systems do. My friends in other school systems also do. Each semester you have first quarter and second, or the 2 9 weeks periods. And during this first 9 weeks, we expect this to be covered, like Mike mentioned. And then we have a benchmark at the end of that 9 weeks that covers those standards. So all of us are aiming towards getting those skills taught in whatever way is possible. I don't follow the same, our system does not follow in order our standards. We go from big to small, so we start with the big earth and go down small to individual people. So we don't go in this order, this number order in any way, but our system does it the same. Both of our sister schools work with the same calendar. So that's probably the same in all systems. So.
You can always tell from the assessments what the teachers love to teach the most because the kids don't read that part.
I don't know if this helps to that point, but we've actually reduced 6th grade from 24 standards, now reducing that one down to 20 standards. So.
Okay. And so is there a footnote or something that's appropriate to say, that the co-chairs will ensure that this is a realistic timeline? There's a realistic timeline to meet these standards, or?
So those are typically created, Brian, get me wrong, I know in social studies, the department creates the spacing for social studies. Does the department create that for science, or is that the districts? Okay, so the districts then choose, so that's something that's under district control.
Thank you.
They set those.
And Nisha, to make you not feel so stressed for the teachers, I will tell you that our system strives to teach my standards. And Andrea, it went down from what? How many standards?
26 to 20.
26 to 20. So we had a goal to have all of our standards, 26 standards previously, done by the end of third 9 weeks. That gave us the entire fourth 9 weeks, which third 9 weeks ends in March. So that gave us all of March and April to go back and touch and highlight and look back at the benchmarks and the standards. What were we weak in? And this is all of our schools in our system. They look at where were we weak, and we need to really hone in on, let's do some activities with this, and we highlight those. So to be honest, we have not felt overwhelmed. I'm speaking from many teachers, I hope.
And that'll be
That
the
is
same
super
as,
comforting.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that'll be the same in high school, and I'm
Yes.
just speaking as a parent now. That'll be
Right.
the same in high school because AP exams are in March
Yes.
and April, and so they have to be done by.
Well, in 12 years at this school, I've never had to tell a teacher, hey, you're off scope of sequence so far that you got to catch up in 12 years. So they have the flexibility, autonomy to just schedule as they see fit, make sure follow the standards.
Okay, very good. With that, I'm going to say we're done with 6th grade, and we're going to move into 7th grade. I hear no objections, so we're going to move into 7th grade. I've tried to go in and make some notes ahead of time. So as we get into 7th grade, you'll notice 7th and 8th grade, again, the focus shifts a little bit, and you can see that reflected in the table, as was noted earlier, back up on page 12. So a little bit different focus in some of these areas. We'll start with 7.ps1, so we're on page 56. Any thoughts or comments on matrix interactions? It looks like there's a lot of this discussion in the comments. I'm looking at page 12 of the 7th grade comments, and a lot of it reflects the fact that this was an 8th grade concept that maybe has been moved to 7th grade. So I'll just confirm that with our educator experts that in fact 7.ps1 used to be in 8th grade and was moved to 7th grade. Is that what I'm reading correctly, Kelly? That's what, at least that's what the feedback appears to indicate. So that's what I'm seeing in the comments. I was going to pull it up here. I have the other standards. What's that, Brian? Go ahead.
It was not, we had not, so PS1 deals with matter and its interactions.
Yes.
There is no matter interactions discussion in 8th grade.
Okay.
It has been focused primarily on physics.
Okay.
Courses,
Okay.
Eighth grade for the 2016.
Gotcha.
I think that's
Okay.
what I just got from
Okay.
one of my comments as well,
Okay.
from the
'Cause I'm looking at-
earlier it was in 8th grade.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 2016 standards, and it looks like they're all right there. So I see the same thing, and it doesn't looks like they were just trimmed a little bit. So in the 2016 version, we had 6 standards here, and it's been dropped to 4. I see the language has been updated to fit the SEPs. So I think all of that is in there.
There are a couple of comments, and I realize this may have been fixed in all the, but there were a couple of comments that said that this standard, the wording did not line up with the tn.gov website wording for this standard. So I just wanted to double check on that. Again, that may be a clerical thing that has
Do you
been
have a
fixed.
particular reference for that?
For PS 1.1.
1.1.
My question, I'm wondering if they were looking at the existing standards compared to this revised
Probably.
standard and being like, they don't
Sure.
match, but they don't match because
It
these
was
have
a
been
revision.
revised.
Gotcha, okay.
Because what's on the tn.gov website right now is the existing standards as they're currently
Sure,
taught.
that makes sense.
The only concern I had about the way PS1.1 is worded now, it says all substances in the universe are made up of 100 different types of atoms. I don't know that we need to be so prescriptive
The number.
and define a number, because you're going to debate that. Well, technically we can make,
Just,
magnesium.
can we just say many?
Right, that's right. So, is there a reasoning behind including the number, Brian, or educators? Is there a reasoning? And
that language is close to what was pulled directly from the framework.
okay,
I think it's worth considering whether it's the best language.
yeah.
I think, would you want to say over 100 different types or
Why not
many
just many?
different types?
Many?
Okay. We also had a concern about this standard. There's a grammatical or clerical issue here with obtain and communicate. Obtain and communicate, like what are we obtaining?
Obtain, yeah, right.
So we feel like we
right.
need like maybe obtain and communicate information that all substances in the universe are made up of many.
And they evaluate.
Analyze, any of those words. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just think we don't know, it's not clear what we're obtaining.
Right.
I feel like information, I feel like the word information
That's
was
right.
accidentally
It's really
left off
long
here.
word to
So would you
practice.
say evaluate and communicate information that all substances?
Could be. Or analyze, evaluate.
I think what they're saying is, should we put the word information in there? Am I right? It's not so much the verb that you've got an issue with.
But
It's-
it might be clear if it's evaluate as opposed to obtain.
Evaluate information that all substances in the universe.
Evaluating.
Of many different types of atoms.
The SEP is obtain, evaluate, and communicate information. So any of those would probably work.
We can easily change it to evaluate without losing, kind of the rigor of that practice.
So I'm gonna suggest that we do, just because obtain is a if we're asking them to go to the scientific literature to pull out in a journal article or something, we might be obtaining something there. But here we're just evaluating, and that might be asking them to look at the periodic table, right?
Right.
And consider what things are made of. And so I would say evaluate.
Several mentioned adding periodic table, several of the comments.
I did see that as well. I don't know,
Yes.
maybe there's a reason for not putting it in there. I don't know.
Seventh.
But
Or seventh.
we do, it is mentioned later. I did see it mentioned later.
And they also talk about how an atom, they talk about the different types of atoms. Someone has mentioned several times about how atoms have bonds and the valence electrons
The
and
structure.
yeah. So I don't know if that's expressed anywhere else in the standards.
Is that
Could
something
we
they
say-
do in 7th grade, or is that later? That's chemistry.
Yeah, and it should be in 7th grade if they're talking about the periodic table here.
Could we,
And they're talking about
they-
combining
assuming,
them.
yeah, assuming they're talking about the periodic table, right?
Yes.
So could it be evaluate and communicate information from the periodic table that all substances in the universe,
That would be good, I
you know,
think.
something like that? I don't know. Is there?
My only thoughts on that is, could they get that information any other place that
I was just going to say that. It doesn't
and-
just have to
because
be.
this, like, as a teacher,
true.
I would absolutely use the periodic table
Sure.
as one of my resources.
Yeah, as
but
a resource.
that way you don't limit the resource.
Okay.
Like,
Could be investigation data if they're engaging in some kind of investigation activity.
Yes.
so they could pull that. So I think we cut the teacher. We pigeonhole the teacher into a certain.
There could be
It would
there
become
could be
very
some
prescriptive.
laws that they're looking at, like law of definite proportions.
So if we just say
If you really want the periodic table in
it
there,
doesn't
you,
have to be in there.
I was just saying, you could say,
I'm okay with
I'm not just looking at you. You're,
Right,
you could do evaluate and communicate information, parentheses, e.g. from the periodic table. That also,
Yes.
if that's a hill worth dying on.
And include, someone in their comments said, what's wrong with the original language? They said, develop and use models to illustrate the structure of atoms. That gives you the proton, neutron, electron idea with the bonding of those. So,
But that's flat
So
out
one
changing
thing
the
from
standard.
the framework.
no, you add structure of atoms there.
Uh-huh.
Are made of.
Right,
I
but that's a
think
completely
subatomic
different.
particles are not in the middle level grade band
Okay.
for the framework.
So this was a move to get closer to the framework, but also give teachers the ability to have multiple informational sources.
That's fair, and that's fine. I don't see an issue with that because I think there's enough flexibility there that teachers can pursue that. It doesn't require that they understand electrons and bonding patterns and that kind of thing, but it opens the door that if you got an advanced student, you could allow that conversation. Okay.
But just keep in mind this is a very passionate subject area that some teachers like to teach. They love their periodic table. They love their M&Ms and their
Right.
bonds and building their Bohr models. So this is a little bit of shift for them to move to conceptual understanding for students versus those activity focused pieces.
Amy, what's the feedback on the survey? Is there a lot of?
Pretty much what we've, nothing more than what I've already said. It was more just this,
wording?
more just this should be back in 8th grade. That was really the great, that was the big thing. And then the bit about the 100, which was something that I flagged anyway, so.
They talk about the structure of atoms, about four different comments about that.
It's the exact same on the first round as well. Move to 8th grade, should stay in 8th grade.
But we've already determined that this needs to be 7th grade.
It is currently 7th grade. So it's currently 7th grade right now.
That's right. You were saying
The
that these
old-
comments are
for-
for people who have been doing this 10 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
going on 5 years ago, it used to be in
Was
8th grade.
At that point.
And that was a hard adjustment when it
I was
came
gonna say,
out
these are
because
people who
really
still want it
liked
to be
that.
back in
Yeah,
8th grade.
They really
Okay.
liked it.
Okay.
So it currently is in 7th grade. It was a content understanding for our 7th grade to kind of shift to that conceptual piece.
It's fine.
So
Yeah.
changing it again may be a lot of change for those teachers. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, no, and I think developmentally it seems like that's not a bad place to have it. It makes sense. So, can I just ask a clarifying question? And this is a little bit later. So, are we okay? Any further discussion on .1? Okay, I think we ended in a good place. We kept the core. We give a few better terms, I think, that help clarify it. I'm down on .4. Use computational thinking to demonstrate that all atoms and reactants are present in the products of a chemical. And I was looking at computational thinking. is that the best, I guess, SEP for that particular one? Are we balancing an equation? I guess that's really what we're saying here. Is that, am I understanding that right, Brian? We're just balancing an equation.
I think that that's strongly inferred by the standard right now. Whether or not that's the only way to go about it, there's other ways.
Yeah. Okay.
You're onto something. I think one thing to note is, while this strongly pushes towards basic pen and paper stoichiometry,
Yes.
as opposed to perhaps an investigation.
Yeah.
So that might be what you're sort of saying.
I mean, I'm okay with having a balance. I guess I'm asking, is that where the students are at that point? And there's some people saying, seventh graders haven't learned the math required for this. I don't know that it requires that much math, right? To say there's one sodium atom on this side of the equation and one on the other.
I think you need multiplication is
Right.
literally all you need,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you don't need, okay, so this is not unusual. So Heather, did you have a comment?
No, I think that's right.
Okay. I don't see any problem as far as the math of it, and if we're good with the SCP, then I don't have any reason to change it. I just observing that. Okay, so that's 7.PS1. Now 7.PS3 is energy.
Can you give me just a minute?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm just running through, I don't think we have anything else under the
Most
1.3, 1.4, I'm just running through.
Yeah. Most of the 7.PS1 comments relate to 7th grade versus 8th grade, that kind of thing. I
Yeah,
did
there
see
were
the
a few.
comments about wording versus the previous standards, so people recognized it was different. Thought that was a typo in the survey. Which, that's a note for our survey for next time, to make sure people understand when they're taking the I guess, second survey, that they realize what they're looking at, that it's not the original standards.
I was just gonna say what you thought about carry out.
Okay.
I just
wanted,
yeah.
Okay. All right, 7.PS3 energy. We have two standards here. Plan and carry out an investigation to demonstrate the interaction between substances, that the interaction between substances can cause chemical reactions that release or store energy. And this, so that plan and carry out, that's one, yeah. So that's the language of one of the SCPs. For our educators, plan and carry out, is that going to be something that makes sense as far as in the context of that? Okay. I mean, I could imagine you have an exothermic reaction or something. If we combine these two things together, it creates heat or something like that. And that, cold pack, that's right. Yeah. So, there you go. Okay.
Easy.
Yes. All right. The old volcano.
Yes.
Right.
Everybody
Can you
loves
show me how to get that stuff?
That's it.
I'm
We need to do that.
That's on the news tonight.
I love the volcano.
Yeah,
that
me
was my
too.
junior high science fair project.
It's like, ooh.
Oh man, the volcano was great.
Did you like elephant toothpaste too?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good one.
Okay.
I'm writing that down.
YouTube elephant toothpaste.
All right. Any other on? So again, the 7.PS3 comments again go back to the 7th versus 8th grade. Some people say some of these fit better in 6th grade. So, do you put it in 8th grade? Do you put it in 6th grade?
I'm really guessing that now that I understand, I think that 80% of these where it should be comments are because people are resistant to the changes that were made 4 or 5 years ago.
Probably so.
We're just all through it.
We're
All
looking at
through
7PS3.
Just lots and lots of, this is not a 7th grade standard, this is not a 7th grade. I'm like, yes, it is a 7th grade standard, because there it is. But anyway, I'm guessing that that's a whole, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we shouldn't ever listen to
Right.
those people, but these ladies in their committee
Yeah.
put this here for a reason.
So
You start to see a forming of themes there with those.
That's right.
comments.
That's right. There is a comment that the second one, develop a model to explain how food is rearranged through chemical reactions by forming new molecules that support growth, which result in the release of energy as matter moves through an organism. there's some comments that that's above their developmental level. Are they ready for that? And I guess that's a fair question. I mean, what level of detail are we expecting them to know about those chemical reactions? Let's say glycolysis and the breakdown of sugar, right? That's not. Brian shaking his head, no, they don't expect that. So what is the, I guess, what's the classroom application of this? What are they going to be using as a model, as an example for that particular one? So that's 7.ps3.2.
I think the word rearranged is
Yeah.
a little problematic, right?
Well, it flat out says chemical reactions, which means they're talking
Right.
respiration, which
Right.
is, you know.
Well, and food, in a sense, doesn't get rearranged. It gets broken down, right?
Right.
It gets broken down into smaller molecules, smaller components. That's how the energy is released. So, I might change the word rearranged, unless that's a cross-cutting concept. I might change that to.
It's patterns
I'm
or
using- I'm
models
watching the
rearranged.
language here. You know how food is broken down through chemical reactions.
Or utilized could be good too.
Or utilized, yeah.
You'll also see some connections to the life science standards when we get in there with this standard.
we can't hear you.
You'll also see connections to our life science standards with this one.
answers why it's in 7th grade.
Yeah, this would pair with like energy pyramids and
Yes.
how energy in organisms, as you move through trophic levels, how you lose some energy through that process.
Which will be LS 1.3.
I don't have a problem with the standard itself. I might change the word rearrange. Just
That is a 6th grade
Yeah.
standard. Trophic levels also is energy pyramid.
Yeah.
But this fits hand in hand with LS, the
Yeah.
LS standard they're
now,
mentioning. So.
now if by rearrange we mean, hey, we broke it down and now we're using that carbon skeleton to make this amino acid or this nucleotide. I mean, are we going to that level? Because that's what
Most of the comments are. Most
Yeah.
of the comments are, we shouldn't be going into the citric acid cycle. We
Right.
shouldn't be going
Right.
into, and they're right. These shouldn't be in 7th grade.
So I guess the question is, could we say food is utilized through chemical reactions to form new molecules that support growth? Would that be a fair way to say it?
I like
I just
utilized.
rearrange seems constraining. Utilized leaves a little more open as far as, hey, this one's broken down. Oh, this one's stored as glycogen. Whatever. So develop a model to explain how food is utilized through chemical reactions to form new molecules that support growth, which result in the release of energy as matter moves through an organism. So, yeah. Let's see. Is utilized to form new molecules that support growth, which result. So what's which going back to?
Result. You need to say results instead of result.
Right. What's
Or
the,
resulting. Wouldn't take away which.
Yeah, resulting, that'd be nice. Resulting in the release of energy as matter moves through an organism.
I agree. Okay. Very good.
You're the biochemist, so you get final veto on that.
I get to make. I finally something I can talk about. Thank you.
I got sound in mind.
There we go. Tell her. Be proud of me. I love you. So- That's it. There you go. Make sure that's on the transcript.
That's, Joe, that's for your mom. You're helping people.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. I do love y'all. I'm glad we're here. So,
We're feeling it.
yes. All right. So that gets us through 7.ps3. Let's look at 7.ls1 molecules to organisms. So this gets down, as was noted. These align well with what was just mentioned regarding energy. So now we're talking about the structures of cells. The only issue I think I saw with number 1 there came out in a couple comments, if I remember correctly, or maybe a comment, I can't remember. But I think one of the list there of organelles. I'm sorry.
We didn't have any time on this one.
Oh,
No worries.
where did I see
think
that?
it's great. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, 7. All right.
This is my stuff now.
7.ls1.1 So they give the IE and a list of organelles and structures, and it's really not exhaustive, so I would suggest we change that to an EG.
Well,
Because-
except that they've told me that when it's IE, these ladies have told me that when it says IE, that's because they're required to do these.
That's the difference in IE.
I guess the question is, why do we leave out the endoplasmic reticulum and, you know, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, like, we're leaving out, you know, pretty major part of a cell, which is okay if we don't need to cover it at that moment.
So, two things. One is, IE, for assessment reasons, that sends the message to teacher, these are gonna be assessed. They're absolutely important for me. Could they go beyond the scope of that? Yes.
Okay,
But we're also limiting some of those transfer pieces in the organelles as well.
Okay.
So,
Protein synthesis is not.
yeah.
Protein synthesis is obviously not being taught at the 7th grade level, so I think
Right.
that's why.
so we're not getting
Or-
ribosomes,
or
we're
the
not getting
ribosomes
the
and
ER.
the transport's not there.
Yeah. So that kind of gives a signal to the teacher of where their boundary is, and
Okay.
that they're going to then go into biology with that. Does that
Okay,
make sense?
that's fine, that's
Okay.
fine then, if that's a boundary we need to
Great
keep
question,
there, that protects, so that's molecular biologist coming out in me, so, okay. I'm okay with that. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I mean,
Okay.
y'all answered that question. I was just gonna say, teachers really just wanna reflect on what there's gonna be assessed on.
Mm-hmm, that makes
You know,
sense.
it's,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Nisha.
So I want to kind of revisit some of the discussion we had yesterday about, I know somebody mentioned discussion of animal kingdom would be an appropriate place to bring up
Yes.
embryonic development and those kinds of things. The first place that I brought it up, I think, was 2nd grade.
Yeah,
And I just want to, one, ask if we can look at that again based
Yeah.
on everything we've gotten to, because really, a simple introduction at 2nd grade of animal and human is what I think we were adding, and I know Jennifer was concerned about it, so I
Yeah,
want to just
that's
see
fair.
if it's okay to revisit it for a moment and
Sure.
then jump into 7th grade and see if it's
Yeah.
appropriate there. And I think we were trying to do it in 2LS1.2.
right,
And it was obtain and communicate information and classify animals and humans, vertebrates, because they don't talk about animal kingdom at that point, so they
Right,
don't really know.
right.
Kiddos may
right,
not know what the difference is.
yes.
I went back and read this one this morning specifically, just because it was weighing on me, and I actually really appreciated the broader application of the verbiage.
Okay.
That's just my perspective, and I do think there may be even more language that's coming in. You know, I think similar to some of the other content discussions we've had, sometimes when you leave it more broad, the teachers are able to really speak more directly to some of those very specific aspects. But if I'm understanding your question, I felt very comfortable with this language.
Yeah, my suggestion or ask is just to add human, and so I would love everybody else's, just to, especially Jennifer, because that was, I think, a really big concern for her, and I want to make sure we don't do anything that we don't have some consensus on, so.
Yeah, which one are you wanting to add? Human?
Dot two.
Yeah, dot two.
Well, I had my lights on first, Jennifer. Yeah, so I think, I think that's a good idea, because I think that if it's not there, that gives the freedom for the teacher just to glance over and go wait until 10th grade or 11th grade or something like that. And so there's got to be a time for an introduction at some point. So I think it's a good idea to add that at this point. Not 2nd grade, but I think this is good.
So would you put it at the end of the organism, parenthetically including humans, or
So are you in 2 or in 7?
7 LS1?
Okay, so I was revisiting 2nd.
Right,
But
correct.
I was saying in
Right.
2nd, 2LS1.2,
Yes.
and we're not this is not gonna get into any kind of details other than to say, it's like birds, than to say, it's like birds and humans, and we all have these developmental things and
Yep.
physical characteristics is all it's saying.
Are you suggesting bring the whole thing forward? I guess I'm just trying to understand, do you want to
So-
bring this whole thing forward, or do you want to edit one of the ones here?
I wanted to just think back to yesterday
Yes.
and see if we all felt the same way that we felt yesterday. And if so, we leave it and look at 7. But if we can revisit it and talk about it, because otherwise
Oh, you're
the
saying, should
human
we-
part doesn't come up until 7th grade. Because I looked at 6
Yeah.
and there's no LS1 and 6. So then it's not even middle school. And by that time, there's chatter enough where they already know all that stuff pretty well. And I feel like we're missing.
Remember, we kept saying, let's see at the
Yeah,
next grade, let's
so-
see at the next grade.
And it never
And now
got
we've
there for
gotten
me.
there.
Yeah.
And so it's too far now for me at 7th grade
Yeah,
when
yeah.
they're talking about sexual and asexual reproduction. And we've not even talked about human
Yeah.
body
How,
as a.
how humans develop.
Yeah.
Well, so this is what's cool about, I think, being on a committee. Now I think it's a good point. I think second's too early, but then somewhere, because by 7th, they know everything.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good point. So I think that's why the experts in this room should decide on where to embed that between 2nd and 6th grade, really. Without getting too, you don't have to get too detailed and all this
Right.
kind of stuff. Like, it's not sex education in the 9th grade, but
Well,
it is a valid point that they're not getting anything until the 7th grade. By then, they've already come up with conclusions, or they think of things
And
they
that's
think that they know.
troubling.
Yeah.
Would it be all right if we move on to continue just because we're in a pattern of moving on with the standards, and the next time we take a break, to take a minute and open with this?
The only thing about that is if we do something in 7th, then we may have to come back and
Oh,
revise
that's a
that.
good
and I-
point. That's a good
But
point.
I'm
Yeah,
okay
yeah,
with that.
yeah.
I'm just trying to do it all
Right.
in a collective way, so comprehensive, not collective.
Can we do a quick conversation on, like, from a parent perspective? Most of us are parents, and then can we do a quick
And the
conversation about,
physiologist in the room
well,
is, I wanted to go back and read 4th
I would
and
almost
5th
speak
and
from a parent
6th.
principal
So,
perspective.
Yeah.
The 7th graders, they form their own conclusions, and most of them are
Yeah.
wrong. But, and then you got the parental aspect, so, and I think it would be a good idea to figure out where this goes now.
And one more thing I just want to mention, and this may be appropriate more in the 7th grade, and I think it is that we talk about, one of the things we mentioned yesterday was the development like of a butterfly, as it kind of parallels with the human life. And I think so human embryology and sort of knowing how your body creates something, just like this butterfly is created, I think is an important thing for children to know.
Sure.
So they value that in themselves.
Well, we need to be able to communicate that. Yeah, we include scientifically humans in the animal kingdom, but there's something unique and distinct and
About the
Yeah.
person that's learning.
That's right. That's right.
That is
So,
also
well,
so.
let me suggest this. So I think there is a place here where it fits.
Yes,
So think
I
it
agree completely
reinforces
with
here.
that.
So,
But I don't think, and
but
to what,
this probably doesn't need to be the first place.
that's right.
So and I think that's fair. To the points made earlier, it may be something we need to go back and read over. And so let's see if let's put something here. Let's finish through 7th grade.
I'm good with
We'll
that.
take a break, give everybody a few minutes to read, and then we'll come back and say, all right, is there somewhere in 4th, 5th, 6th where that fits and makes sense?
And I would just say these charts are super helpful to me when
Yeah.
you look at the
That's a
page
great point.
14, the life sciences, the
So we should be able to see
LS1
where-
is mentioned. And so you can actually see exactly where throughout the different years you have that addressed. So individually you can go back and look at that.
Very good. Okay, let's do that. So in looking at LS1
In 7,
in
correct?
7th grade, let's see here.
I'm amazed that, I know this is going back to the,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm bringing up the survey, this is terrible, but we have no comments about LS1, and there are 7 standards there.
So there's a lot of
And
standards.
we have
Well,
no comments.
There are bunches in the first survey.
So maybe changes were made and they were happy?
Pages and pages, but I don't think so because some of it is, I don't know.
We can look and see
honestly.
if it's
I
the
think
same.
If they were
I think
lost?
2 standards were taken out between scantrons or surveys.
I mean, there are pages
So,
and pages on
They
that.
did probably make some
I can
changes.
find- I thought I had it pulled up.
Is that correct, Andrea? Like 8 and 9 were taken out, or maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking at revisions.
Okay.
I was kind of shocked how
It
dead
still
on
just
you were.
seems crazy that we have no
Yeah.
comments
So
for seven, in the second.
there was a lot of there was some removal, like you said, and then there was some where feedback was taken into consideration. I'm sorry, I've lost my place. Let's see. Rationale. Where's my rationale? Oh, here's my rationale.
Well, maybe the changes were all addressed.
Clarified due to public feedback. Let's see. Added to close the gap between component ideas. Clarification due to public feedback. So it looks like several were clarified due to the first round of public feedback. I don't know that may or may not have had bearing on this feedback.
But there's a lot of stuff that's in here that I don't know if it, I mean, you know, there's comments about kingdoms and taxonomy and alignment and life science. And then there is some mention of embryology and demonstrate how cell membrane uses the process of diffusion to move material across. So there's lots of comments in here I don't necessarily see reflected in the standards. So I do think there's kind of a miss. I don't know how,
Okay.
to your point, Amy, that if there are Zippo, and that's weird.
Nobody comments?
Yes.
On it. Yeah. Okay. So 7.ls1.1, I think we're fine with. 7.ls1.2 talks about the structures, and so whether that's, food, water, waste disposal. I don't know that one really just talks about kind of broad thinking, it looks like, on the basic processes. Number 3 gets into body systems. And so the body, the way I teach it, the body's an organism. Organisms are made of systems. Systems are made of, organs, or organs are made of tissues, etc. And that's the concept I see being brought out here. I do appreciate, so here's an IE list again. So I'm assuming these are, this is delineating the systems and things that are going to be tested over. If I'm following my parenthetical notes correctly, there's a parenthesis missed at the end, maybe?
They fixed it.
Okay, it's fixed on there? Okay. All right, very good. So we have our double parentheses.
They actually use brackets.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, I was going to say, get your second level right, brackets,
Yeah.
and then, okay. So we got our parenthetical note. That covers those systems. So I'm trying to see here, is there room there for this idea of the development, or, it does talk about the reproductive system in that particular one. Do we want to say explicitly here, Tanisha's point, number 3, that this is the human body? It just says the body. Do we want to specify the human body? I don't see any
I
comments.
think if we read further on in the rest of the LS1, it talks about sexual reproduction, asexual reproduction. So I think we need to identify human maybe in there, since it.
You're talking about .6?
I'm talking about 6. Yeah.
Yes.
Leslie, is it understood?
I think it goes back
Is number
between the
3
humans.
referring to human? Is that just understood by teachers? No.
No.
Okay.
Most teachers, I would imagine.
Does anybody know where that falls in this book, what they recommend in this book? I can only find LS4.
Okay, I've got LS4.
I mean, it would make sense to me, at least as a clarifying factor there. If the body is used as the model system, just say the human body, just put that in there. Is that?
They
But-
just mentioned animals.
But I was going to say, Leslie just said they don't necessarily do the human here. That's why I was just
Well,
asking.
they don't, that doesn't mean that they, I would do the human because I feel like kids have a better.
Yeah, they can relate to it.
Relate.
Right.
It's their body.
When you,
right.
so I would say that in my classrooms, probably, I would say almost 100% do human.
Yeah.
But you also limit them to compare and contrast to other
That's what I
as
was
well,
thinking.
like Kelly just said, like a fetal pig, or
Yeah.
doing some of the other
Yeah.
animals and organisms.
So do both
At
need
this
to be
point,
spelled
it's
out?
very much a common conversation that humans are in the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
With our classmates.
So then reiterating that is not a problem, right? To say human and animal
Well,
body?
you would put human and other animals or
Yeah,
something like that.
something like that. And it still doesn't quite address what I'm talking about, although
Right.
this is getting it in there, because I'm talking about we missed, again, I keep going back only because we missed the opportunity to talk about
Yeah.
baby
Right.
too, and this is more
Right.
systems.
Right. This is systems that have developed.
Yes.
Now, it does talk about reproduction within that context, but you're right, it doesn't specify
Well,
that.
we agreed we're going back.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Just after we finish 7.
W- Exactly.
We'll,
So-
we'll get it in there.
All right, so.
But
so
even here, I
as a
think,
committee, do we want this body to specify human and other animals, or we just leave it as it is with the understanding that teachers have that flexibility and probably will apply it to the human body as a main example? Yeah, okay.
it would what?
It's understood, in other words, that's the human body in most cases. Okay.
So say that again, Joe?
So if we leave it as it is, most teachers, it sounds like, would understand that's referencing the human body, and it doesn't constrain them if they want to use animal as an example as well. So,
Well, but I want
Michael.
to just point out something, and that is that some teachers, they feel, do I have to have the mic on?
So they can.
Some teachers are going to feel like they can't elaborate on the human body because it's not in the standard, and they're going to feel like they might get held accountable for elaborating on the human body if it's not in the standard, i.e. the teachers that just got suspended from, county close to us for doing exactly that. So I think if we're going to allow them to do it, we should be specific and say human body.
Okay. Other comments on that? So the phrasing could be that human and other animal bodies are systems of multiple interacting subsystems, something like that.
Yep.
I would say, if we're going to do this, I would say to explain that the body of humans and other animals
Yes.
is a system of multiple.
Thank you, English teacher's daughter.
Yes, that's exactly what I am.
Other animals,
Other animal.
that the body of humans and other animals is a system of multiple interacting subsystems. Okay. So that would give some protection for the teachers,
Yes, sir.
also allowing the freedom to explore other organisms as well.
That will lead them into one of the later,
Yeah.
in this same, discussing Punnett squares.
Yeah.
So they
that's
can
right.
use human traits from
Human
that point
traits for
on.
that. Okay.
So,
I have a comment on the standard that doesn't have anything to do with the content, but just with
Yes.
the consistency of how it's written.
Yes.
So in our IE list at the bottom, we've got
Yes.
digestion, respiration, excretion, circulation, without any specification of the system.
I
And
thought
then
that,
we
yeah.
have sensation, but we've got two systems. We've got locomotion, but that is kind of the muscular system, skeletal system combination.
Right.
And then it's like they kept
Yeah.
going and they specified.
I agree. You
That's
can
messy.
take out the parenthetical reproductive system and the parenthetical immune system.
Okay,
You're exactly
thank you.
right, Kelly. Yep. And leave the other two because it's more than one system for those other two.
I guess,
Change it from
I
immunity
guess the
to
question I
immune.
would have is when it comes, because as I'm learning, that's for assessment, right?
Yes.
Is it better to specify all 10 systems found in our bodies, right? Or do we leave it to these functions? And in the way it's phrased, we're talking about the functions, which are backed up by systems, right? So digestion, digestive system, right?
But
et
the
cetera.
wording is functions,
Right,
i.e.
right.
So the way it's worded within the brackets is correct because it's referring to functions. I hear what you're saying. Grammatically, it's correct because it's referring to functions.
Right.
Digestion,
That's right.
respiration,
No, I agree
excretion.
with that. I'm just asking would it be better to refer to the systems as opposed to the functions?
Then you gotta
or-
rewrite
or-
the whole thing, which is fine.
I think either or.
If we gave
I think
Andrea a headache,
Yeah.
it's hurting over there.
I'm thinking, I totally get what you're saying. We're talking 7th grade, not graduate
Right, that's right.
physiology. So I think probably it doesn't matter.
I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure the teachers.
No, I hear you.
And I think the teachers, it's like Mike said, they want to know what's going to be assessed.
Right.
And so if those are the things that are going to be assessed, it's great. I've got a list of them.
Yeah. So does
Joe
that-
is right that they are technically different things.
Right.
I just think in 7th grade, it doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. So, Kelly, do y'all feel good about that? Does that seem like it makes sense? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We okay with this?
That was a good catch.
Good catch. Yeah.
I do have one other question. We are saying multicellular organisms, and then we go on to specify humans and other animals. Is it our intent that like plants and other multicellular organisms would be left out of this?
That's a good question. Is that typically taught in 7th grade? We talk about plants. I guess when I look at this, we don't have as much discussion about plant digestion and circulation and things like that. Though they do have those systems, right? I guess I'm wondering how much that conversation comes up, because I mean, obviously we don't want to hand tie them, but we talk about the body is a system. Do students think of plants as a body, right?
So I think it also looks at 1, 2, and 3 and how they build on each other and where you want to distinguish those.
Yeah.
I think the IE list, because that would be considered the exhaustive list of things that we're going to talk about, is more specific to animals
Animals,
than
that's what I'm
plants
thinking.
too. So I mean, I think we exclude plants by having that specific list in there
I
as
think
well.
so too. Yeah.
And we are going to focus on plants in 7, because we have photosynthesis coming up. We're going to focus on plants in LS2.
We'll see them come back up. Okay. So that's number 3. Number 4, this is a very minor grammatical note. It says analyze to determine the effect of genetic and environmental factors. With it being so spaced out, I wondered if you should say genetic factors and environmental factors, or is that redundant? Yes. Just with the parenthetical note, spreading it out so far.
Yeah, I would, for clarification.
So 4 genetic factors, yeah. And then these are EGs. Are we good with those being EGs? Everybody, our experts? Okay, all right, make sure. And did you catch on number 5? Yeah, we got an extra period at the end there. Okay. Number 6, the only word there's a word that caught my attention. It talks about develop and use a model as evidence to prove why. Maybe to demonstrate. Prove is one of those things that in science we don't like to prove this or that. Yep. we may demonstrate it or provide evidence for it, but proving is kind of strong.
Good catch.
I didn't have anything on 7.7 or Ls1.7.
So is 6 a place where we could add something about human embryology, or
Develop and use a model as evidence.
because it's,
I have an answer for that if you can just.
In offspring. So that one's more focused on genetics. I'd hate to take in that particular one, I hate to take the focus off of the genetic application there, because then you're cramming too much in there. I think it's going to have to be its own statement.
Yeah.
okay.
And it happens later.
Yeah, you need
We're
that to be
missing a period at the end of 7.
Okay.
All right.
And then,
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Jody's got clarity.
Go get a test right now.
So,
go ahead.
I'm just thinking about that again.
Yes. I think if we do it, it's got to be its own. It's going to have to be a number 8 under that list.
Will somebody kill me for that?
Not necessarily.
But I thought we were going to go put it back in like
Why
5 or 6. We're just waiting to.
Well, we are, but
Yeah.
that's a more, in the progression,
Right.
we don't ever hit it before 7, so we got to hit it back there.
Yeah.
But the detail won't be at all there. So if we add one here that just says, discuss human embryology and development of fetal stages, something like that.
In third grade, there's a from molecular to whatever, yes.
Right.
Structure, process, and LS1 that we could add it.
Right, so then it'll be in both the
So again,
third
grade.
and then
grade
seventh
and
LS, and
seventh.
I feel really great about that.
So, why don't we do this? Nisha, why don't you type out or write down what you think it could say?
Okay.
And then I think it would fit underneath this 7.ls1 umbrella because we're
Yes.
already hitting on some of these things, so it would be reinforcing standards that are already there.
Yes.
It would just be putting a little more focus on it in
Yep.
particular.
Okay, and then we can, whenever, go back to third,
Yes.
but this is great.
Yes.
Yeah.
This comment is made for the band, the grade band endpoint by the end of 8th grade.
Yes.
There's a boundary and it's written boundary. Reproduction is not treated in any detail here. For more specifics about the grade level, see LS3.A.
My
So I
kids
gotta find
learned
that.
it in 7th grade.
I was going to
I
say,
mean,
yeah.
I had,
I'm just saying, my
I had
kids,
it in 7th grade
Yes.
health.
I
Yeah.
I
my
remember Mrs. Fry teaching it.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. I mean, but mine had it in Rutherford County in the state of Tennessee at
Yes.
public school in
I know.
7th grade because we
Mine
had a
too.
big discussion over the
Right.
fact that a vocabulary word was penis
Oh,
in 7th grade.
Gotcha.
So,
but this is
It
the
was
framework
definitely
we're
there.
following, so that's the comment from the book.
Sure.
So,
And I think, but
yes. Yes. Right.
well,
no, this wasn't a health course. This was 7th grade science. So, yeah.
Mike just volunteered for that. committee.
No. Not the whole thing. No.
Okay. Nisha, if you'll draft something, let's go ahead and look at Ls2 and Ls3 and see if there's any comments on those because I want to keep us moving forward here. I don't want to get too bogged down.
And then
Go ahead, Catherine.
on your request, Joe,
Yeah.
Scantron
Yeah.
has to pull it from the raw data, but they are working on getting the numbers of the number
Actual
of
number of
respondents,
respondents.
per role for
That's
both
great.
wave 1 and wave 2
Okay.
surveys.
Thank you. Okay, so 7.ls2 ecosystems. There were no comments that I see on that one. I don't see anything. I mean, it's a basic, flow of materials through the environment type of standard that fits in, I think, with the energy standards above. So that seems to make sense where it is. LS3 deals with heredity. So this again reinforces one of the standards up above in molecules to organisms.
Are you okay with our genetic counselor? Are you okay with the wording of LS3-1, which in turn affect the traits of an individual? Is that good for 7th grade? Do you see where I am?
What would you suggest different?
I don't know. It just caught my eye. If you're happy, then I'm happy.
Well,
Yeah.
this is another one that was a little bit awkwardly worded. It's got that obtain and communicate, and again, what are we obtaining? So maybe do we go back to our previous model of evaluate and communicate information that chromosomes contain distinct genes that code for proteins?
I guess
Of
I was
course-
thinking they don't just affect the trait, they legitimately are the
Make,
trait.
yes.
I don't
make.
That's why I was.
Yes,
I-
I that's why I'm listening for what your wording might be. That would be.
Well, and they have
right.
not learned about RNA.
Is it maybe
at this point,
determine the
have they?
trait?
7th graders don't know RNA, but they know
Oh,
protein.
I'm sure not.
Yeah.
Effect is a cross-cutting.
Yet cause and effect is a cross-cutting concept. So it's,
So
so
which
I don't
in
know
turn.
if that,
So is which in turn would be the cause and effect, the trait.
So I think if we make it evaluate to start with, evaluate and communicate information, and this could be, the teacher could provide them with examples of traits going through a family, right? Punnett
I
squares
agree.
is up above, so that would fit in with this.
Impact, which in turn.
They make predictions
Yeah.
for the offspring.
It just does more than
I,
affect.
No, it
well,
does.
I think you could make a case that affecting would be appropriate because the gene is not the trait, right? But it goes into the milieu of things that
Yeah.
build
I
the
think,
trait
I think
up.
I'm splitting hairs. I
Yeah,
just
I
wanted
think so.
to,
That's
I
okay.
just
I read
wanted to
it.
defer to somebody who was
I
a
read it and
geneticist.
thought it's a weird word, but I thought, well, It's
Yeah.
fine. It's,
At their level, they don't know RNA, they don't know, epigenetics is not in the vocabulary yet, so there's a whole nother realm right above that, so it's okay. I think given where it is, it's probably appropriate, but I think I like the changing there, so, okay. Because I even said proteins and RNA molecules, but if they haven't had RNA, that's gonna be, that's throwing a whole nother wrench in there. I had a little bit, and I don't know, you may also have a comment on this. Number 2 talks about structural changes to genes.
Yeah.
I don't like that word.
no, I didn't think that was accurate either.
Yeah.
What about just taking out the word structural?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, either changes, so they're not learning about nucleotides yet, correct? So they don't know A, T, C, and G. So, then I would just say changes to genes, i.e. mutations.
And close the parentheses.
It's there.
Because there's a whole discussion in my field now about how chromatin is organized in the nucleus, and there's structure to the chromatin and nucleus. So when I think structural changes, I think, loops and boundaries, and it's
And
a
I
whole
would
nother-
even say, i.e. variations, mutation, or variants, mutations, not variations, variants.
Well, remember the IE is what they're,
They
Yeah.
might be getting tested specifically over
Yeah,
that.
okay. Mutations is just a little bit of a,
It's a loaded term in genetics for sure. So, yeah. So as this discussion gets bigger, when you get into the science of it, mutation has a very specific connotation. And so a lot of times now we talk about variants and things like that. And
yeah, so like a variant would be.
I mean,
the
we can change it, we
neutral or
just have to,
benefit.
we can change it, we just have to be careful with the IE to
Well,
make sure
I think
that-
developmentally where they are, mutation is probably appropriate for their level of understanding. And then as they get into high school biology, that will get fleshed out a little more. So, yeah.
So the content here that students would probably be looking at would be, the terms would be like frame shift, insertion, deletion.
Right.
And so
those would all
they're
be
talking
mutations.
about like probably making a claim about what kind of mutation would likely be most potentially detrimental to an organism. Is probably like one of the things that students might be doing in a classroom,
Sure.
just to put some kind of perspective on what this standard is.
I think that's fine. And I appreciate the fact that there's recognition that there's harmful, beneficial, and neutral. Like that's a good observation. Now there was an issue. I want to say this last.
We're missing a period on the end of
Yeah,
3.
Number 3.
Thank you.
No, okay. So yeah, they're already doing. If they're doing Punnett squares, then they got probability. So, and that's, I'm assuming mathematically, basic ratios like that is not a problem at their age. Okay. Other comments on 7.ls3, and then we can do ETS2, and then we'll come back and see if Nisha's got a proposal for us.
Just as far as in Nisha also, I mean, they're talking sexual reproduction in that last part of that standard.
That's
So-
right.
So that leads more towards
Yeah.
bouncing off of what they're learning in health also.
Right, they're fitting,
So.
that's all fitting in there, okay. Dominant, recessive, okay. Yeah, I don't have any
While you're thinking,
issues about, go ahead.
Leslie, during a teaching cycle, how fast do you get to that, from that one standard that Nisha was talking about to the standard you just mentioned? How fast do you get to that in like a week or a couple of classes?
I would say probably this entire standard, you'll do a little bit of each part. You'll jump from 1 maybe to
I know, well,
3, and you've done Punnett squares up above, so now you're gonna be using that probability. So it's probably all blended together, and maybe a 3-4 week, maybe a month process probably for those.
So the only other one in 7th grade is the ETS2 engineering links. They're trying to make medical application. There was some feedback that, hey, not everybody's going to the medical field or whatever. I think the medical application makes sense in light of, we're talking about mutations and genes and genetics. Like that makes sense, because then you could talk about a disease, you could talk about cancer, you could talk about some other inherited disease that has a medical connotation as well as a genetic connotation to it.
I have several comments along, and this is out of my realm of expertise. So ladies, several comments that are basically asking to completely remove this standard, saying the standard is better served as a cross-cutting concept. There was another one down here that was similar, or some sort of application to the rest of the standards. How can engineering practices be applied to problems pertinent to the science concepts covered in 7th grade? Okay, well, engineering concept practices can be applied to any problem, so ignore that. But
Well, maybe we could give them a list.
as soon as I read it out loud, I realized. But there were a lot of
And
this
maybe-
is better served as a cross-cutting concept, and I guess I'm kind of struggling with understanding that kind of comment because
This standard
aren't cross-cutting concepts used under the standards?
Right.
Within the standards?
Right.
They're not, right, ladies? They're not,
They're embedded.
it's not one or the other.
Right, they're embedded in the standards. So for any standard, a teacher should be able to highlight, there should be a science and engineering practice kind of pretty evident in the standard. Cross-cutting concepts, they're going to be highlighting those throughout, their progression. But I would say cross-cutting concepts are one of the places where teachers have quite a bit of instructional freedom to kind of pick maybe which cross-cutting concept they want to focus in on, because really in any given standard there's probably multiple directions you could go with that. So the cross-cutting concept is, I would say, probably less obvious in a standard usually than your practice.
Okay.
But they should be in there.
Okay, right.
So we were looking in the framework. This is ETS2 component idea A. And so we were just looking in there what the grade band endpoint says for grade 8. Do we have any recommendation?
I guess I'm confused at what they're asking.
They're saying some of the feedback said that this was more of a cross-cutting concept and should not be a standard, I believe.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's on page 211, so end of grade 8, and this would fall within that grade band.
I think it's good.
Okay.
I disagree that it's a cross-cutting concept.
Okay.
I wonder if, so just to clarify, one, this was in the 2016 standards, so it's been out there for 6 years. Two, are we being overly specified by saying pertaining to biomaterials? I mean, is that the word that's causing consternation maybe? Do we need to allow it to be more broad? This talks about better technologies, materials research.
Maybe we include some of these
This one
examples.
goes well with some of
For
those
teachers.
life science standards, like on the
Yes.
systems. Like a lot of our teachers, because it's a similar one that we have,
Yeah.
they build a container that can preserve an organ for transportation, and so there's some, I guess, pieces that connect there too.
Okay.
There's some activities too I've seen teachers do where they're developing like a prosthetic for a dolphin, and they have like a little story that goes along with it about an actual dolphin that
Right.
needed this, and
That
then
was the first thing
they
that came
have
to my mind was
design
like
and
prosthetic or
constraints,
something like that.
and
Yeah.
so there's lots of different. Like this is not prescribing any one specific activity.
I
There's
guess-
lots
I
of
guess-
directions.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering, is biomaterials too ambiguous of a term?
Yes.
And maybe that's what's
It
causing.
is.
Yes.
I think we need to give examples. I think we need to
Or-
say prosthetics, or give them.
Or take it out.
Framework.
Help me out.
That's what I'm saying, maybe take
Take
it
a
out.
reference,
Right.
yes, a reference.
I'm
of some
going the
sort of frame
opposite
of reference,
direction.
so.
I'm going the opposite direction.
Okay.
I think take it out and let the teachers have their
Examine a
freedom.
problem from the medical field and design a solution. I mean, just take the pertaining to
Take the
biomaterials.
pertaining to biomaterials.
And then they have the freedom to say, you know what, we want to look at, some way to test better for genetics or some prosthetic or some, they can still do those things they're
Right.
doing, but it gives a little more freedom. I feel like pertaining to biomaterials is a really,
It's super specific.
yeah, it's really specific.
Yeah.
And what does that mean to any one person?
Right.
Could we include examples? Y'all, I'm telling you, when you get down to these that are these type of cross-cutting standards, cross-cutting concept standards, you are swimming in. I gotta get these up here that are, I mean, these are the fun things to do
Right.
that you
Right.
do at the very end
It's like
after
your
you've
elective
talked.
course.
Yes, it
versus
is.
your-
So maybe we give them some suggestions. Here would be some good topics to aim towards.
So could you take out
you
the
know,
pertaining to biomaterials, but also say, examine
Yes.
a problem from the medical field, and then your EGs?
Parenthetically,
Yes.
EG, yeah. Okay, what would be a couple that we would put in there?
We also realized this is an ETS1, not an ETS2. So we were gonna ask permission to change that header.
Okay, so the header is not ETS2,
Yeah.
Okay, on page 205 from the book.
so it's technically under ETS1.
That's where I was.
So that's how the engineers solve problems, kind of the bigger. Okay, that's fine. I don't see any
I think
problem
it was
with
just, you're saying it was just a typo.
Yeah, it's just, we put the wrong title. There was clerical issue.
It's not that it was put in the wrong place, it's that the 2 should have been a 1 all
It should be
along, and
one.
it was just a
That's fine.
typo.
The
The
different.
words are correct,
Ooh.
right?
my son
The
would say,
the words are
"Jeez."
correct, links among engineering technology, that's all correct?
ETS1 is engineering and design.
Engineering.
I beg your pardon,
Engineering
Joe, I
design.
I
It's engineering
misunderstood.
design.
I misunderstood, Joe, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so it should be 7.ETS1, engineering and design.
But is
I
it?
should say.
Because this is more like
I
applications.
think it's more like, I think it
Yeah.
is applications.
I don't see that
No?
in the
do y'all-
ETS one.
I mean, you're the experts in the content, but that just sounds like application to me.
This one.
So the boundary.
In the book, that's what it.
ETS1 is essentially the engineering design process.
Right here.
When you look at the language of the standard, and you think about what the intent of the standard is the intent to engage students in the engineering design process. ETS2 is about the interplay between engineering, science, and technology.
Here.
Recognizing that scientific
Sorry.
advancements are applied by engineers to improve materials. So the language biomaterials references the ES2 concept, but the language of the standard is written in ES1.
Well, that's not confusing at all.
So it made it,
So which
so it
one
made
we-
it into the 2016 standards under the wrong heading is what we're saying, because this is how it was listed in 2016. Correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Well, or did you say that by our removing the words pertaining to biomaterials, we switched the standard?
So the
Heading.
fact
Okay.
that it says examine a problem
And criteria and constraints.
and criteria and constraints makes it focus on that engineering design process versus the link. It's really, technically it falls under ETS1. I see connections to ETS2 too. I don't think it really
By
is
the
gonna matter.
definition that Brian just gave, I totally see why it should be under 1. I totally see that. We saw the word application and went, this is application, but what he said is right, if they are
Okay.
constructing whatever they're constructing.
So you're saying by removing pertaining to biomaterials, are we changing something fundamentally about that?
Which is not, that's not to say that's not a positive change.
Okay,
No, we're,
Two big sets of ideas.
okay.
One is all about the process.
Will
Yes.
would you do me a huge favor and step up? I'm sorry. And I know you're hiding behind the podium today. Noted, duly noted.
I had to plug in. So you have two separate groups of ideas, ETS1 and ETS2.
Right.
They both answer a different big question. The big question for ETS1 is all about the engineering design process.
Okay.
And so standards that are grouped under ETS1 should be about engineering design process. ETS2 is about this big idea that what engineers do is they take scientific discovery,
Yeah.
they apply it, and that improves the human condition,
Yeah.
which then allows scientists to make new discoveries.
Right.
So when this had biomaterials in it, it's getting to that idea that we've had better biomaterials, whether it's stents or the way that we deliver medicines, for example. If that is removed, then you might evaluate whether it's ETS1 and about designing a solution, or ETS2 about that interplay between science and engineering.
dress.
Yeah.
I
Give
was
us,
gonna go there.
give us a square check, Heather. So we don't want to mess things up here. I guess, could we, if we keep the pertaining to biomaterials or something, then we definitely need to parenthetically include some examples to clarify that. But let's keep moving on this here. So, all right. So
If you
go ahead.
remove it from the ETS 2, there's only one standard. It's in the 8th grade that falls, well,
Under
that's not
that.
true. That's not true. You actually have it for 2nd, 5th, and then it's only 8th grade for 6th through 8.
Okay.
It's covered in that grade band.
So it's hit
in
a
that
couple
grade band.
times. Okay. So does anybody have strong feelings on where they think this should land? Nisha, engineering perspective on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think my perspective is kind of irrelevant because of the framework. So it's
The
gotta be-
framework does, why? Is that what you're thinking? Why have we
Yes.
separated them?
Yes.
Right.
That's
It's arbitrary
Not
in that sense. Yeah.
reconciling for me.
Yes. Do you feel that this standard leans toward preparing children for engineering and engineering applications?
I mean, everywhere that you can introduce them to things, whether medical or otherwise, I want it in there.
Yes.
And I want to not, I understand what Leslie said about, by the time we're doing all this, this is like, we're just floating and it's electives, but maybe it gets to be fun and it's something that then it becomes like a periodic
It is.
Yeah.
table
Right.
kind of
You're
discussion.
using what
Okay.
they've learned.
So-
Right. And so I feel like whatever you can feed into that sentence to give it life,
Yeah.
that becomes more than words, I want to do that.
Okay.
So taking out biomaterials, I think, is actually smart because then it gives them more freedom to be able to explore different things, but providing EG and giving them tools to use, I think, would be beneficial.
Okay. So I'm in favor of taking out biomaterials just because I feel like that's
I am too.
artificially constraining it, and you could still allow that, but
Right.
this would allow more freedom. If we do that, it probably fits better than, if I understand correctly, under ETS 1 as opposed to ETS 2, which I don't think any of
But
us have.
that's okay because
have
we
an
still
objection to
have
that.
ETS 2 in the grade band.
It is.
Correct.
So you know what, we don't have, sorry,
Mm-mm.
there is no ETS, whatever the other number, the one with engineering, technology, and science at all in 3.5 or 6.8. You know what I'm saying?
Yours-
We take it, it's only, the last time the kids saw that standard was 2nd grade. Am I reading it right?
But they'll see it in 8.
Okay.
But she's talking about here, the
Oh,
fact
yeah.
that these are.
But that wasn't
that's
in there to
B.
begin with.
Yeah, that's B.
That's
It
B.
was 2,
No.
yeah.
I don't
See,
really,
am I reading that
I don't
wrong?
really
Yeah.
know the difference in A
Right
and
here.
B.
What's
Right.
A and B though?
Right here.
It's A. You're looking at B, and there's an A and a B.
Okay, so B is the influence of engineering, technology, and applications of science, right? Am I reading that right on
Influence.
Yeah, you are.
Keelan? Okay.
But that's not, this is ETS 2, that's the.
Right, and we're changing it to be ETS 1.
Yeah,
Am I
so,
right?
yeah, so you're moving this little guy
Yeah.
and he's going up here.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're not doing anything to the black area down at the bottom.
And we're not eliminating this, they get it in 8.
Right. But the
I
point
mean-
is, Leslie, the two black areas that are grayed out are still going to be grayed out. We're not changing anything about that. They're grayed out regardless.
I hear
Right.
what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I wondered
Yeah.
about that too.
Okay. So if we take out, let's come back to this. If we take out that phrase pertaining to biomaterials, what would our EG examples be?
Biomaterials.
Biomaterials. Yeah, right. Yeah. Heather.
Sorry, you walked right in.
There she goes. All right. Okay. So I would like to give 2 or 3 examples, and maybe it's
Prosthetic limb.
so prosthetics could be organ transplants,
What about blood testing or some kind of,
blood testing. That would seem to fall. So those just as examples to give people somewhere to hang their hat
Yes.
and run with.
A blood testing could be, well, I'm just saying, as this is me stepping out of this role and speaking as a district leader. I've
Yes.
had teachers want to do blood testing, and so, yeah, so I would just biohazard.
Oh, yeah, well,
Oh, I don't mean actually
It's
perform it.
cons-
I just meant
yeah,
as an example. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is
conceptual.
that okay? Is it okay if we just put those two though? Is that okay?
Uh-huh.
And or did you want me to put blood testing?
So that you
Or
don't
what about
have
like a-
arguments is
I
what you're
don't
getting
have
at?
that issue to.
Or a buckle
Head that
smear.
off.
Do
Know what
they
I'm
do,
saying?
Put it off at the pass. Okay.
do they do
That's fine.
buckle smears anymore?
Yeah, I don't have a
Buckle
particular.
smears? I mean, they don't do that in
Yeah.
classrooms anymore?
What is it?
You don't
No.
do buckle smears anymore?
No, we can't even do
You
them.
can't do those?
We can't do them in
Okay.
college.
Did we lose our track changes?
There you go. It's still there. It's still in the background. Okay.
What other ideas? Can anybody think of
All right.
one?
So if y'all think of another one,
DNA extraction.
Or vision,
was
something
trying to
with,
think of, like-
something with vision, so you can't, it's not,
Genetic testing.
I think the two you have are great. Those are ones we usually see done. Did you want a third one?
Well, I mean, I was talking about doing the DNA extraction, they could, without having blood in the
Yeah.
lab, they could still have blood on the screen, and they could talk about DNA and extraction and the evolution of DNA research and whatnot.
And they could read, I mean, a lot of this might just be research.
yeah.
You know, it's
What would they
examples.
design for that piece?
And that's
Well,
like,
I can tell you, my students in one of my labs, they extract DNA from things like strawberries and
Right.
things like that. So they're actually getting to do the work. So we could present it to seventh graders at this point. It would give the teacher something to do.
I worked with a fifth grade class that, in a gifted class that was doing a conceptual genetic utopia project. I don't know if that would fall in this.
So yeah, this is an engineering design.
Right.
So they would have to come up with a design, examine a problem
can't
and
just be the
design a
extraction.
solution, not just a
okay,
prototype.
we'll just leave it at those two. If someone
Okay.
comes up with an epiphany, that's great.
I was just gonna say forensic science
Yeah.
related to DNA.
Right.
Well, keep in mind that a lot of the comments in the overall survey are blended learning and project-based learning. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
this would be, they'd be so easy to do project-based learning
Right.
with a forensic science or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Well-
open the door for them.
Right. I think they've already talked a lot about genetics, right? That was back in, we saw that in Ls1, we saw that in heredity, Ls3. So there's been a lot of discussion about that. So you could put prosthetics, organ transplant, comma, genetic analysis or something like that, right? There might be some, hey, we're going to design a new test for, this particular mutation or something. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. So anyway, we'll just leave it open like that.
Can I back up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Back to
No, this is good.
7 LS3.1, thank you.
Yes.
So instead of that effect, could we maybe say, evaluate and communicate information that chromosomes contain many distinct genes which code for the production of proteins impacting the traits
Oh, yeah.
of an individual?
Or does the effect
Yeah.
removing?
And if you were to say effect,
It'll-
is it
it'll-
affect or effect?
No, that's
That's a-
affect.
That would be
But
affect, yeah.
Is that all
But
right?
impacting is.
Is that
bad.
okay?
That's good.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Agreed. I think that's a good one. Good change. Okay. Nisha, do you have a proposed?
I do,
wording?
Mr. Chair. So would this become number 8? Is that what we're suggesting?
this would
Or
be under-
Leslie, would it become
This would
some other
be
number?
under 7LS1.8.
And I just want to know which number to insert it at.
That's,
So I'll,
What would it say?
yeah, I'll read it to you and then you can, yeah.
yeah, we can
So-
move it around, that's true, yeah.
Introduce biological science. I don't know if you want me to slow down and let her type or just read it. Introduce biological science of human life, e.g. sexual reproduction of human beings, close parentheses, to include all stages of development from fertilization onward.
One more time.
Introduce biological science of human life, open paren, e.g. sexual reproduction of human beings, close paren, to include all stages of development from fertilization onward.
Okay.
We need to not say fertilization onward because technically that is until death. So do you want to go to birth, fertilization
From
to birth?
fertilization.
I love it, yeah.
Is that better?
And I just didn't know
No, I know,
if they
that's
would
a-
take that into childhood development.
Well, that was my question. I
Yes.
think that's a bit much.
Okay, and maybe
That's a
some.
bit much.
So birth is great.
But I
I
think
just
to
wanted to
birth
make
would
sure
be
I
fine.
didn't limit.
From fertilization to birth. Okay.
Did you catch that, Kelly? Fertilization to birth.
And Leslie, I have a question.
Stressing.
I know you're stressing. So what would you,
I know. Because it's like Andrea and Kelly said earlier, that is a health standard, am I right? Does that fall out of our purview or of what we're, I don't know.
Well, we're doing it all about all the other
No,
life forms, but we can't do it about.
I know.
I think what makes me nervous is just the scope of the statement is so broad that it seems like that would be a large amount of,
Well, that's why I did
I wonder if we could
stages from,
simplify it just a little bit.
so
yeah.
they talked about mitosis in one of the standards they took out, so.
And sexual reproduction is in.
That was already in there.
okay, that's why,
Right.
So, yeah,
can I speak as an A&P professor?
yeah.
Not to throw my hat up, but I'm throwing my hat up. That's why I suggested stages from fertilization to birth, because that is 10 days. From fertilization to birth is 10 days, and I teach it in 15 minutes. Now, that's a college level,
What do you
but
mean,
still.
10 days?
It takes 10 days
10
in
days
your
to-
body.
I was like,
From, I'm sorry, from fertilization, oh, no, yeah, fertilization to birth. Okay, yeah, no, we need to do
Yeah.
less than that, you're right.
Yeah.
In my brain, I saw fertilization to something, yeah.
That must
I
be a
saw
mix.
fertilization to something
That's
else.
fast. All right. What if we simplify it and
I saw
and
another word, I'm sorry.
examine the stages of human development from fertilization to birth, or something
Yeah.
relatively concise and simple. That way the teachers have the ability to go in and say, here's the each week,
Sperm and egg.
the developmental process. Trying to think about how that. Let's see here.
I don't know. Where is that standard? Does anybody see where the sexual reproduction was? Yes, well, in our, which standard are we looking at?
Oh.
Right above, number 6,
Yes.
right? Okay, so we can add this as number 7,
That's what I was asking.
jump it up, yeah, where would it fit?
Let's see what else.
Because it
Number 6 specifically talks about asexual and sexual reproduction, so
Yeah.
it seems like this is a nice transition
Yes.
to be specific. Which is why I didn't mind the length of the sentence a little bit, because it's its own,
Right.
and it's kind of covered already slightly.
Does examine work instead of the introduce?
Yes. And I think that's what
I was trying to use
the
a
chair
more
said.
learning.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, no, introduce just
I was
seems
in my own little brain thinking.
I think that's what they were saying, is put it before
I was
before
thinking,
number
okay,
before,
thank you.
before the current number 7. Yeah. I might, like I say, I might pare it down just a little bit.
Yeah, I like that.
So the phrasing I had, and I don't feel like this is complete, but examine the stages of human development from fertilization to birth. Now, we can, there are some models out there. I feel like there was a comment in the first round of comments about some models for how this can be taught.
Yeah, there was
Could
a
always put a-
reference to a Carnegie stages
Carnegie
of
stages.
development,
So
so
that-
it specified that in the comments,
Yeah,
but
we could say, examine the stages of human development, fertilization to birth, parenthetically, e.g. the Carnegie stages, something like that.
Yep.
Would that be helpful? I'm just trying to think out loud. Would
Yeah,
that be
no, I think
helpful?
it's examine
The stages of human development.
Yeah, I think it just seems really big. And then all stages, if you say the stages
Okay.
of human development, I mean, I think it seems a little more.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Leslie.
I agree.
So can you say it one more time, Mr. Chair?
Would you say remove the stages? Or-
No, I
He
like
was
the
saying-
stages.
Okay,
I
examine
think
the
all.
stages of human development from fertilization to birth. And then, like I say, we could put parenthetically, for example, using the, gotta find that.
And it's just human
Called.
development, it's not male and female, I mean, they're
Right,
just
we're not.
showing,
Absolutely correct.
Right.
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
embryo,
Right.
I mean,
Yes.
so it's not reproduction per se
Mhm.
that's being
Right.
discussed, which is
Right.
what they said is not treated in any detail.
Well, and I had it, and I'll just go back to say how I said it so that it gives context, but I said examine biological signs of human life, e.g. sexual reproduction of human beings, because that's what's referenced in number 6. So I was trying to tie it to a previous.
Yeah.
Yeah, examine the stage of human development. Human development is a college course from birth to death. I mean, that's gonna confuse people, I think.
And also.
I like the
stages.
the biological from conception to birth, because that's a little confusing.
Okay.
So then go back to the way I had it was examine, and I'll take out the all to help you, Heather. Examine biological science of human life, e.g. sexual reproduction of human beings, to include all stages of development, the stages of development from fertilization to birth.
Yes.
How about you say, does it need to be human beings, can it be organisms?
I wanna say human.
I got it, the whole point of this, I got it.
Okay.
Here's what they say by the end for this standard, by the end of 8th grade, organisms reproduce either sexually or asexually.
And that's in that previous.
Yeah.
And transfer their genetic information to their offspring.
Mhm.
Then the next statement says, animals engage in characteristic behaviors that increase the odds of reproduction.
What?
Hmm.
Birds and their feathers.
Birds and the bees, I don't know, the peacocks.
The
Okay.
peacocks is what
All
I
right,
said.
anyway, so that leads that.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. And do y'all want me to read my version?
Yes.
And then we
we'll
can
Okay.
tweak.
Examine biological science of human life, open paren, e.g. sexual reproduction of human beings, close paren, to include the stages of development from fertilization to birth, open paren, using Carnegie,
E.g. Perfect. E.g.
e.g., I'm sorry, yeah. E.g., using Carnegie stages of development.
I don't want to be, we don't want to be constrictive there, because there
Right.
may be other models that work.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Yes.
that at least gives an idea of
What they're
place to
talking
go.
about, yeah.
So is Carnegie's stages of development, is that curriculum?
Let's see here.
Um,
No.
yeah,
I would shy away from that, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
because every district's gonna be different, and that's gonna be a school board meeting with a bunch of public,
Yeah.
people that don't like that for whatever reason. I'm not familiar with it either, so I would put something that would say
Okay.
that they can use various types of lesson plans or curriculum.
Or just cut it out like she just did.
included.
Or not even included, yeah, yeah.
I think,
I've got
what,
another question.
the thing the reason that Joe may have mentioned it is because it gives them reference of something to use.
Yeah.
And if we do it
Yeah.
as EG, do you think it still gets icky?
Well, that's what I'm gonna ask Brian, does that get sticky? Because it's in the manuals that we're using for reference. I don't have a problem with if it's in the manuals, and as long as it's not gonna get to a district and they're gonna have a big heart attack about it.
I'm concerned about parents saying, because when they go through health class, they're separated, males and females.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about parents seeing that standard and saying, oh, well, my little girl's sitting beside a little boy and they're talking about
Yeah.
sexual reproduction.
Right. Well, another point is
Well-
that we see Carnegie I'm not familiar, I'm making a decision on no familiarity with it, so I think that we should shy away from
Yeah,
naming.
that's fair. That's
mean,
fair. We can remove that.
I looked it up, it looks good, but.
Yeah, it's, so the sexual reproduction thing, and I'm not belaboring it, I just want to talk through it, or arguing about it. So the sexual reproduction part, if you're concerned about that, is also mentioned in 6. So that's going to be discussed as a group, male and female, already. So I'm not introducing anything new.
It's also in 3, just reproductive system.
Yes.
So I think what they're probably gonna say is, for instance, using a Punnett square, and, one parent, and this is probably how it's said, one parent and another parent, parent 1, parent 2, have this trait and this trait. And it's discussed in that way versus a male and a female human having sexual reproduction.
Right.
You know?
Would it be better, so if we take out, so remove the Carnegie thing, would it be better to remove that even parenthetical note and just say biological science of human life to include the stage of development from fertilization to birth?
That might be
Would that
better.
be a little
I think
safer?
that would be safer,
Yes.
and it would remove sexual
Sex out of
reproduction,
it, yeah.
and, I mean,
And-
I'm
and-
just thinking what parents
You
would
can-
be
And it
concerned
still
about.
fits in the context
You
of the
can
overall
teach,
discussion.
you can teach
Yes.
reproduction without teaching about
Yes.
sex.
Yes, you can.
You can teach about the egg and the
About
sperm
the-
coming together.
Yes,
the
and you
and I
talk
think
very
that's where you're
scientific.
wanting to go.
That's
Nisha.
exactly
what-
right.
yeah.
I don't want the sexual
Yes.
part.
No.
I want the,
The
Life
idea
part.
that life begins when the egg and the sperm meet, yes.
and the Carnegie, let me just revisit that for a minute. Again, not argumentatively, just to say, and I looked it up while we were talking here, and it's really, and you said you did too,
I
Leslie?
did. I've got
And
it
it's
here.
really just very scientific. This is not anything controversial.
No.
It's just like, here's what it looks like at this stage. Here's what it looks like at this many weeks.
But it goes back to, are we allowed to suggest
And
curriculum?
endorsing a curriculum, yeah.
That's
I don't
true.
know, I looked at it a little bit,
You
it
know.
looks great. I don't have a problem, I just don't,
Because every other time we've done an EG, it's been a concept.
That's right.
It hasn't been a
Not a
specific,
specific resource.
you know.
That's fair.
That's
So
what-
that might be
yeah.
more a professional development thing. Hey, here's a great
Here's a
resource for
resource
you.
for that.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
makes sense.
all right, so in terms of order, would we want that to be 7 and drop number 7 down to become number 8?
That's what I think would be
That makes more
appropriate.
sense, doesn't it?
Any objection to that?
No.
So we have a,
Does anybody else find examine biological science just
I was gonna
wordy?
put the, but.
Yes, I
I'm
needed to
adding
have
words.
the there.
Well, or even maybe then better, maybe examine the biology of human life.
Yes.
Okay.
That
Yes.
makes more.
I'm good
just
with
makes- That just makes more
All right,
sense. to
so
me.
let's say examine the biology of human life. Kelly, if you'll edit it to say examine the biology of human life to include the stage of development. Yeah. I like that. I think that's good. And then we're gonna make that number 7 and then move it above the develop a model. Okay. All right. Kath, is lunch here already?
Are you guys ready for our comments on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I think this does not go along with number 6. I think that this is a substantial amount of content that we are adding to 7th grade. I also think that this is more, I think that this is not, it's not consistent with the framework. Now, the committee can make whatever choices you want to because these are the Tennessee standards.
Right.
But I will say that this is not in alignment with what the framework says in this area.
Sure.
And I believe that, in my professional opinion, that this is outside the scope of 7th grade science and would be way more appropriate in 7th grade health. And I think we're just adding a lot. I think we're adding a lot to 7th grade teachers to ask them to teach this embryology piece when really what they're talking about here is more genetics and asexual reproduction versus sexual reproduction. And they are not talking, I mean, they don't talk about human sexual reproduction. They're talking about plants,
flowers have, pistils and anthers, and you're getting genetic material from two parents versus genetic material from one parent. I mean, that is the idea of number 6. And so this is a significant jump from the standards that are already here. We also have concerns that there is not, as the standard is written, there is not a science and engineering practice, and therefore we are unsure how it would be assessed in accordance with how the state assessments are now being developed.
And health, with science being an accountability subject, with assessment being attached to it, we really need to be able to speak to clarity about how this is going to be assessed for that accountability too.
Okay.
Do you have a better placement for this in a different spot in 7th or another grade that you think we are not there yet, or we?
Can we see the health standards? And is health, so health is not a separate subject in 7th grade, to my knowledge. So when do they get the health standards?
Like their wellness class is part of that. They have that rotation within their.
It's called Family Life.
My kids
Yeah.
didn't have a wellness class in 7th
Ninth
grade.
They,
Right.
So it's high school, and I
little
just
bit too
think
late.
by that time,
Yeah,
we've
this is
lost
Yeah.
ground.
I mean, I respect the framework, but at the same time, as a parent, I want my child to have some knowledge of these things. And there's things I am responsible for teaching, right? I acknowledge that. But there's also, we have them in the school system for a reason, right?
So confirmation, 7th grade on the EOC exams are tested in science, correct? So we put a standard down there. Teachers are going to spend time on a standard that they don't necessarily have to because it's not going to be assessed in the EOC exam. Is that correct?
if you've got a standard,
It will be
If we
assessed.
make it sense.
We need guidance from you all on what this looks like in assessment, so that, because all the districts, this is new for us.
Right.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I just feel like so far, getting to know some of these folks in this group, we all have strong opinions about certain things, and they need to be introduced to this, and it wouldn't hurt my feelings if they double dipped it in health and in science. It wouldn't hurt because they're connected, right? So
what I'm hearing is you're fine if we add this. We just need to do some work on how the teachers will. Well, I mean, you're not fine. Okay, never mind.
At this point, our opinion does not matter, but we are here to support this committee. And so we just need to make it known that if this is a standard, it will be a standard that carries equal weight to any of these other standards. So even though like you guys are thinking like this could be taught in 15 minutes or whatever, like it's still going to carry the same amount of weight as an assessed point in our standards as the biomes or any of these other standards that contain a very kind of deep amount of content. And we just need to make sure that we're being fair by adding that level of expectation to 7th grade. And then we need to be sure that the standard is going to be clear enough that teachers will understand exactly what the student performance looks like. Because Examine doesn't really give us a clear picture of what students are going to be able to do in regards to this standard. So that is an assessment mismatch at this point with this.
What word would you use in place of examine that would be more helpful? I mean, I started with introduce because I think that's really,
Can we use a model here?
But I don't
I
think
think
that's
I think a
that's an
good starting
education
point would be to
word, be
consider your
introduced,
science and engineering practices and what practice are you expecting students to engage in as they engage with this work.
So I'm wondering if this might fit under something like use a model to portray the stages of development from fertilization to birth or something along that lines. Pages 6 and 7 of the 133 page document. I got it pulled up. Trying to keep my terminology.
another thing just to think about, it's in 6th grade health standard. We're looking at a 6th grade health standard, summarize the human reproduction cycle.
Oh, we got that.
That's good.
well, then
Yeah.
this is perfect.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing I think.
Again, my kids didn't learn that in sixth
I think
grade.
this would be good because
Health is not a required
Yeah,
subject
it's-
in middle school, so you can't guarantee that all students will have access to
So that's
Science
the
is.
needs to fit-
middle
so it
school
needs to fit in
health
here.
standards.
Well, for what it's worth, I just texted my 15-year-old and asked her, and she said she doesn't really remember, but it was definitely elementary school when she started learning about her body and reproductive as animals and those kind of things. So if that helps anybody.
Well, we've got
Another thing that I would like to say, can I just speak as a parent about
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
So I don't know if I feel comfortable speaking on the record or not, but by putting this standard in, I understand the intentions behind this, and I align with those intentions. But what this is going to guarantee is that this topic is going to be broached in these classes, but it does not guarantee any agenda that a teacher may or may not be pushing as they broach this topic in the class. So I think that you are, if the intentions are what I believe they might be, I believe it might be dangerous to put this in there so that it
Kelly?
is absolutely 100% broached in this class.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't 100% disagree with you, but I want you to consider the equity piece here
Yes.
because my students, 90% of my students are impoverished minority students, and the equity piece when it comes to what they're learning at home from engaged parents, not that all the parents aren't, but most of them aren't engaged, I will tell you based on experience. And so they're not getting the same kind of a level of care that you're providing or I'm providing for my child. So
Right.
the equity piece is, and I can tell you this year, knock on wood, thank God, I've only had one student get pregnant this year in high school, but several in the middle school. So we also kind of have a little bit of a moral dilemma, if you will, to say we also need to kind of push out knowledge so you don't get pregnant in the 7th grade. And so to your point, I love it.
Yeah.
But I think we need to think about the equity piece as well when it comes to education.
I also think there could be a teacher agenda in almost any of these standards. that
That's
we're looking
exactly
at.
right. I
That's
mean, if that
exactly
is
right.
the fear factor, then we can't do anything and we're just sort of
True.
paralyzed. And
Right.
so I'm not going to operate from that place. And having a 3rd grader, there are things happening right now in elementary school that would blow your mind and trouble you. So I want it to come from an education place, not from a colloquial societal place that just randomly drifts into his life without trusted teachers, trusted parents, trusted sources providing hey, this is what it actually looks like. It's nothing taboo. That this is how you were when you were a tiny little thing, and this is what you became today from that. I just think that's science.
So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the what we're putting on teachers and the possible political implications, and we're asking science teachers now, and we're kind of dropping a bomb on them. They haven't had any opportunity for public feedback on this, and they will not. We're asking them to teach something that they have never taught before, and that's a topic that really has never been brought into the science classrooms at this level.
Fair
It's a
concern.
big leap.
So is genetics just taught as a random topic? Like, how do they think that genetics happens for humans? Like, all
Well,
this.
genetics is taught, but like human reproduction. And
I'm
like
not talking about, let me just say it over and over and over. I do not want anything in here about human reproduction. This is about the forming of,
Cellular.
the baby. So this is from and that's why we were very specific. Fertilization to birth, not reproduction, not how that happened,
Not
but
sex.
once it happened.
Not sex.
Right.
Kelly, how do you see this changing the EOC exam as far as accountability?
Well, it's going to be assessed just like any other standard would be. And so that's more, assessment is, a lot of times can be the tail that wags the dog almost. So whatever we have in the standards is going to drive what's on the assessment, which in turn is really going to drive what's important for teachers to teach. How are teachers going to feel when they see this brand new thing and they're not really sure what the boundaries are, how it's going to be assessed, what it really means? I just think that this is
I think it's a big
Is it
shift.
possible?
Don't you get that every time you add a standard?
That's what I was gonna say.
Is it-
We've added and changed and edited and deleted and there's tons of feedback that say, move it back, put it here, put it there, like it used to be. So they're all frustrated about other things. I don't think this is any different.
Is it possible that the EOC exam already kind of asked questions about this, but we're not covering the material? I've heard that feedback a lot. Do you have a copy of the last EOC exam for 7th grade science?
Those
Those probably aren't, you probably not able to get those, right?
You can't get those. We can the department does post retired items online, but the actual tests are proprietary
Well,
information.
Catherine, I think we've demonstrated that we really want to protect teachers and their autonomy and whatnot, but it might be a good idea to get one of those retired ones and just see if they cover, Brian, anything. I mean, do they cover this and all of a sudden they haven't covered it in their standards and so they're not prepared for the test?
What, I'm wondering, go ahead and comment, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
please,
know. I
please.
wanted to know if you knew anything about that.
Go ahead.
We have not had anything assessed on this. I've looked at items for the past 6 years, and we've never had an item to address human development from fertilization to birth in the past 6 years.
Ah, that's good.
Is that just in 8th and 7th grade or across any grade?
We don't address those topics in 8th grade, so LS1 is not covered in 8th grade.
So in the band, the grade band, 6 to 8, you're mentioning.
6 to 8. Yep.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
And so I think for this board, it's also probably important, if you didn't know, a lot of things aren't assessed and it changes from time to time. You got English and math and science. One year biology, chemistry was, and then it wasn't. So, but it sounds like middle school assessments are not changing. They're gonna assess
Correct.
the same thing every year.
Middle school, 3rd through 8th grade assessments are a little bit different than high school end of course assessments in that in 3rd through 5th grade, students get assessed in all 4 core subjects every year. And those tests are based on the standards that these committees and the state board approve.
And our Tennessee educators are given you are scored on how your students
Right.
are scored.
Right.
And that applies
So,
to
right.
across the board, everything though.
Right.
Yeah, but
I-
Mr. Chair, just one point of order, and that is that, so the dilemma is how do we feel comfortable with getting this information to children
Yes.
at a appropriate time?
Right.
And Kelly makes a great point. I mean, we can't throw that on the teachers and add another thing that they're gonna be held accountable for all of a sudden kind of thing. So it is quite a dilemma.
Andre?
And another point is all these other topics have been through public feedback. So we're adding a topic that has not been through,
Well,
this has never been
it
through
was,
public
it was,
feedback.
came up in the first public feedback comment.
Yeah, it was in the first public feedback,
Okay.
several times.
This standard was, or?
This language.
This comment was in there.
Can you just show me so I can see that too? Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, you have to go to the first public
Yeah,
feedback.
the first one
First one.
Which is-
that I emailed out.
Which is what Nisha
So that
emailed
it's
us.
not-
So Andrea,
have to go
did you say a few minutes ago that this was covered in 6th grade science?
No, 6th grade
Sixth
health.
grade
Health.
Here's the
Okay,
standard.
so-
It says summarize the human reproduction cycle.
Okay.
But health isn't required,
But health isn't required.
because my kids didn't have any sort of a health course until
yeah.
9th grade.
Wellness is required in
9th
high
grade.
school.
Ninth grade.
Typically, it is done in 9th grade, and they call it wellness, but it's a health class.
Okay.
And that is a graduation requirement for students, but that's in high school, not middle school.
All right.
My last comment, sir.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go
So this is what I thought, this is what I hoped to have signed up for when I signed up for this. I really hope to sign up for something like this because the equity, going back to the equity piece again, so what this is gonna allow districts to do is give or take. They can do it and say, oh, I want you to teach this in 3rd grade, or they can say, you don't have to do it. And so it'll go back to districts that have strong beliefs this way and districts that have strong beliefs this way of teaching or not teaching it. And this is good information for children if we can decide the appropriate age, but it's good. Obviously, 6th grade health does it. I think we should have a responsibility to at least send a message about this. Maybe not put it in as a standard for the teacher's sake, but send a message about this in some regard. And I'm gonna turn my red light off.
Okay, let's take final comments, then we're going to take a break for lunch. I think we need to pause and regroup. And
I can wait till after lunch.
go ahead.
I think that what you're suggesting, that kind of compromise of making sure we communicate it is taken, but it'll just be sort of dismissed as a note. And so we're back to square one and we haven't really moved the needle any at all.
I think what we need to do, if we feel passionate that we need something in here, we need to keep crafting it a little bit more and maybe narrow the scope so that teachers aren't overwhelmed by it, and so that it hopefully flows, well with what's.
Well, I'm wondering if during lunch we could look, is there a place where it could be added to an existing standard as a comma?
Like combine a standard.
Okay, each set of standards has front matter, and so there are paragraphs
Yes.
at the beginning of 7th grade standard, and we could definitely add in that, it is our intention that districts and teachers take into consideration this topic when they're teaching this particular set, that disciplinary core idea set of standards.
I think that's really good, but I also wonder if there is a place where there's an EG or something that could be a little bit more spelled
Specific,
out.
Yeah.
And the EG becomes sort of you can or not. And I'm saying this is something they should know.
Yeah,
Well, but I think
it's a good point.
I use the EGs always.
Well, in the
Right,
last
but I don't know that
I think-
everybody does.
Could you minimize another standard that maybe is being covered a lot since kindergarten, and minimize that, then to add this one so it's not overwhelming from an assessment perspective?
Or add this to an existing standard? Can we look and see if that's an option?
Yeah, and we can break for lunch and just,
Yeah, I
Break
just
for
think there
lunch, y'all
might be
can
a way
stare
to
at-
kind of
stare at the
marry
screens a
something
little.
that's,
for a while.
some of this genetic stuff is really starting to come in. Like, is there a place where you
Yes.
can add in some of that?
Yeah.
Put that in.
And I think to the, just one last comment about the being introduced at 6th grade, even if it's, I know we're saying, well, but it's not required. And so maybe not, this is not appropriate at 7th, but really the fact that they're covering that in 6th, even optionally, means that the taboo is gone. They're talking about it
Sure,
in
sure,
6th
that's
grade.
fair.
It's okay in 6th grade. The thing after the sexual reproduction part can be okay if we've done that and said it was okay in 6th grade.
I
If that
think
makes
we're all on board with adding it. I think the only hesitation at this point, if I can speak for the group, is the timing.
Where is it in the sequence? Is it
where-
right
But
where
the
timing and
timing
the
is what I'm
downs-
talking about, so.
No, not timing for the fact that we're throwing in a new standard and this is gonna be it for the next 6 years.
The downstream consequences to the,
There's
Yeah.
no-
to
For
the state.
teachers and, the fact that there's that we're the end and there's no.
Right, and then
feedback or
to that
recourse.
fact, to Joe's point, I think it's kind of bad that, and maybe, and this is probably why I want to include the first round of comments in our final document, because I think those are also to be considered all the way through. Just because it was in the first round and then not in the second round does not mean it doesn't.
Would have been
have
nice if
meaning.
this had been added the last.
Right.
Yes.
Been part of the higher education or other people's comments that weren't there.
Yes, so I think in that way, it is sort of in the feedbacky kind of discussion, so.
Thank you all for your hard work. I know it's been long and hard, and I appreciate that. Let's break for lunch, and it's 12:19. Let's try to do 30 minutes if we can, 12:50, and we'll come back together.
This is why we're
as we get ready to come back to our, I know Catherine's not back in here, and she'll take our quorum here in a minute. So we don't yet have that. But we got several things we want to try to get to. A lot of ground, obviously, to cover. And I think I'm getting the sense that we just need to think through carefully where we are and where we're headed, because it looks like we're headed to having a follow-up meeting to this. So let me find where I was in my pages here. Oh, I was in high school.
Must we come back, Teacher Joe? Can we just go take a nap? Can we have
Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. Let's see. Waiting on Catherine to take our quorum. Okay. Oh, we'll take a quick roll call. It's over there, but we're all here.
So actually, I serve as a parliamentarian for the State Board of Education, and one of the things you can do as chairman is say, I detect a quorum. And if there's no objection from any other member, then you are in session.
Very good. Okay. I do detect a quorum, and so we will consider ourselves back in session. No, I keep tripping over my words. All right, so where we left off before lunch, we were in 7th grade. We were discussing the potential of adding a new standard that related to the development of human life in the stages of that process. There's been concern noted on multiple sides. One is that hasn't been seen by teachers yet and gotten feedback. 2 is that it is not entirely in alignment with the framework, which we're okay with that. We understand that. We respect that. Another is a concern about how to make it something that could actually be testable and have an assessment for it. Another concern is potentially the volume of material that could entail. So the stages, unless we were to somehow pare it down and focus it, it could potentially cover a lot of material. So those are all, I think, valid concerns. Before we get too far here, I want us to take note of kind of where we are in the process of this. I think there's broad agreement that the concept here is not bad. It's just the question is the timing and the exact wording of what we're asking for. Have we met that? And I get the impression we haven't quite met that yet, but I'm open to thoughts. I want to try to constrain the discussion of this one from a time perspective so it doesn't overwhelm all of our meeting. And if it's not fitting here, where else could it fit? So I want to open up discussion here. It is, I do want to note that in high school, in biology, Bio 1, there is discussion of differentiation of cell types, which would fit in this kind of context and concept, but there's not the specific focus that I can see on human development. There is cell division talked about, meiosis, and the influence of genes and things like that. So that's all built into Bio 1. Let's see that, by the way, that's page 65 and 66 is what I'm looking at in the 133-page document. That's where those portions are. Let's see here. I was trying to see if it's in Bio 2.
Of course, Bio 2 isn't required.
Is not required, correct. So that would be an optional course. I do see a little bit about development and about tissue types and things like that. And there is the discussion in Bio 2 about embryological development, but it does, get pushed more toward, discussion about common ancestry. That type of concept is where that appears to go in Bio 2. So, so that I just want to put that in context. So those, as far as I can tell, and I'll defer to the experts, I don't know anywhere else this is addressed in any biology standards. And I'll also ask teachers if they feel like that's addressed anywhere else. I don't hear any comment on that. Okay, so let me open it for comment on this specific revision. Do we have a better wording? I'm open to, other ideas of wording or placement, that kind of thing.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we not include it, and
Okay.
for the following reasons.
Okay.
To Kelly's point, and I'm looking at the health standards in 8th grade here, and they're pretty specific, and it really does a great job with exposing these students to the information that we're trying to share here.
Okay.
And although I don't have a problem kind of double dipping on that,
Sure.
I do want to Kelly's point, she made a lot of points that I wasn't really thinking about, that I think are very, very valuable moving forward, and that's why I'm making a recommendation that we not include another standard.
Can you tell us what some of those points, if y'all?
Yes, ma'am. Well, she made the point that this is going to be a huge burden on teachers to covering material that is already being covered, and by having this standard, then they're going to develop test questions that are going to be on the assessment. And then she also made the point that this is not just something that, like I think Leslie said, or Amy said she can cover in like 15 minutes. Right. This is something that's going to be taking a month to cover thoroughly. And then you don't really know as a teacher what questions they're going to put on there based on the standard. So they could put 10 questions on there, or they could put 1. Most likely with that point, they'll probably put several questions on there based on my experience. So I just think that there's not a reasonable reason, even though I don't mind it, but I'm not one of the teachers teaching it. So that's my point.
Okay. All right. Jennifer, do you have a comment?
My comment was just hearing conversations on the break. My only concern at this point is the teachers. What we can do with it being, and did we determine that this was in health as
Yes.
far as the assessment for what grade?
So health does not have assessments tied to it. This is a standard in 6th grade health standards set by the state. 6th grade health is not a required course.
Right.
This would, as we said, it is already addressed in biology in high school. I do not know if it's in the high school health and wellness course, which is required for all students.
I agree that we need it before high school. I'm not so concerned about it being on the end of the year test. I think we need to teach more than we test anyway. I don't want to get in the weeds that we're creating an issue for the teacher. I want to make sure that we've got it defined if we add it, what we're looking to do, because adding something to what they're not prepared for, I don't want to blindside them. I want to make sure that we're evaluating both sides to see where we can put this.
The other thing to note is if it is a standard, there's no way to say it won't be.
It becomes tested.
It
Right.
automatically becomes tested.
Here, but it wouldn't in health.
Correct. Well, and health doesn't have
Right.
assessments,
Right.
state assessments tied to it. So that's where their idea of putting it in the front matters. So the information at the beginning of 7th grade, and say when you reach these standards, consider addressing the topic of XYZ. That doesn't make it a standard, which means it won't be assessed, but it will be pointed out to the teachers that this is something that they should talk about.
What do you think, Nisha?
All honesty, did the teachers read and abide by that front matter?
I would say yes, the majority. If you are a good teacher, you're doing that. if you're a bad teacher, there's probably already so many other things that are happening that it's not going to, that one thing isn't going to be make or break it. Every teacher that I worked with, I mean, I was in socials, but we have similar front matter. We looked at everything.
Amy, the message across the board is, here are your scope and sequence, here are your standards, cover them. That's kind of the bottom line, right? Our district actually produces a document that says on January 7th, you should be able to walk in and see this being covered. And so there's a lot of flexibility with that, but they actually try to narrow it down to the day. So this,
You know, day by day, what's
Yeah.
going on in the class. I think we're at a place where I think, again, we generally agree this type of information needs to make it in there, but maybe we're not prepared to formulate it in the format of a standard that can be assessed and things like that. That's my concern, and I don't want to do it prematurely, but our options are a couple. One is, of course, in our report, we can express that this is something that the State Board of Education needs to find a place for, and we can make strong recommendations about where that needs to take place. And two, we have discussed potentially putting it in the front matter. We have grounds to edit that and provide additional information. Is that correct?
You have the power to make recommendations to edit the front matter, yes.
Okay.
We don't, it's not specifically in statute to you guys, and part of that is because it does take so much context of like the teaching behind the science. But yes, if you think something is missing, you can absolutely make a recommendation for it to be added.
Okay. Okay. Nisha, go ahead.
What I was hearing on that is that the front matter is not in our purview. So there's a suggestion is all it is.
So we make
it's-
a suggestion to add it to edit
Yeah,
the front
to
matter.
me, either in our report or in the front matter, I was probably a little more leaning toward, yeah, that might make sense initially when I heard Leslie say, yeah, we look at that. But then if that's, I want to put it where it's in our purview. Because if it's not part of our purview, then anybody can negate it once it leaves this room. So then it has no.
If it's any reassurance to you, the front matter is currently under the purview of our standards development chairs, and they are currently working on trying to add that. No one at the state board will take action to remove it out of the front matter. The state board itself, the members aren't going to take action to move it out of the front matter. So if it's added in now, I can promise you that it will stay in there. It's not going to be changed before this goes to
We're
the
in
state board
presence of
for
people that
approval.
have that
It's
authority.
already held.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. My next struggle is just saying if, we haven't done that on anything else so far. Sending it to the front matter, any of the issues that we've talked
Right.
about is important.
Right.
So this
Well,
one.
this is the first, to be fair, this
To
is
be-
the first standard
right.
we've tried to put.
So it's a
somewhere.
new thing for me is all
Yeah.
so I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
trying to think through the ramifications of
Sure.
that.
Sure, that's fair.
And what that means for whether or not the children will learn it.
That's true. Is there general consensus that at a minimum, we want to see it in the front matter?
Yes.
For the minimum for
Yes.
that. Okay.
Does it, did we talk about an EG here? Does an EG not work in this particular case?
Not in the,
We
We were
thought,
gonna
I
kind
think-
of, we were gonna kind of look at that. I don't see a great place for it. That's
Yeah,
the
there-
problem.
And
Most
the
of-
EG becomes like a choice,
Yeah,
like
right.
you can or
Becomes an
not.
option.
And I wasn't even thinking an EG, I was more thinking a comma and added to a standard.
That
And I'm
I'm
still just
loving.
Yeah, I know.
Because
I'm-
I don't
I'm still
want
looking.
to-
I'm still looking.
Please
So,
don't
if the help
misunderstand.
is
I don't
not-
want to add it to the teacher's load either. But I certainly think if we're doing all this, that and to the point of it being like extensive study, that's why I use the word introduce.
Yeah.
Because I did not want to weight it down with a fully, thoroughly understand and regurgitate back to me on a test, but know that this exists and this is how it works. That can be done in a shorter period of time.
True.
But
than
it becomes weighted when it's a standard.
Right,
Right.
right.
But the language, I think, is part of the well, then it takes, I don't remember what you said, Mike, how long to teach it, something you just said a few minutes
Yeah,
ago
I mean,
about.
I think Leslie was on, this would take a good chunk of couple weeks to really go through this thoroughly, if you made it a standard, but as an EG.
Yes.
My 15-minute comment was on something that I misunderstood, so ignore my 15-minute comment.
Yeah, but I do think if this is a standard, it's what we have heard, it is a tested item then. And it can have 5 questions on the test. It could have 0 questions. It's a high stakes test for kids. I think having it in the front matter, the front the intro portion would be important to read. Introducing it as a standard, I don't know.
Okay. And Brian is here hearing our concerns and kind of the heart of where we're coming from with this. And I know, again, we break out of the framework a bit with this, but we do feel like this is something children need to be taught. So trying to figure out how to do that.
Suggestion?
Amy, go ahead.
Can we, without loading it down, can we add it at all, add a mention of it in Ls1.3, where we're talking about the systems, the particular body functions, digestion, where it gets to reproduction? Could we do a parentheses including, how did we word it? Including the stages of development from fertilization to birth? Or is that making that standard way, way too much?
Which standard?
Ls1.3.
So just put it after reproduction. Yeah,
As
that's
a parenthetical after the word reproduction.
So how is this taught currently with these systems and things like that? I mean, comments from our
You asking?
So
chairs.
if you're asking, those are 2 different component ideas.
Mhm.
And you would be putting 2 different component ideas into one standard.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, not an educator. What do you mean by component
I mean,
ideas?
2 different ideas. So I think it's A and
On like your page 12 through 15 table, your component ideas. So you're looking at Ls1 is from molecules to organisms, structures and processes.
Yep.
And this would fit.
you've got growth and development of organisms, and then you've got structure and function, which means they're 2 different component ideas. So putting all that together, they're not only teaching all the structures and functions and all the systems, they're also now teaching that embryonic
Growth
piece
and
too.
development.
Growth
But
and
that-
development.
Right.
A and B. So body systems
Body systems is separate from that.
and growth and development would be 2 different topics.
We have added it to this front
I'm so
piece if
confused.
you want to see what it would look like. So this is where the teachers get the idea of what they're supposed to teach
Mhm.
and the topics that they're supposed to teach. And we actually went back to the original wording that you did with introduce the biology of the human life, including the stages of development from fertilization to birth.
With the word reproduction in that standard, we've already been past that standard, we've approved it, we're gonna move on with that, so now we've come back to it. With the word reproduction, is it possible that some of those questions from the reproduction standpoint could be some of the same questions that we were kind of worried about with adding it to this other standard? Or is it being covered, again, it's up to the teacher, right? The teacher's gonna cover more or less percentage-wise. Is that being covered? Well, I shouldn't say that because every teacher is going to be different, but is it possible some teachers are going to take that reproduction word and say, hey, I'm going to really cover from, conception to birth?
They could, and they could choose to do that based on the information that we put in the front matter.
Right? So what we don't
Some
do
of
is
them
tie,
would
we don't
based on
handcuff them by adding a standard, but we put it in the front end and we have this piece here too that could
that
also
would be the
serve.
entry point.
Is that reasonable?
I think it is. I think I don't know. I feel like that fits under LS1 just in terms of the broad theme, molecules, organisms. I mean, that's what we're saying, right?
Yeah, and I think I think we should, I feel like Amy is trying to explore a way to find it to an end. I don't know if you're still trying,
Are
Amy.
you're not allowed to have a standard meet two of the main categories. I don't know what these are called, I'm sorry.
The component ideas.
Yes, component ideas.
Yes,
Well,
a standard
they're kind
cannot,
of two different ideas. So like one of
Right.
them. So
you
then
can't do that?
having those two different things in one standard is a lot to expect a student to have mastered in the same standard.
Why? Why? Sorry.
Well,
I-
Leslie, you
and this is where like the college education is is a little bit at odds with because I don't even acknowledge those component ideas. They're all intertwined.
well, they
You can't
do all
have structure and
connect,
function without
just like
growth and development.
They do all connect.
Right.
You're exactly right.
So why does it matter if they cross?
Because this is seventh grade.
Yeah.
I think also part of the idea is to like just make it very clear to the teacher what is it exactly that the student is supposed to understand. We also, in the public feedback, we often said like, oh, the standard is vague or the standard covers too much information. And so I think some of the hesitancy might be, oh, we're now creating a standard that is feeding into what educators have said they don't want in a standard, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Also keep in mind, as soon as there's also that discussion of once we add it as a standard, so even if we add it to an existing standard, it still becomes testable material.
Sure. I think mine is more of a philosophical question. The answer is because it's the way it's always been done, honestly. I understand what you're saying. I don't see how it would be different. It's still putting more information on teachers. Don't get me wrong. It is. We're all acknowledging that. I don't understand how putting it in two different sections makes it two different. I'm so sorry. I do not know.
But you've got two different ideas going on
In the same
in the
standard.
same
That's what
standard,
you're
and
saying.
so mastering
Sure.
so being clear about what students need to master at the end point and the grade end point, that's when those become a little muddled. So for clarity, we would want those ideas separate.
Because they might think,
But teaching
Sorry,
it
I
with
keep-
a lesson, you may have those ideas like
Two standards could be in a lesson together.
so
Going
they're,
into
so they
curriculum,
might, so
they
what you're
do all
saying is the
connect.
teachers might think that component idea A and component idea B encompass the entire standard, where I'm saying this is A and this is B, but I'm just putting them together in the same sentence.
And in
And that's
curriculum,
not,
we
okay.
would do that. In
Sure.
curriculum, we would make those connections
Okay.
all over, and that may be
Spell
where
out
you're
the
coming
big
from.
ideas.
But when we do a learning target and mastery of a standard and testing and assessment boundaries, it just, and maybe Leslie can probably add to that more than I could, but
no, that's
when
fine.
it becomes
I
a-
disagree fundamentally, but that's not my problem, not yours.
Well, and that goes beyond the scope of
But I
me.
now understand.
That's like,
I
that's
now
our
understand.
feedback.
We need to be able to check things off. So a standard is, we're checking student mastery with the standards. So we need to be able to check off, they have mastered this standard. And if a standard encompasses kind of two different ideas, when we check that standard off for mastery, like, well, which idea have
Which
they
idea,
mastered?
yeah.
Does that mean they have to have mastered
That's fine.
both? What if they master one but they don't master the other? And so it just,
Mr. Chair, I can make a motion that we say we move it to the front end. It's being covered in health. We all agree that we want it covered. I'd make a motion that we go with moving it to the front end. That's my motion.
Okay. It's been a motion on the floor to move it to the front matter. Any discussion?
So are we voting on these now? I thought we
No,
were.
we're not voting. We're
Okay.
Yeah,
just
just
voting
let
on
you know when
everything
you
at the end.
say
in the interest of finalizing conversation for the moment.
Yeah,
when you-
technically when you say a motion, then it
Yes.
does require a record of the vote.
Okay.
So you can just say, like, just generally, like, do people agree on this idea?
Okay. Well, let me ask, does everybody agree that moving it to the front matter, again, at a minimum, is acceptable?
Yeah, I agree.
What does it say?
So scroll to our, scroll to our statement again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So at the,
What do you have written? And we will, okay, I just have written. Yeah.
So they phrased it, they've put an introductory clause, students learn in life science from molecules to organisms. This study should introduce the biology of human life, including the stages of development from fertilization to birth, which is more or less the standard, the wording of the standard. Nisha?
So I'll just make this my final point, and I know that everybody's sort of tired of talking about it probably also, but if it is not tested, then I don't know if the information is
You don't know that it's going to get prioritized.
Correct.
In the learning plan.
Well, I can tell you, it's not gonna get, if it's not tested, it's probably not gonna get covered as much as you probably would like. But every teacher across the state's different, and they're gonna decide if they have this caveat. Some of them are probably gonna say, I wanna cover this, I'm excited about it. Some are gonna say, nope, it's not tested, I'm moving on to something different.
So let me just say this respectfully.
Sure.
The committee is given a charge, and I kind of get the consensus from the committee that this is appropriate. I've tried to really allow for just the process, because we've kind of talked through it from K through 5 and said, okay, that's not appropriate, let's figure out where else. And we know high school's too late because the kids are already out of the game of learning because they're doing stuff. So 7th grade felt like the sweet spot to everybody. So I want to be very respectful of the expert teachers, but I also want to recognize that the committee has a different role than the teacher experts to contribute something from the community side. That's where I'm coming from. And so I take what they're saying. I can't even begin to tell you all the 100 different ways I've thought about how much we burden teachers. So it's not that I'm not thinking about that.
Sure.
But this is not the thing that's going to break them, to me.
Sure.
There are lots of other things breaking teachers. It's not this one subject.
Right.
So,
Or one standard, my bad.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Heather.
I was just going to also say that I think we've heard that it's included in the health curriculum, which may or may not be optional for 6th and 8th grade. It's included in the aforementioned information for 7th grade. And it may be that this could be a deeper, explicit statement addition to, for example, I realize high school is later than what you want to see it, but a more thorough endpoint included in standards such as the biology Ls1, 3 or something like that. So not that it's ignored or walked away from, but that you continue to layer that over multiple components throughout the learning cycle.
I think the fact that it is optional in 6 and 8 in health means that it's not part of standards, that it's science standards. This is a science thing in my mind.
It's optional in 9th grade too. You have to send a letter home to parents, and they get a
Right.
chance. They get a chance to opt out of it. Just FYI.
Health,
So,
is that-
yeah. Well, in the health class, yeah.
I guess I'm just speaking about the specific, more along the lines of an embryological human development unit of learning, which then does carry with it the endpoints and does carry with it the testing and does carry with it that deeper expectation of actionable teaching of specific content that will then be measured and judged at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying fits better, you think, Bio 1 and 9th grade?
Perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps.
I realize that's later.
I
I'm
know,
just saying
I
there's
know, that's-
already
Right.
precedent set
Yeah.
for where that content could be expanded to include.
Okay.
And I was going to say that it needs to be there too,
Yeah.
in a more expanded way. That's why I use the word introduce again. And I think that's the thing I keep going to, is that the burden on the teacher. I think based on the verbiage, I keep hearing that we're burdening the teacher because of this one thing. This whole thing is a lot. So I just want to have context about that and understand that we're talking about, we have many times discussed that we've eliminated standards, taken out standards. So adding one in is net still negative that you've taken away. So that, I don't want that to just like paralyze us and just be like, okay, well, if we can't ever add a standard. That, we can't get to that point.
That's fair.
And the way that the process works, maybe that's where it's flawed. When we get to in here is when we get to add standards or take out standards or edit. It's not during the public, we're not involved until now.
Right.
So if we can't do it now, then we can never do it. Because no matter how many times this process happens, this is always going to be the statement.
I don't think I don't disagree with it at all. I like it, but Kelly's argument was so, I just don't want to open up a whole can of worms that we haven't even thought about yet with with teachers and how this is going to impact them. I agree with 100%. Her argument was more compelling to me. So that's why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. But I don't know. I don't know what the perfect
So I have a
answer is
question
for this.
to you guys, Kelly and Andrea. Where do you, and this is just because obviously I'm not in the classroom, how do you incorporate this so it is taught to students as part of a science? I mean, I know we're saying that this is the right place, but, and I don't know if this is the right question for y'all, but how do you make health an option in sixth grade? How do you have students that progress through all these, like all this work you guys have done and tied it from here to here and all these great words and cross-cutting words and all these connections, but how do we get that way and they don't know? I'm just asking because I don't know, but where do you incorporate it? Like, it seems like to me they're learning all this advanced stuff about genetics and inheritance and all this other stuff, but we've skipped some things, and I just because I honestly don't understand, where do you add it in? Like health, great, if it's in sixth grade and every kid takes health in sixth grade, awesome, right? But like they don't, is what I'm hearing. So where do you, how does this look upon the, with the education, with the board and the state board and stuff? And this is just a discussion, like I just don't understand.
I don't oversee health or any of that, so I don't know. That may be more of a question for.
Just being in the classroom though, just being a teacher and being in like, where would this fit teaching
I was just going to
students?
say, just because you said genetics, sorry, that I would not consider where we are in seventh grade like a really deep dive into.
No, I know, but I'm just talking about like
cursory, right?
transferring this to people. Like I just was wondering in education, where is it figured in? Just as it not have anything to do with adding a standard, just asking where is it added in?
Like the embryology, or what piece specifically?
I'm just saying, like, we're talking about sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction, and then we start talking about organ systems and organs functions and functions of systems, and I'm just trying to figure out, like.
Are you asking what that looks like in the classroom?
Yeah, like, how do we get, we're teaching all the stuff, but do they figure out how we get to that stuff? That's what that's all I'm asking.
Well, the science topics are taught in science class. But this has not been taught at this grade level just because I think of developmentally appropriateness and just the topic. This would be a new topic for this grade level. But I think that the corresponding health issues where students are maybe learning information that they need to make appropriate life choices, I think that is taught through different means and different systems. And that is more of a local decision. So like I can speak to how it's worked for my children, like as a parent. I can speak to what I experienced as a student. I remember in sixth grade, we had our health class. It was like an outside organization that came in, and it was boys and girls separate. And we learned about reproduction and all kinds of, topics that were really embarrassing to us as sixth graders. So it wasn't even my teacher teaching it. And I know my children, my own children, have that same type of setup, and they get it in eighth grade, where it's an outside organization that comes in. It's a local decision. So the lens that those topics are taught through is based on local community norms, I guess. And so I know that the education that my own children get in that area is very different than what maybe my friends that live other places and what their children get in regards to those topics. I don't know if that answers your question.
But we're having the same, we're not talking about sexuality.
That was exactly
Yeah.
what I was
You
going
know,
to say.
so,
Because
yeah.
we keep losing the content
Yeah.
into something that it's not, and it's mucking it up. I want to just cleanly take it out of anything sexual reproduction related. We are talking about life stages of development. And it is not a complicated or controversial, never, we've never broached this in science before. It's a very basic concept. And in the developmental appropriateness language that you were mentioning, we've talked about this, and I'm just rehashing. We've already said if it can be if sexual reproduction is covered in health, they know that there's a baby being created from that.
Sure.
So then 7th grade, there's no better place than 7th grade to put it. So the appropriateness piece is correct to me, and I think we all agree. Otherwise, we wouldn't put it in the front matter either. So that's already established, and we move past that. The question now just is, if it's not a standard, it's not tested. If we assume that adding this one when we're taking several out is completely destroying the teacher's ability to teach, I think that's an excessive statement to make. I think it's a little bit adding, but I think the value added because of that language in there is immense to the understanding that children have about themselves and the value of their life and the value of life in general.
I just also would say that I wonder if some of that standard that could require that formative expected teaching is naturally embedded into some of that later work where it says, use a model to describe how differentiation of multicellular organisms creates specialized cells that perform diverse functions to work together to meet the needs of the entire organism.
Right.
And is that in
That-
9th grade?
That is biology,
Yeah.
LS1,
Right.
point 3.
So that's,
So then you
again,
have these teachers who are teaching that exact thing, being held to those exact standards, that you can add this more specific language to that allows for.
my challenge with that is what Mike said earlier about pregnancy rates. We're seeing it in middle school. Isn't that what we were saying? So health is taught in 6th grade. 9th grade, we're taking biology, but way before that, kids are getting pregnant because they can. It's science. That's what we're talking about. So understanding what happens when that occurs is important. And I do feel like a broken record, but
As someone who is not in the weeds of science, and what I am hearing is it seems like you want to get at the idea of health topics through a science concept.
no.
But
And that's where, again, Amy and I are clear about
I guess
this.
in the idea of like, by addressing this, maybe it will reduce pregnancy rates in middle schoolers. Is that?
Not trying to reduce. I'm saying by that time, they're getting pregnant, which means it's not too inappropriate a time to talk about it, and that they should understand what that looks like.
Well, and I think it's okay. We have introduced
Right.
the concept of this could
Yeah,
help eliminate this, that, and the other. We have introduced that. We're all human, right?
Yeah.
Scientifically, we've moved on from science a little bit into the personal.
Yeah.
And that's cool because that's part of our responsibility is to consider the health and safety of our students. It's being covered. It's being covered, and we may not like how it's being covered or the depth of which is being covered, but it is being covered. And then to your point, ma'am, being covered thoroughly in biology in the 9th grade. For this standpoint, we have to consider what's best for the teachers and the students moving forward because this opens up a plethora of concerns that we haven't even started to discuss. You don't have the time to discuss. If we had 25 science teachers that could give us a testimony they would open doors that we haven't even decided to open. Kelly's points are very, very strong, and that is this opens up too many possibilities because some teachers will take it to life doesn't start at conception and life starts over here and then and what over here, and then they're going to take it to a whole different level that is not something that needs to be a standard for us in the state of Tennessee. What's the word I'm looking for? Suggest, recommend, or I'll make a motion that we put it at the front end. That's a start. It's a start for what we want. We want kids to be knowledgeable of these things, but it's just, I suggest that we don't make this a standard and we move on to 8th grade.
And I think if you continue to add more language to the biology portion, which is already outlined, then you've set the opportunity up for future further revisions and bringing it down perhaps.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Thank you all. I know it's passionate, and I love and respect the passion for this. Nisha has one more comment, and then I want to move forward.
So we were gonna go back and maybe revisit also where some of it can go in elementary. I want to make sure that we do that because I do think if the committee is not on board to make it a standard, and that's what I'm hearing, and I might still have to just make a motion and let it die for lack of a second or something. I don't know, but just to clear my own conscience. But it does need to kind of have a progression, I do believe, and that if it ends up in 9th grade, I don't want them to have not seen things before that.
It's fair. And I think we had looked at K through 5 a little bit. Am I making that up? I feel like it fits somewhere. Jennifer, did you bring that up?
She mentioned 3rd grade.
3rd grade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ls1, I think.
3rd grade, Ls1, 1.
I mean, we're talking about life cycles there.
Mm-hmm.
And since we're not talking about sexual reproduction, I've said that 100 times, then should we specify and introduce life stages, like developmental life stages? Is that wacky?
Well, just for the record, I don't think you're trying to do anything but do good. So
Yes,
I think
Yeah.
I think you're trying to do good by teachers and by students.
Right.
I just don't want you to say, like I said 100 times, I don't think it's anything about sex or anything like that. I think you're trying to do good. It's just it's just where do you do good?
So-
Where do you implement good?
So I'm just thinking, is there a way to amend that first sentence to add and
All
include,
species have unique and diverse life cycles,
yeah, and the life cycles,
including humans? Is that what you're thinking?
including human stages of development, or
How was it worded in the other?
yeah,
Conception of birth.
No,
from fertilization
Fertilization to
To
birth
birth.
is how it was. What if, I just had a word in my brain, I lost it, I'll come back.
Jennifer, your thoughts?
I just had a phrase in there, it might have worked.
Do you feel like that, Jennifer, what's said in 3.1 already kind of, Ls1 1 already addresses that?
Common sense to me would say yes, but what a teacher's going to define versus what I think is it. I'm always going to defer to the teacher's training and
Sure.
expertise over my own opinion. I get it. I think high school freshmen, it's a little late. I think there needs to be some type of introduction. I totally get where adding the additional one in the 7th grade might be over cumbersome, might be giving them a little too much, and standard-wise, something's better than nothing is where I am. Something's better than nothing. So I think putting it at the front on the 7th grade is good. If the group decides that this might be something that we can add in here, I'm just at the point, something's better than nothing.
right? And-
Without overburdening or creating, I'm not comfortable with creating a new standard. Just
That's
based
fair.
on all the feedback that's coming.
Yeah.
I just
Okay.
think we need to find a happy place that
Okay.
Joe,
Very good. Amy?
what about at 3 LS1.1?
That's where we are.
Species have unique and diverse life cycles, comma, including, I'm missing one word, human embryological stages, including, I'm looking for something like the word of simple, but I don't want that word, including the basics of human embryological stages, including an introduction to human embryological stages.
And introduce human embryological stages.
Well, the reason I wasn't doing that is I think if you use that language, I think you're possibly introducing a new SBE.
Ah, gotcha.
And that's why I was
Yeah.
staying with the use graphical representations to compare how species have unique and diverse life cycles, comma, including preliminary, but I don't want that word either.
Simple,
Simple sounds.
basic.
Is, yeah. I want to make it clear it's like an introduction to, but we're not going week by week. We're
Your
going.
way doesn't make parents read that and go, what, they have to introduce this? This gives the teacher the option of introducing it to a certain extent.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, well, they don't have to, they're not being tied down to they have to introduce this up until this point, and that gives the teacher a little safety net from parents not liking the standard. If you say and this, that means they have to include it.
Would you be okay with going on and let me mull on that exact word that I'm looking for a minute?
Including basic concepts of human development or something like that.
Something embryological development.
Yeah, embryological.
Not
So-
human development because that goes till death.
So if we did this, would we take it off the front end of the 7?
No.
We say
It's
the
that
front end.
progression.
So can I just ask, I just think about third grade in the comments that we got a little bit about fixed properties and observable properties and things like that. And I wonder, life cycles is something that they can observe. I wonder if embryological development is observable at a third grade level.
Sure.
Well,
Lots of
yeah.
pictures.
Yeah.
Appropriate pictures of the embryo developing. Not going sex, not going sexual organs.
And you
literally
said pregnant
just
women.
And so, do these children understand what cells are at that age? I'm just trying to think of a third grader. Do they?
Well, that's why I'm
And
saying
embryological is a huge word. And as a
you don't
parent,
use the word embryological
Yeah.
with the kids.
well, I
And that's
know,
just for the standard.
but if you put it in the standard, that's verbiage that the teacher will use.
Well,
And
then-
I just know that because that's what you do.
Well, then I'll find a
because
better
that's-
word.
Yeah.
I'll find a better word.
But, and I'm not arguing it, I'm just thinking, and I'm the parent of a little boy or a little girl and going, these teachers are talking about, and what else are they gonna talk about? It's what Mike said. I'm just thinking about what might be in the newspaper or what might be, we need to not put our teachers in that
Yeah, that's
predicament.
Okay. Okay, so we have a concept here, potentially 3LS1.1. Potentially. And looking elsewhere, I don't see another spot where it comes up in the flow of things. It's not a fourth grade concept. It's not really in fifth grade. What I'd like to do is 148. I'd like for us to get moving forward. Okay, I don't mean to trample on anything here.
No, and if Amy's willing to just look at that, then we can come back to it if that's
We'll let
okay.
Amy think on that. So as a general consensus, so looking at seventh grade, we've put it in the front matter. Is there any comment on the statement added to the front matter? Anything you all would like to see changed about that? Or does that cover what we would like for the teachers to see as they approach, planning out their seventh grade curriculum?
Joe, will you read that?
Says there's an introductory clause, students learn in life science from molecules to organisms, and then this study should introduce the biology of human life, including the stages of development from fertilization to birth. We could say including an introduction. That way it's
Yes.
not, you know,
To-
including an introduction.
You're already saying that. This study should introduce.
Oh, should introduce.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
But I think the way you did it makes it one sentence. Is that right? Or not? Joe?
It is one sentence. You mean together with the previous one?
Yeah. No, you weren't trying to do that.
No, I wasn't trying to do that. That's just how I was reading. I'm sorry. So this study should introduce the biology of human life. I guess the reason I put introductory, maybe we need another word. You don't want the teachers to feel like they have to go in depth in these stages.
I think
Just-
that's why the introduce is appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, if that
Yeah.
says it. Okay. Any further revision to that? Okay, so we'll let that stand as a recommendation. We will not add a standard at the moment in 7th grade. But I do want to make note, and we'll make note of this in a report, that we'd like for the board to consider exploring how best to incorporate that. Because that way we could get teacher feedback on where it might fit.
Yeah, I think that's what I would want in our executive summary or something, is to raise it and say that we would like for the questionnaire or the survey to explore this as a standard. In 7th grade.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for working so hard on that. I know that took a lot of time, but
But we're still voting on it at the end.
yes, we'll still vote at the end. We had looked at 7.ETS. We converted that from 7ETS2 to 7ETS1, if I remember correctly, at the top of page 58. And so, is that correct? Okay. And just added in some examples and removed the phrase pertaining to biomaterials to kind of open that up a little bit. Okay. 8th grade? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do 8th grade. It's a very important time in development, lots of comments on these. As we look at the 8th grade standards, there's not a whole lot of individual ones commented on, but a couple got a lot of comments. And it echoes some things we already saw, and that is the 7th versus 8th grade, move it here, move it there discussion. So we'll start with 8PS1, 1 and 2, and see if anybody has comments on those. The main comments that we got were to move these or to remove these. Some people said keep it here, some people said move it. So any comments or concerns about 8PS1 or 2, 8PS1.1 and .2? It seems like they fit with the flow. If you look at the previous standards, this section, let me see if I can find it in my book here. So if I'm looking at this correctly, and I'll let our experts comment on this, some of these standards were part of 8.PS2 previously and were perhaps revised and made 8PS1, because I do not see an 8.PS1 in the previous standards. Does that sound correct? Okay. So they got repurposed, and where they are makes sense in terms of matter and their interactions. That's they seem to fit there. So, all right. No comments. 8.PS2, motion and stability, forces and interactions. So these are mainly talking about forces, magnetism, planetary bodies, gravitation, that kind of stuff.
In the first round of comments, Mr.
Yes, go
Chair,
ahead.
there are a lot of comments about needing more clarity, more precision in standards.
Okay.
Would be more helpful to have more concise standards. That's all in PS2.
Okay.
Tell us exactly what you want us to teach.
Which is not the job of the standards.
Right.
Right. So, did you like that? Okay. So, right. So there were concerns about that. It does appear that some of these were revised, probably in response to that, compared with the other standards. So they're not exact. They don't read exactly the same as the previous version. And in fact, if I'm looking at this correctly, 8PS2 now has 6, whereas it had 5.
Wait, a standard was added?
Yes,
Whoa.
yes, yeah. No comment.
But duly noted.
Noted. Noted. Okay. Any other comments on 8PS2 concerns?
Can we add a period to the end of 6?
Yeah, 8PS2.6
Six.
looks like it's missing a period at the end. Okay. All right. Okay. 8PS4 waves and their applications, technology, information transfer. These look, they did get revised somewhat. It's the same number, Nisha, as the previous time, but they did get revised somewhat from the, at least the third one did, compared with your previous set of standards. I don't see any comments on that, and hearing none, I'm going to say let's move to 8LS4.
Just one quick thing that seems interesting, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And we can just dismiss it very quickly if it seems crazy, but do students need to know the parts of the eye and ear that allow them to receive sight and sound?
That was a comment made in response to which standard? Did you have a standard reference? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't, look, I'm reading through here. So that's all talking about mechanical and waves. I don't see anything about hearing. Any comment from y'all on that, or subject matter experts, chairs?
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Nothing? Okay. Okay. So, all right, we'll move on to 8LS4, biological change. I don't see anything. The only one that caught my attention a little bit was dot 2. It seems, I don't know, it seems a little bit circular reasoning, but I understand sometimes that's the way it's phrased. But the end part, using evidence of common ancestry and patterns between taxa, if you're looking at structures and genetic information, that is the evidence. Does that make sense? Yeah. Construct an explanation addressing similarities and differences of the anatomical structures and genetic information between extinct and extant organisms. Using evidence, and I know this common ancestry is probably tying into the framework. I'm sure that's a framework thing. Using evidence of common ancestry and patterns between taxa.
Patterns. That's why it's there.
That's why it's
I've
there,
learned.
patterns.
I've learned. They're not listening to me. Patterns.
That's it. It's the buzzword, right?
It's a cross-cutting word. See how much I've learned?
Yeah. Is that the intention there, you think? I don't know if Kelly or Andrea have a comment on it.
Construct an explanation addressing, can that simply say explain similarities and differences?
Well, yeah, I think.
Oh, SCP?
I think what they're. Yeah, the SCP there, I think they're going for. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know that anybody feels super strongly about that, so we'll keep going.
It just seemed a little
Yeah,
unwieldy, but
it is.
it's fine.
It is. 8ESS1 and 8ESS2, Earth's place and Earth and its systems. I don't know if any of those felt awkward to anybody. I didn't make any specific notes of those. 8ESS3, Earth and human activity. Yeah, Earth systems is ESS2 and ESS3 is Earth and human activity. Okay. All right, the ETS standards, ETS1 and ETS2. We've got a model and research and communicate information on data technologies. Would that list, to our chairs, would that list be an IE or an EG telescope satellites? Is that just the EG examples or those specific ones from ETS 2.1? EG, okay. All right, let's make that an EG as examples. Okay. Welcome to high school, everyone. See no further comments there. So we're going to go to Bio 1. Let me take a moment, get my notes reset here. Now, I think as we look at it, I'll note that Bio 1 and some of these, a couple courses were more heavily, okay. Nisha.
I was just going to ask if Amy was ready.
Okay. Is Amy ready? Do you have a comment on
I have
3
a
LS1?
suggestion. As written, use graphical representations to compare how species have unique and diverse life cycles, including the introduction of prenatal development. That leaves it very broad.
It does.
That's before birth. Means we don't have to get into gastrulation versus
Right.
embryo versus fetus. It's just kind of the baby is this big, now it's this big, now it's this big. Mommy's tummy is rounding, and eventually the baby comes out, and here you are.
Yeah.
That was my thought behind using the prenatal.
Okay.
I was trying to go third grade appropriate,
Yes.
you know.
Is that, I'm trying to remember what prenatal means.
Before birth.
Before birth. right.
Literally before birth is what it means. So it
I'm
means.
kind of laughing because I'm not at you. I'm laughing with you because I will counsel people in prenatal counseling and they may not even know what
Right.
that means.
So you took prenatal vitamins
That's her job.
when you were pregnant,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So it-
I'm just
and
thinking
that's-
about whether or not that is similar, synonymous with embryonic.
No, because embryonic is the first 8 weeks of gestation. Embryo at 9 weeks it becomes a fetus.
Okay, so
And
this
I,
is
and,
more,
and so I started with
Yeah.
with development, and then I went germinal, embryonic, fetal, and I'm like, no, that's too much for third grade. That's
Yes.
too much for third grade teachers.
Right.
And that's why as I Googled prenatal, popped up, and I was like, that's it. That's our word for third grade.
well, if you
is
say so,
prenatal.
then that's our third
In
for
my
word
opinion,
grade.
I mean,
word
y'all
for
can
third
disagree
grade, I
with
know.
me, but that's, you know.
What's that?
These are 8-year-olds.
Exactly.
Does anybody have a third grader, like in your home?
I do.
You do? I do too. I'm, you know, am I ready for her to come home and be like, Mommy, how does a baby get in a woman's belly? Like, I'm just saying, like,
I mean, I know how I address it with him
Yeah.
about what happens. And at this point, it's very spiritual and it's about what God has done and that kind of stuff. I'm not getting into sexual reproduction. Again, we keep going back to that. And we're just talking about what's happening in the belly. He sees moms all over, his friends' moms who are pregnant. And I think it helps him understand that this is how it develops in there. And then it becomes a him eventually.
What does that look like in the classroom?
Leslie,
I'm
how do you
good
feel
with
about that.
I don't teach elementary school. I have a specified science classroom time.
Yep.
We heard earlier that our elementary teachers are language and math heavy, and they're going to try to incorporate a standard into their language arts possibly. I was thinking, okay, what kind of book could they read? What type of story could they find that would go along? What do you all think?
That's true.
That would help them approach that.
What about something like early development or instead of prenatal? I don't know.
It's hard to figure out how to word that.
Well, that's it. It's early
Yeah.
development is
Yeah.
the word, is the wording. That would go into like a young child. Yeah.
I mean, what if we left it, it's just another thought here, how species such as humans and other animal and other organisms have unique and diverse life cycles. That might keep it broad enough, right, to introduce that, but not worry with the constraint of specific language. I'm just thinking about how do we get the human aspect of it in here and to say teach about human life cycle gives you that bigger picture of, a baby and growing up, and you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, the standard as it is, the life cycle is the whole thing, right? It's not just how they're born. And so
Yeah,
feel
I
like-
was trying to fit this into that, so
Right.
it was sort of life cycle, but sort of pre.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I really liked prenatal.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a lot of opposition to that or.
Right. Well, I think the problem is when you say life cycle is the whole, as opposed to birth is the start of a process, or development and birth is the start of the process. I don't
Well, that's
know
why I
if
said including the introduction of.
Right. I
That's
mean,
what
I don't
chose
know
that
that
word.
you're like asking them to go and explore
Yeah.
the entire details
Yeah.
in a 7th grade level that I would
True.
love to see
No,
that.
that's true.
This is, hey, there's a baby and it goes from here to there.
Right.
Um,
I think I would lean more toward something like that, species such as humans and other organisms.
By the end of grade 2, the standards framework book says, plants and animals have predictable characteristics at different stages of development. Plants and animals grow and change. Adult plants and animals can have young. And then they go on to, by the end of grade 5, reproduction is essential to the continued existence of every kind of organism. They have different plants and animals have unique and different life cycles that include being born, growing, developing into adults, reproducing, and eventually dying.
Yep.
So,
I'm struggling with the, prenatal as a phrasing here, things like that. I feel like it's feels forced. So maybe a compromise would be make sure that they're talking about human when they talk about these life cycles, because that is going to bring in that aspect of basic development. And I think that's not overly burdensome on our teachers. Is that a fair thought? I don't know. I'll get feedback on that. Okay. So I'm going to make a suggestion, and I'll open it for any response at 3.ls1.1, how species, including humans and other organisms, have unique and diverse life cycles. Okay?
You want G or do you want?
I would just non-parenthetically, just in the context of the sentence, including humans and other organisms have unique and diverse life cycles. Okay. I think it gets us in the direction of what we're headed toward without overly burdening our teachers. Okay. Comments on that? Any responses, suggestions? Okay. All right. Let me suggest, let's see, it's 2:07, and we're ready to get rolling into 9th grade. Can we take a quick 5-minute break? Everybody stretch, use the restroom, and then we'll try to dive into high school. Okay?
because we'll need to decide what we're gonna do,
That's right.
how we're gonna be, calendar.
Yeah, we'll have to, and we'll try to see how far we can get, and maybe 2:45 we'll pause and see where we are and what needs to happen there. So, okay. Not totally. Not totally. Okay. So as we come back, I do detect a quorum. So we'll get ready to get into it. So in conferring with our chairs, is that the proper term for y'all? Subject matter experts / chairs. I talked to them about which high school courses received changes. And it appears that Bio 1, Chemistry 1, is that correct, Kelly? Okay. Okay. Now let me preface this with, I'm not saying that we don't need to review any of the other courses, because there may be other things that you caught that you want to visit. But in terms of the high school revisions, we got bio, I'm assuming that's Chem 1, it just says chemistry, physical science, and then physics. And the modification to physics was to split the standards into 2 courses. I'm assuming roughly without changing them, is that?
It says no standard.
No changes. Okay, I'm sorry, I need to put my glasses on. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So in reference to them wanting to make that 2 divisions,
Yes.
Yeah.
do you have feedback on that? Because my concern is the rural high schools might not give it at all if they've got those 2.
So this is actually done partly in effort to solve some of those issues, which is if this gets approved by the Division of Physics gets approved by you and the state board, there's then going to be work done on changing the requirements to be able to teach physics. So recently, the department and the state board worked on creating an endorsement that allows a teacher to teach through Algebra 1 without having to be certified to teach calculus. So we're going to create an opportunity for teachers to be certified to teach Physics 1 without having to be certified to teach Physics 2, which is significantly more complex concepts and ideas. And we anticipate that most schools will offer only Physics 1 and then offer AP Physics, if that makes sense.
Right, and that's right.
And so, yeah, so that was actually in response to feedback from schools and districts. And that is why, and it was already way too much content to cover in 1 year anyway. So that is how the split ended up, and moving forward, that is then the next step will be adjusting the endorsement for physics to make it easier for teachers to be endorsed to teach Physics 1 without being endorsed to teach Physics 2.
The consistent feedback for many years has been that there's just too much in physics for teachers to teach it all. And that is just from interacting with teachers, interacting with school systems, not just the public feedback, but if you look at it and you think about how much time you have, how much seat time you have with students, like the amount of standards that were in physics, it was really a lot.
And I think the scenario of making 1 AP, that solves the additional part, what they don't get in 2.
Well, AP, there's actually 2. There's 2 different AP physics courses. There's 3, but they have different ones with different, but none of the AP would require you to necessarily cover everything that was in our non-AP physics.
And students would still get credit for their 3rd lab science by just taking what would be Physics 1. They don't have to take both physics to get their 3rd lab science graduation credit.
It does not create an issue for those who go to college, because if you're taking physics, you're more than likely going on to college.
Right.
Yes, correct.
Good points. Okay. So let me make this suggestion. So we have this before us. I think we're going to have more of our time spent probably in biology and chemistry than some of these others. Does anybody have an objection to the division of physics into two sections or questions or concerns about that. I didn't catch anything in my reading of them. Any other courses, so to the point of the previous list, any of the other courses, were there things that you wanted to bring up before we get to Bio 1, Chem 1, and the others? I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm just saying no changes were requested of the others. Okay. So I'm going to make a recommendation. We jump into Bio 1. That's probably where most of our conversation will be, and see what we can get done there. I'm going to be watching the clock. I'm going to give us about 30, 35 minutes. We'll see how far we make it, and then we can figure out what we need to do from there as far as potentially following up. I feel like there's in some cases there are relatively minor changes that maybe need to be made or approved or whatever, but I want to make sure we're respecting the time and the process here. So let's go to Bio 1. Start at Ls1 and walk through those. There were several comments on some of these in the comments. One particular one on Ls1.1 that I wanted to bring up. Parenthetically, central dogma is noted at the end of that one. And there were a lot of questions around how much, did they need to know transcription and translation? What's the level of expectation there? So I wanted to kind of check with our chairs and see, do you all feel there's any need to clarify? And is this the only place the central dogma is brought in, or do we have this somewhere else? To me, it looks like the first time that I've seen it, which is fair. But is this the only time, and do we need any further clarification? Go ahead. Kelly. Okay. Yeah, and as far as reading this particular, and I don't know if there are high school folks that want to comment on this. As far as reading this particular one, do we feel like it's inclusive enough of what we want communicated, or does it need to be spelled out any more than it is? Does that make sense, what I'm asking? I got the sense from some of the comments of,
Thought it was too vague.
too vague. Do we need to know transcription and translation? It's the questions, what are the learning targets? What's the boundary here?
And why is central dogma in parentheses instead of
Part
embedded
of the statement, yes. Yeah.
Either let's.
Yeah, so in other words, to your point, could we phrase it, the work of proteins that are coded for by genes and DNA as in the process of the central dogma or something
As
like
outlined,
that?
yeah.
Or as outlined by the central dogma.
Or something. Or maybe there's a reason it's in the outside.
He's trying to find what's crinkling.
As outlined in central dogma? Instead of the parentheses? Is that-
As described.
As described is good?
I would say, yeah, are coded for by genes and DNA as described by the central dogma.
Yeah.
Period. Did I add a period?
And does that give enough direction to
Well,
maybe
that was going to
clear
be my
out
next
some of that
question.
vagueness?
Is that sufficient for an educator to know, okay, I'm expected to do this? I guess I'm thinking back about questions and assessment of this. Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. Is transcription and translation tested under this? Do we need to say those explicitly? Brian's shaking his head yes. So do we need to put parenthetically after central dogma, i.e. transcription and translation?
There's several comments about it being vague, and then
Do we-
someone has mentioned several times about
Right.
that.
Will this also include replication? I know that's not the central dogma per se, but that is, the copying of DNA, replication, transcription, translation are often talked about together. So is replication talked about in, I didn't see it mentioned here specifically, so I'm just wondering.
Brian's furrowed brow
Brian's
indicates
looking.
that he's looking.
Yeah. So I'm going to say, as described by the central dogma, parentheses, i.e., transcription and translation,
And
we'll hold off on replication and see if Brian has other suggestion there. Okay, thank you. That was just that was all I wanted to do on that one. I noticed it and it caught me. Translation is protein synthesis. Yes. Yep.
It's an interesting statement because the explanation is that functions are carried out through proteins, but then, I don't know, it just seems like a long way to describe how you, what you're actually looking for.
It is a long way, but I don't know if the phrasing, we need to keep the SEP. In other words, we could state it much more directly, but then we might lose
Right.
the SEP.
That's what I assumed when I read construct an explanation, you know. That,
Based on evidence.
mm-hmm. I'm learning.
I agree. If it were my course, I'd have mine is much more succinct, but I'm not worried about SEPs. So.
I get it. Just trying to clear up some of the vagueness if we
That's fair.
happen to be able
That's very
to.
fair. Okay. Any other comments on LS1? I think the only thing I caught was at the end, number 7.
Did we get an answer about replication, Brian?
Is not explicitly called out in any standards.
Okay.
So you do have a sub-differentiation discussed. That was already pointed out. Whether or not it chose to read replication as a biology 2 concept might be a different discussion.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
Since it specifically says proteins that are coded for by genes,
In
I'm
DNA.
thinking transcription translation
That's
is enough, right?
That's where I was going with it. That's right. That's right. This at a minimum we need those two. Number 7, I feel like that needs to be plural to those inputs at the very end of number 7, behaviors in response to those inputs.
Yep.
That's all I had. Any other comments on LS1?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I think Heather had referenced this section as the part where we would include embryonic
Yes.
development stages, and it needs to be here because we haven't put it anywhere else.
Yeah, and it's very, so number 3, use a model to describe how differentiation and multicellular organisms create specialized cells that perform diverse functions to work together to meet the needs of the entire organism. So it goes along with that very well. So the question is, do we need to add a little phrasing in there?
Yes.
To spell it out?
Yes. To include embryonic developmental stages, stages of human development, any of those.
You can still use prenatal here, and that covers everything.
Beyond.
Jennifer missed that discussion earlier. We were coming up with terms instead of saying
Before
embryological
birth.
or,
That's fertilization to birth is prenatal.
That's not a bad word.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's just.
No, it's not a bad word, it's just, I just don't think it's.
We're in 9th grade here, though. We're not in 3rd.
Is
Well-
embryonic better to you?
Embryonic doesn't go as far as you want.
Right, I'm just saying we start with
We
embryonic.
could say embryonic and fetal development.
Yes,
You
or-
could say that if you'd
What if-
rather.
What if you put it, I was trying to look back at your original statement that was examine the biology of human life, including the stages of development from fertilization to birth. So use a model to describe how differentiation in multicellular organisms creates specialized cells that perform diverse functions to work together to meet the needs of the entire organism, including development from fertilization to birth or something.
That'd be fine.
Or human. Would that cover it?
Including human development.
From fertilization to birth.
Does that,
I was just trying to be more succinct.
yeah,
that's all.
maybe I was adding it to the end was not helpful.
No. That's, if prenatal is a word we can't use, then that's.
Is that bio 2 or bio 1? That's bio 1.
From fertilization to birth.
Or,
Is that right?
yeah, or does human development do better to make sure that you
Yes.
don't stop at birth?
But is that covered
But-
under sexual reproduction later in the
Ooh,
course?
that might be.
Let's look.
In bio 1?
Bio 1, right here, sexual reproduction under heredity.
It's mentioned, so sexual reproduction is mentioned under biological change, unity, and diversity, so under Ls4. I do see it mentioned there. And in that context, it's looking at natural selection in particular is what that standard is looking at. Meiosis, so the generation of the germ cells is Ls3.2.
And I kind of thought that
Subdivision
putting it,
is-
I'm
is-
sorry,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
putting it near the sexual reproduction seemed to give people the ABGBs. And
Right.
so I was
Right.
trying
Keep
to.
you out of that.
Far away.
Yes. I think
Well, that might
that
flow okay.
I
That'll
think
flow fine.
I think it fits under the umbrella of molecules to organisms.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide.
Is including human development enough without?
I think it may be because in one sense, what we have to realize is that human development is going to include the differentiation, which all takes place during embryonic development. Now, there's obviously a little more after you're born, but much of the tissue differentiation, which is what this is referring to, is occurring in the womb.
Yeah.
Right.
It's one of those where if it's not here, I don't know
Yeah.
how we ever
Right.
do.
Why can't we put it there?
I just say including human development though, and just leave because that's what this thing is
That's
talking.
what-
It's talking
yeah.
about differentiation, which is occurring as an embryo and a fetus, and
So you can
He's
take
right.
out.
He's right, Nisha.
Yeah.
It'll be understood that that's,
It's like redundant words.
it is. You're absolutely right.
So tell me which part makes it redundant so I can,
yeah,
not
absolutely.
argumentatively,
So,
just.
so in biology, when we
Mhm.
talk about differentiation of cells into tissues, okay, differentiation is taking place as the cells of a baby are forming into those tissues. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So by saying differentiation, we're talking about that process that's already taking place in the womb. Does that make sense?
Yes. So,
So all
Let me-
I'm saying is finish it if we do of the entire organism, including human development, period.
can we do an EG maybe to say embryonic stages or something? Or
It's
no?
just not necessary.
Yeah, I think
That's,
it's-
and it's just
I'll
a
think it adds-
definition. He's
Yeah.
exactly right, and good catch, and I didn't catch it. He's exactly right, that because you're talking about differentiation, that happens almost exclusively first 8 weeks. It does a little bit more after that.
And I guess that's the language that I don't know. so
Exactly
that's-
right. That's exactly right.
So science.
That'd be the biology language.
What?
Yeah.
Y'all
That's the
stuff.
bio lingo.
No, you're absolutely, I just didn't catch it. It's a good catch. It's absolutely right.
And so everybody that's teaching ninth grade knows that that means this.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely correct.
I'll let our genetic counselor comment. I don't know, Heather, if you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really, I'm just reading the whole statement again to kind of make sure it's put in the right place, and I think it is.
Give y'all a moment to read that. While we're reading that, any other LS1 comments? I didn't see any others that really stuck out at me.
And from a implementation standpoint, that should be very easy within the
Yeah.
standard that's set.
Yeah. Okay, any opposition to that? Concerns about that? Okay. All right, Ls2 Ecosystems. Go here. Let's see, there was something in here. One of our chairs, LS2.5, analyze the data about the role of group behavior on individual and species chances. Is this kind of a framework tie-in here? Just trying to make sure I understand the intent of the standard.
Yes, this is from the framework. So it would be aligned to the framework, and some ideas maybe on what this might look like in a classroom would be if students were maybe, just for example, one activity that I've seen used in a classroom would be the behavior of wolf packs and the animals that they would be preying upon. Perfect. And so would it be, is it a deer or a bison? How many wolves are in the pack? Did they successfully capture their prey or not? And so can you make a claim about the size of the pack versus their ability to capture a certain food source?
Okay, very good. That makes perfect sense. Okay.
Should we include Atlantis on this one?
Say it again.
The discovery of Atlantis.
Discovery of Atlantis.
That's what you said. I know, I was thinking, what did he say?
Okay. LS3, heredity, inheritance, and variation of traits. This did have a reference to alleles, which I think is obviously an appropriate term. I don't have a problem with it. Are they prepared for that high school level, talking about variations in genes as alleles, things like that? Okay. All right.
Part of that comes from your Punnett squares that you've done in 8th grade.
That's true. They have done Punnett squares. Good point. Okay. Yeah, and I think it's a good, number 4 is good to include the idea that mutations in germline cells can be passed on. So I think that's good. All right, LS4, biological change, unity, and diversity.
Number 5 needs a period at the end.
Number 5 needs a period at the end, noted by Mike. Number 1, I understand the wording of it. It's, we have this idea, analyze and interpret scientific data that common ancestry and biological evidence, evolution are supported by multiple lines of empirical evidence. Excuse me. I can't remember what I was going to say. I didn't make enough notes. The brain's gone to mush. No, strike that. Okay. Any comments or suggestions on any of those?
I just want to point out, here is a really nice tie into that embryological development also.
Yes. Yep.
Say it again.
I think that was something that caught my attention too. I guess I'm not up on this. Embryonic recapitulation, which is what it seems like this is espousing, is something that was rejected a long time ago. So am I wrong about that? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Am I correct about that?
I'm reading, sorry.
Okay. The idea that embryos, as they develop, mirror a potential evolutionary ancestry, I don't know that is still held. I don't know. Just asking the question out loud. I'm getting some kind of not really. I guess I just wondered if that.
There are multiple schools of thought, aren't there?
I guess so,
I think
yeah.
everybody still doesn't agree.
Okay. There's disagreement on it. Well, I guess my point is that the order of appearance of structures may or may not agree with that. Does that make sense? So do we want to cite it there? Because, the same thing with DNA sequences, amino acid sequences.
Sure, but by putting, if the standard is analyze and interpret
Yes.
scientific data
Yeah.
to show this, isn't it possible that you have something that doesn't show that?
That's true.
Which is what that last
That's a good point.
example could be.
Yeah.
So disproving,
Well,
I
do
mean,
we-
I
do
hate to
we-
use the word prove, because you're
Yeah,
right.
I think where I'm going with
disproving it
that, when we say are supported by.
Yeah,
is it-
yeah.
Is it possible to open that up to allow for what doesn't support it, right?
Mhm.
Because the standard as written is, we gotta find what supports it, but do we allow for open-mindedness of an assessment of data? I don't know.
It's an EG, so we can take
Yes.
it off and we won't limit teachers to teach it or not teach it.
Yeah. Oh, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with it being there. I guess I was just wondering, are supported by,
Do you want to take it off?
take what off?
No, because it's got the embryological development that we.
No, I don't
Okay.
have, I'm not necessarily aspiring
yeah.
to take it off. I'm just wondering, when we write that, that such and such is supported by,
Are you automatically validating it?
yeah, are we validating, or can we allow students and teachers to have multiple viewpoints on that, I guess, is what I'm wondering. Does that make sense?
At least from a history perspective and also ELA, by definition, when you're finding evidence, you want to find positive and negative evidence.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's just
Yeah,
my thoughts.
okay. All right, any other thoughts on that? Okay. All right, anything else we need to hit on Bio 1?
I'm sorry.
Dude, we literally just could do Bio 1 in 20 minutes. That's badass.
I was reading.
That's what we do
Yeah.
around here, Mike.
That's fine, I love it.
I was reading the comment on page 11 and bio about the question. It was pretty in-depth, asking, make sure that there are limits to how far the teachers and test makers are going to take this standard and
Yes,
blah,
yes.
blah. Do you know?
Right,
Right.
right.
I just wanted us to look at this. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I started reading
That
that.
tied back
thought,
to
"Oh,
LS1
Right.
4, correct.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I don't know, I read it and I thought, I guess I didn't think it was too all-encompassing as I read LS4,
Yeah, I didn't.
LS1.4. Create or use a model to describe how the process of photosynthesis converts light energy into stored chemical energy of bonds created by converting CO2 and H2O into sugar and other molecules.
Okay.
This question asks about, light independent C4, CAM, light independent, those are different versions
Right.
of photosynthesis, and the standard doesn't require that, from the way I'm reading it.
Okay.
So I guess their concern is how deep do they need to go?
Yes.
So I guess I would ask, from a standards perspective, assessment wise, do we expect them to know specific versions of photosynthesis and the organisms those are associated with? The standard is not written to that. It's more general. I don't know, Brian, if there's any thoughts on how specific we need to be there. This is LS1.4. Photosynthesis is hard to teach, by the
Yes,
way.
it really is.
It's very complex. Okay.
What's your question?
The-
Whether or not-
Well, the concern was, do they need to go in depth about the different types of photosynthesis and organisms that, C4 versus CAM organisms, et cetera. The standard doesn't go into that detail, and I'm okay leaving it that way, but, do teachers have the guidance they need, I guess, to get to the point?
Several comments are specific vocabulary. Please include need boundaries. Please include vocabulary.
Yeah.
Must have been the same group altogether. I don't know.
So, to the specific question of how we would not go into CAM C4 unless the teacher happened to choose a specific plant type.
Yeah, right.
Because
They're gonna pick an example,
Exactly.
but from an assessment perspective, that's not required.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I need to know. I think it's fine as written. I think teachers can have the freedom to go deeper if they want, but it doesn't require it of them. All right.
Joe, could I ask a question of
Yes.
our folks over there.
Go ahead.
Lots of the feedback that I'm seeing in, particularly in high school, and it makes sense it would come up in high school, is asking for limits. And I just don't know if that's our job. A lot of, like, for example, I was about to bring up, and then I realized maybe at 4.2, which is about using statistics. Anyway, it's not important. Like, many of them said, if this is Hardy-Weinberg, we shouldn't be teaching Hardy-Weinberg because that's an AP bio topic. So please tell us not to teach it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think that part of what they might be, where this idea is coming from is there is a set of national science standards that have very explicit boundaries. It is also very clear in state law that the state of Tennessee may not adopt any national set of science standards. Yep.
Okay,
There you go.
I will
Okay.
not address those
Very,
comments.
very good. Am I correct that there were no changes made to Bio 2? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The only comment I had on Bio 2 before I want to move to chemistry is Bio 2 LS4 number 27. So I'm on page 71. Sorry, there's a lot. There's a lot of standards. It's just an interesting phrase. I don't know if we want to choose a different term. It says, model several reproductive strategies used by example organisms and compare them to explain how each differentially accomplishes reproductive success. Collect information in support of the argument that rapidly reproducing species that produce more young are more resilient. And I guess in that sense, it just means survive more or better. I don't know, resilient just seems like a weird word there to me, but maybe I'm splitting hairs.
Who is offering Bio 2 in high school?
Oh, I don't know. Does it not get taught?
That is an interesting question because my kids attend.
AP, IB.
I say my kids attend Central Magnet and they don't have Bio 2. It's Bio 1 and AP Bio.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
Oh.
do Bio 2
Okay.
and first semester of block and then second semester is AP Bio.
Okay.
It's kind of a year
I
long.
don't want to split. That word seemed weird, Ryan. Is that?
The content seems to be RNA selected species.
Oh.
If you're reading that, that's how we don't assess that portion.
Okay, got it. All right, we'll move on then. Okay, I don't want to bog down. I'm getting to chemistry 1. It's 247. We have chemistry 1. We've already kind of discussed physics. Other than chemistry 1, it was physical science was the other one. It's 247. I think we could potentially get through those two. I don't think that the changes in chemistry 1 or physical science are nearly as, intense. So I'm going to suggest we keep moving forward and see what kind of progress. We'll take a time check again in about 15 or 20 minutes, see where we're at. So I'm in chemistry 1. This is starting on page 74 with Chem 1, PS 1. Apparently, we need to just adopt Massachusetts standards. So I don't know who got on this, bandwagon. Open to comments here on Chem 1, PS 1. There are quite a few comments on some of these. Time doesn't allow for it. Give us some boundaries. Again, some of those same concerns. The first standard is simply this idea of, let's talk about how the idea of an atom has evolved over time, right? Our understanding from early to now. And I don't have an overall issue with the standard. I think it's a good thing to pursue. I think the concern was, are there boundaries for that in terms of what's expected?
I'm sorry, which number are you on?
Chem 1 PS 1.1.
Okay.
Massachusetts.
So if no one has an issue with it, someone asked, which scientists are students responsible for between Democritus and quantum? So I guess that gets back to the
goes back to
question of
boundaries,
assessment
yeah.
and, I don't know, yeah. Okay, no assessment, so So it's really whatever the teacher decides, the individual instructor decides.
It's been a long
Yeah,
time.
so something to keep in mind is at some point, with the exception of Bio 1, because that does have an EOC, we have standards. Ultimately, teachers are going to do what they want to do
Right.
because there is no state test, which is part of the reason I think why the high school educator team focused the most on shoring up biology 1 and then resolving the physics issue. But
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. And that's where most of the focus was.
So
Okay.
it's been a long time since I've had Chem 1. From Democritus to quantum model, is that substantive?
It just gives them a starting point and end.
Yeah, and it says, all right, what was our early concept of what matter is made of till what we understand today, quantum physics, things like that. So I think, yeah. What's that? Hey, my chemistry teacher in high school is who inspired me to go toward biochemistry.
Yeah,
So
I love it too. I just no, I just wonder if it's
Kelly's
like
ready for it. She says, bring it on. She says, bring it on. No.
My chemistry teacher encouraged me to join the Marine Corps.
And you said, yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am, right? Okay. So, yeah, I think
helpful.
that would align well, I think, with the textbooks and things like that. So that would not be unusual.
When you look at the wording where it says, and construct arguments to show, all right, on page 18, the last suggestion was instead of constructing arguments to show knowledge changing over time, I think would be better off with a different SEP, constructing explanations of natural phenomena using atomic models. So just to consider that wording from someone.
All right, say the wording. What
Okay,
page
it's
are you
on page 18.
Okay, I'm sorry.
On the comments.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the last comment for this one.
Constructing explanation.
Instead of constructing arguments.
Would that fit? You like that? Thumbs up? Okay, we have support of that from multiple sources. So construct explanations to show how scientific knowledge evolves over time. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's reasonable.
JM is going to see that changing.
I know, JM. Yes.
That's right.
JM, I got your back.
Hey, that's the only identifiable person in the survey because they straight up put their information.
over here too.
Yeah,
I like
JM.
Okay. All right. Give that guy a call. All right. So, okay. Any other comments on PS1? We got the periodic table being brought in. We're talking about atomic structure. PS1.4. It looks like there was a typo that's already been caught, so predict. So that's done. Yeah, that looks okay. 4. So. So they say mass particle, there's a thought on 7 relationships, mole, mass, mole mass, mole particle, mass particle. In this context, particle is referencing the whole compound. What would be a whole compound?
Particle would be either an atom or a molecule or a formula unit, depending on what kind of substance you're talking about. So we just kind of use particle. It's like the collective catch-all for whatever substance you're talking about.
Okay. All right. I guess, does that phrasing make sense to you then as you would teach that? Okay. Yes. Okay. As long as our educators say that, I'm good with it. I'm just trying to think. I don't know that I would teach it that way, but that's not who I'm teaching. So
number 9 need an IE or EG?
Number 9, we've got a series of reaction types. Would that be an EG list? IE list?
Same question for number 10.
Yeah, and
PVC.
as we said, you have voted and given them authority to go through and
Yep.
make those modifications. So they'll do that even
Yep.
if you don't make changes to any standards on a different course. They'll make sure that they go
Okay.
through and
Very good.
add those.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Any other, so from, let's say, 10 or 11 up through 18, any other comments on PS1?
Period after 18 there.
Period at the end of 18. Mike's on it.
This last one.
As a matter of interest, on 15 it talks about some methods. Do y'all use electrophoresis at all? Not really at that level. That's okay. I'm just curious.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Okay. I ask because we use it every day in the lab, and I just that's what we do. Okay. I don't see any others from PS1. I'm going to open the discussion for PS3 energy. If someone catches something back, we can go back.
Oh, I'm gonna just say we can put in electrophoresis if you want to.
I don't want to.
It's an and/or. I mean, it's an
a
option.
such as. So
Mhm.
I just feel like that would be that's a really common separation method in chemistry, biochemistry, biology, molecular biology. So yeah, we use it all the time. I've been in a high school chemistry class or two and ran electrophoresis with the students just to show them how it works. So it is very fun.
Did they do it all?
Well, they did until you push, power button, and then they have to sit and wait on it. That's right. Wait, this isn't done in 2 minutes? The microwave's always done in 2 minutes. So, okay, sorry. So any other PS3 concerns? We got gas laws brought in. Let's see here. Energy quantitation of PS3. There was a misspelling, but it may have already been caught. For
Clear boundaries, clear boundaries.
yeah, reactions. Okay, yeah. Yeah, some of these comments have already been done. So, okay. So that gets us through Chem. Chem 1. Okay. Chemistry 2 had no changes, correct? Confirming that.
I don't think you have any other courses that have had
Except physical science. Except physical science. I do have one note, page 81, and this is just for our experts to clarify for me. Page 81, bottom of page 81, Chem 2, PS4.2. The equation there, is that a typo? Is that supposed to be lambda? There's a C equals L bracket and E equals H, some kind of bracket, and I'm conversion issue. Okay. Is that like C lambda or something? Does that look right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. I'm glad to know it wasn't just me. It caught my eye, and I was like, I don't know that symbol. But I need to go back to school. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't feel so bad. I haven't known most of these symbols.
Okay.
So
Very good. All right. I don't know that symbol, so if I could ask our experts to take a look at that for us.
Yeah, I'm sure it's correct in those, since these standards are the same as what's currently being taught, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, so we'll fix that.
Just a H. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Nobody knows how to work that, right?
Yeah.
In this group?
What's that?
Nobody in this group knows how to work that symbol,
Work what?
what you're talking about?
Well, I
This
don't.
equation.
I'll just leave it. It was a conversion issue when they pasted it in here. The font was different, and so it changed what the symbol was. So yeah, it just inserted some random symbol that's meaningless. So
Somebody here needs to know how to work it with the standards committee.
It's probably H new or something, so I'll let them see if they can get that corrected. All right, so we're on Earth and Space Science course. This starts on page 82. The standards begin on page 84 with ESS1. And I was trying to go to see what changes. Let's see here. I was going to say, were there any comments? Okay. All right, so we don't have a lot of feedback. Let's see if
One other thing is some of these courses that you're getting into, you'll even find like very few districts even teach them.
sure.
So that also, particularly in high school with these types of courses, that probably contributed to the lack of feedback
Yeah,
on the survey
specific-
because
Right, they're not gonna take a survey on a course they don't
Has
teach.
anybody here ever taught that though? Because it's, in the pre-paragraph, it says a minimum of 30% hands-on activities, and so.
Are we in the right
It's
course
interesting.
as far as which one's changed? We're looking at the Earth and Space Science course.
they're still
Is
working
that-
on fixing
That's
the.
fine. I'm just making sure we're looking at the right course, because I know we said physical science. Is this what we call physical science?
No, there is a physical
Okay,
science.
okay, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's what. All right, so ecology, environmental. Yeah, it's pretty far down there. I see geology. You said 109? Okay, thank you. All right, we're at 108, page 108, physical science, academic standards, PSI, PS1, starts on page 108.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, 108 in the old standards. No, 108 in the old standards. Sorry, I'm scrolling through two documents here, and they're not synced, so that's on me.
Any comments on physical science?
Okay.
Just 80% said keep it. That's all we've got.
To Mike's point, hey, that says something, right?
That's right. No, that's right.
It looks like in terms of changes compared with the previous standards, if I'm looking at this right, it looks like they pared down the PS1 standards from 15 to 8. So that's
Yeah.
a pretty significant drop. And PS2 standards maybe dropped by 1. And
This is the one where you had overlap. So like
Okay.
yesterday in their presentation, they showed like these 9 standards were already covered in
Got it.
Chem 1. These were already covered in
Got
8th
it.
grade. So I think a lot of this was cutting out versus
stuff that was already being.
like significant changes.
Yeah.
Um,
And it looks like some of the language that has changed, looks like to me, goes back to the SEPs, trying to formulate it to fit with SEPs. Same concepts are being covered here. Okay. And then we said there's no comments on it. If someone sees something of concern, let me know, but I think that. Just gonna take a minute and read through here. I didn't flag any of this as I read it the first time. So for my benefit to those who, high school education, so Bio 1 is required,
Mm-hmm.
Chem 1,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta have 3 sciences.
3 sciences, 2 of which have to be Bio and Chem,
Mm-hmm.
and then you pick.
Physical work concepts, ecology, environmental science, yeah.
Can you take more than 1 in a year?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
If the schedule will allow.
you'll probably find that more likely in districts that have block scheduling.
Got it.
This also, like, students for their 3rd science could take, if they're out in path to higher ed, they could take an early post-secondary option.
Okay.
There's some CTE courses that can count in as a 3rd lab science if a student wants to focus in on CTE,
Mhm.
which is why you then end up with so few students taking some of these
Yeah, that makes
classes.
sense. Yeah.
See, Catherine, I need a master scheduler if you're interested.
Can you beat my salary?
Okay.
You,
All
work
right.
you work at the state, so I probably can.
Yeah, there you go. Let me follow back up with Kelly and Andrea. So equations fixed, we're good as far as in that presentation. Okay. Yeah, it caught my eye. I thought, I don't know what that symbol is. And I don't remember that.
You think you know that?
Yeah, no, I didn't see anywhere else where equations like that were put in that went funny. Like there was in chemistry, like the gas law looked like it came over just right. So, PV equals nRT, some of that kind of stuff looks like it pasted in just fine. But it didn't have special characters. Yeah, right. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, nu and lambda and some of these others throw a curveball. So, okay. All right. So, I did have one comment, page 86. This was in Earth and Space Science, just something I caught as I was reading through. Page 86, standard 16, is a very specific instruction on showing the radiation from the sun in watts per meter squared. That I mean, you can fix the squared if you want and make it the superscript. But I just saw that and I thought, is that too prescriptive? I mean, I don't know how I should quantify the energy of the sun, but I'm open to comment on that.
I think because isn't this specifically Earth science?
Yeah.
So probably that's why they were so specific, because
Like, you have to
the
have
sun
units?
as relates to
Yeah.
the Earth. What?
I'm just
So
saying.
you have to have units
Yeah.
in a standard?
Yeah.
Well, how else would you measure radiation?
Well, I guess
I mean,
the
I
point
don't
is in
know.
the standard. Why are we having to point out the specific?
Okay.
units? That's all
Oh,
I'm just saying.
you're saying it's superfluous,
Yeah, I
not
mean-
that it's wrong.
No. It's not
Gotcha,
incorrect.
gotcha.
It's not incorrect.
Okay.
At least not as far as I can tell. I don't know if our
I mean, we don't
Chairs
provide
have any thought on
units
that?
anywhere else.
it's neither here
The
nor
chairs have no preference.
there. Okay. Brian, is there a concern if we just remove it? I mean, I think we understand electromagnetic radiation is going to be quantified in those units. So I would just say it's superfluous and just say from the sun is reflected. So, all right, let's delete in watts per meter squared just to tighten up the language a little. Okay. All right, let me open it up now for other comments on other high school courses or anywhere that anything you all caught as you read through that you feel like needs to be addressed.
Not high school, but I was just gonna give Leslie a chance to look at circuits again if she wanted to.
Circuits, yes, okay.
Right, sorry.
So we'll go to circuits here in just a minute. Before we close the discussion on high school, any other high school courses anybody feels passionate about? Okay, going once, going twice.
That we've reviewed so far, or we're done
Well,
with high school?
I'm just saying, yeah, if
Okay.
we're done with high school, if no one has further comment on it. Okay, Jennifer's still reading.
Only the physical world concepts I've had.
You caught something? While she's looking at that, could I get our chairs to go to page 79? Or if you need to get your symbol or whatever. So on page 79, there's just this interesting comment in Chem 2 about number 9, naming and drawing the 10 simplest linear hydrocarbons. Does that foot to a particular framework or standard? Or is it just kind of arbitrarily? Okay, that's okay. I mean, gotcha. And you want them to know methane, ethane, propane, butane, etc. Yeah. Okay.
I think I'm okay, because this is a course, it's really,
Okay.
even all that.
Leslie, you should see circuits in third grade.
Yes, circuits in third grade, and the two comments. The two comments I was referring to come from the comments from our teachers in our notebook, page 32. I also looked under the framework, and they mention circuits there, and they talk about open, closed, series, parallel. So those questions from the teachers in their survey.
And so just to give us the history, circuits were taught in 6th grade?
Used to be in 6th grade.
Until the 2016 standards.
Mhm.
And then where did they go after that?
And then they moved, I'm imagining, all the way to 3rd. We're not in middle school anymore at all. And we've
So-
not seen them in high school
So
either.
if I search in the 2016 standards.
You may not see the word circuit themselves, it's about the current.
Right. The current itself, right.
So like circuits is more of the topic.
Yep.
The other is more of a conceptual idea, and I couldn't do that without using circuits.
Right.
Really. So
So I'm seeing circuits in physics and physical science in high school.
High school.
For sure.
Yeah, and is it maybe 8th grade we have
Let's
reference?
see, hang on.
Third only.
Oh,
Is it not
so
here?
there was a 2016 standard 3.ps3.2, which is what you're referencing about, said open and closed simple circuits.
Yes.
My wondering is if the teacher doesn't understand the current piece and understand that goes, the circuits go with the conceptual understanding that a current flows and that's how they work, versus
so-
memorizing the parts of a circuit.
So if we look at 3.ps3, so the .2 now does not include the term circuit, just includes electrical currents.
Yes.
And so the question at hand sounds like it is, do we need to put something parenthetically about circuits right there?
Series, parallel, open, closed. We've added, we're talking about elementary teachers
Yes.
who are multi-discipline
Right.
people who aren't specific
Yes.
science
Yeah.
people.
I
It would
think
be
that's-
nice to,
I think it's fair to add
provide
for
them that.
clarity.
yes.
To our expert chairs, any thoughts on if we add in a parenthetical note about open and closed circuits? Brian? Okay, that's fine.
The more help we can give them, the better for them.
And you don't want to, obviously this is EG, so I don't have to teach all of them.
Series.
Circuits. I was going to say, do you want to say,
Put the word circuit.
yeah. We probably need to include the word circuit explicitly in there, maybe at the end, circuits. Okay. So if I'm a third grade teacher, Jennifer, others, is that something that's attainable?
What we just added?
Yeah, we just added a phrase in there. Okay. Okay. It's 3:12. Are there any, I'm going to check my notes. I want everybody to look at your notes. Is there anything we need to go back to and revisit? I have one note that I want to get to, but I want to give y'all a minute.
I have after speaking with Brian Kane and looking in the framework, I want to go back to 6th grade, PS3. I think it's PS3. Let me look.
Okay, 6th grade PS3.
Is that right, Brian? Help me reference quickly. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So we're on page 51.
The idea of adding, where do we put? Okay, on PS 3.1, we added sound in the sources of energy. And instead of being a source of energy, we need to move it probably to PS 3.2, as it would be a transfer of energy. Sound is a transfer.
Okay.
Transfer of sound and thermal energy by conduction, convection, and radiation. Would that wording sound okay? Expert people? To add sound in front, since sound is not a type of thermal, but a transfer of energy.
So we're saying remove, so we had inserted sound in 6.ps3.1,
No.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, they're thinking.
So I would maybe consider the implications of removing thermal from 2, if you're going to put sound there, since sound would really transfer thermal energy.
Right.
No, I don't think that's what she said. I think she said caused by transfers of sound or thermal energy. that you either one or the other. Wasn't that what you said?
Well, sound, and then thermal energy would be with conduction, convection, radiation, and that might even be just a parentheses. Because those are the three ways that thermal energy transfers. What do you think? Yes.
Yeah, remove it
Yes.
from dot one, since it's not a.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So.
Do you think we are okay leaving light out or add light because of radiation? Got it. Me too, but I'm just checking. Thank you. Sounds good.
Can I be picky on grammar? Do you see the blue line at number 2? That's because it really would read better to say use a model to gather evidence to support that changes to a system. Instead of, I think that's why it's giving you the blue line.
Probably.
Let's see.
Yep, that's correct.
It doesn't like that, but it's fine. Leave.
Nisha, is that engineering perspective, is that flow for you? We got our circuits in, Nisha, too.
Thank you.
Nisha, okay. Okay.
Yes, looks great. Thank you.
Okay. Really briefly, fourth grade. Let's see, bottom page 42. I have a note, and I want to make sure I remember this correctly because I'll put it in the report. 4.ETS1.1 at the very bottom of the page, categorize the effectiveness of design solutions by testing and comparing them to specified criteria and constraints. Our discussion yesterday was that this was to tie together multiple concepts and standards, really. And we had a big question on how do we help teachers implement that? And so I had a note of how do we help them know how to implement. So I'm going to put in the report that there are some of these kind of engineering design application pieces that we need to make sure somewhere along the way, the board, the Department of Education, whoever helps teachers understand how can I roll that out in my classroom? So that's professional development, whatever that might be. I just had a note to remember that. And I think this is a case in point, but there's probably much broader than that. In other words, there are other examples like this. So I didn't know if we wanted to put a parenthetical note. I'm okay if we don't, but there is if you wanted to give an example, you could, but I don't really want to tie anybody's hands or require anything. So.
But if you did a parenthetical, it's EG, right?
It would be EG.
Yeah, and so I always think that if you're gonna, and you're talking about the engineering design piece.
That's correct.
That it's helpful, because that's not things that are.
That's right.
Well introduced, and so.
Let me ask that, what example might we put in an EG for that particular note?
Let's ask them what they would normally teach.
Okay. So with regard to 4ETS1.1, can we get any feedback from anyone who might have a perspective on this? Categorize the effectiveness of design solutions by testing and comparing them to specified criteria and constraints. Is there a particular arena that we want them to be in for this particular standard? Or is there something that meshes with Earth systems or something that would fit in well here, I guess is what we're asking.
And in the first round of comments, there's a lot about give specific details.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so that was one, and I think that's why I made that note, was that concern. So what design solutions might we ask them to consider? Categorize the effectiveness of design solutions. Would it be through, one of the things up above talks about renewable energy sources, so maybe it could be design solutions, parenthetically, for example, developing new renewable energy mechanisms or something like that. I'm just thinking on the fly here, but I'm open to thoughts on that. I got a lot of silence here. I'm just talking to myself.
No, I'm listening. I am listening. I'm brain is.
It's like I'm listening to a book. It's perfect.
I also have notes there that like lead an
Yeah.
arrow to nothingness, so I don't have anything to add for you, but I think these ladies might. You have arrow leading to nothing.
It's our current
Yeah, go ahead.
it's a current standard, and I do want to just say that the engineering and design or the EDP process, dethinking process, is really something that with our last rollout of standards has really permeated the classroom, and I
Yes.
think there's still a lot of growth there because
Right.
it's so new.
Right.
Whereas my concern in putting something really specific here actually takes away some of my autonomy as a teacher
Okay.
to apply this to any standard in any situation.
Okay.
I think some of that sounds like maybe, and I don't know, so this is just an inference, that maybe they don't fully understand, like, what does this mean as far as the design process?
I think that's what we're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, but just like we don't teach them what thermal energy is through a standard,
Mhm.
we're not necessarily going to teach them how to do that in this, the teacher how to do that. Does
Right.
that make sense? So that is professional development and
but
curriculum development.
And that's fair, but I feel like still we can give some EG example from, and maybe even from two very different arenas, so they can see it could be very broad.
For this,
Just to help a teacher have a somewhere to hang their hat to say, okay, all right, I can think about this and go from there. So whether it's renewable energy resources, I'm just looking up above at some of these ones above there. Could be space travel or space in the universe, right? So new mechanisms of space travel. I'm dreaming big here, but
I mean, what's tested and what would be expected to be known in that section?
so we got Earth and human activity, Earth systems. So it talks about
The measurement of the standard is really, can the student think through evaluating what criteria and constraints are, not like what the activity is. So
Right.
can I, as a student, identify criteria, identify constraints, and see if it was effective, if it met the test, no matter what the activity is?
yes.
That's what this is
Agreed.
measuring, not necessarily measuring how many activities they do with it. Does that make sense?
What if we left a more generic comment, design solutions, parenthetically,
could it say something like a designated design solution? I mean, is that what you're?
Well, I think, so, and maybe I'm wrong because
Broader
I'm not the
than that.
engineer, but usually we would want them to attempt multiple attempts
Okay.
for solutions so
Okay.
that they can see if they're meeting the criteria and constraint, if there's any bias, if they're meeting it in a more successful way. Like maybe they met both the criteria and constraint, but how effective was it? Was it more effective if I did this solution? So we always want them to look at multiple solutions for whatever activity that they're doing.
Or peer evaluation.
so
Or
maybe
peer review.
well, maybe I back up then and I just say this is something we include in the report that we need to make sure in professional development, training, preparation for implementation of these standards that design piece, that concept is understood by the teachers implementing
I
them.
think it goes to your all's very valid point on training. But I do, we have the Tennessee Innovation STEM Network that is really developed over time. They've really permeated like with great curriculum out there and great ideas that are completely free and training for teachers. So partnering with some of that organization even to make sure teachers know how to do engineering projects and meet this standard.
Okay. All right. Other comments? Anything else we want to bring up?
Short discussion on if psychology is a science or not.
Sorry, sir. That's beyond the purview of this committee. Damn it. Good try. All right. I think we're at a place where we can ask the question, are you all prepared to vote on the changes we've made? Or would you prefer to let it percolate and then potentially meet? I don't know if we could meet electronically to vote.
Yes, we ever since the pandemic, groups have been allowed to vote electronically. So we can absolutely schedule a WebEx event so that it's open and available to the public and recorded. And we can do a vote. We'll just have to make sure that we do a full roll call vote, which is not an issue. And then that also would potentially give you more time as a group then to discuss what all you want included in your attached report / executive summary. So that is fine. It will just be a matter of finding a time that this group can meet electronically, and I can Monday morning create a doodle poll and send that out. My one request would just be for you guys to decide how much time do you want scheduled for that
For that
follow-up
meeting.
electronic meeting.
Sure, that's fine. So are we prepared generally to go ahead and vote on these, or would you like to let them percolate? This is not, I'm not calling a vote yet, but I just want to get general consensus.
I would like to percolate. I'm just looking at the time.
Yep.
And knowing what I have ahead of me, and all of us have travel time.
Yep.
I hate to rush something that we've spent a lot of time on. What do you all think?
I was going to make a motion to approve the standards as we've revised them, but to allow us the opportunity to supplement and provide those additional comments. And I don't think we're at a place where we can draft that executive summary and put all the things with it we want to thoughtfully. But I think we've done all we can here.
Yes.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second.
Not prepared to vote, understanding we can come back and change it? That's what she said, I'm just making sure.
But why are we gonna come back and, why vote when if some of us aren't prepared to vote and we're gonna have changes anyway, why vote when we're gonna have changes to vote again?
I didn't know we weren't.
We're not gonna have changes.
Yeah, I didn't know we were.
We already did the work. We've already decided on these
But
standards.
that's not what was said.
No, we're voting on the standards. We're not voting on the executive summary that's gonna be created and shared with us.
I'm
Then
sorry,
we
I
can
misunderstood.
approve that.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Either
So-
way, I
so-
can wait.
Yeah, so the question is at hand. The question at hand is, are we prepared to go ahead and vote on these as they are, knowing we still need to write our executive summary and make any notes that we want to make on that? That's the motion on the table. Okay. So it's motion and seconded. Any discussion or concern if we vote on approving the standards K through 12 as we've amended them? Any objections to going for a vote? Okay, Catherine, are you prepared to take a roll call vote for us?
So just to clarify, we are now roll call voting on the approval of the K-12 standards as they currently, with the SRC edits, knowing that you guys do have the full authority to come back
Yes.
and change something should you find
Should
something
we catch
else.
something else?
Okay.
Yes.
And to have the complete document, we'll have to come back and do that as well.
Yes, yes. We're just voting on the physical standards themselves. Okay, so this is a vote to approve the K-12 standards as they are revised currently by the SRC. Leslie Clifton,
Pass.
Joe,
I vote to approve.
Jennifer,
Pass.
Heather Herman,
I'd like to pass.
okay, Amy Massengill,
Vote to approve?
Nisha Powers,
Vote to approve.
Jody Rump,
Vote to approve.
Michael Steele.
Vote to approve.
Chair, you have 5 yeses, 4 abstentions. The motion does pass.
Is it 3 abstentions?
3 abstentions.
5, 3.
Oh, sorry, 5 approvals, 3 abstentions. The motion passes.
All right, so we have approved. Now, as a committee, I would like for us to have a report And so what I would like to suggest is that I will draft a version of a report to go with all of these changes, and then send it out to everybody for review and feedback. I think we can do that electronically.
I just want to make one quick note, and I
Yes.
know that our legislative person over here who knows all the rules on open meetings is going to comment on this as well. You, as the chair, may absolutely draft something,
Yes.
and you may absolutely share it out. However, no communication between the committee members can happen over email. That has to happen in a meeting open to the public. So you can, as members, can look at it independently, but no discussion could happen
Okay.
until we come back together with a quorum.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Whether that's electronically or in person.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. All right. Is everybody agreeing to that, accepting of that? Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, there's,
Yes.
you know, this is just the world we kind of have to live in.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got a number of committees and commissions that are attached to the board, and every one of them, we share this incredible, but absolutely required commitment to transparency.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And we respect that. And as citizens of the state of Tennessee, I appreciate it. And I respect what you all do. So let me just say as we get ready to close, thank you to Catherine for your work and the work of the board. Brian, Andrea, Kelly, thank you all for your feedback and advice and ideas as we've worked to revise. Thanks to each of you committee members for your hard work. I know it was challenging and tiring and trying, but I appreciate you being kind and respectful of each other, and look forward to wrapping up our work together here over the next few weeks. Catherine, we can work with you. Doodle poll would be great so we can find people's availability
Yes.
and set up
Can
a follow-up
I
meeting.
just get a general gauge on how long, so that when I create the doodle poll, I can set the appropriate time frame?
As far as how long the meeting should last?
Yeah, how long you'd like the meeting? Like, do you want it to be a full day,
No.
half a day?
No, if we could get an hour
Okay.
scheduled.
Do you want to do 2 hours to be
You want to do
safe?
90 minutes. Let's say 2 hours.
I'll just create 2-hour chunks, and then
Yeah.
we can go
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah, let's do that, and we'll see if we can't get something scheduled. I will do my best to get something turned around as quickly as I can, and we'll go from there. Thank you all.
Good job, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.